know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in the element. It's heavier than the to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me, but known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as low as you finish. Super slide the way inside your business. Babylon, they tried to dabble in it, and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You try to aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this, and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire. I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth. Following God and you grinding. You do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center. Word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% and be trying to stun on my enemies. In my element is crazy, it's the mic sign. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Never switch up. 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 Keep that same energy. Never switch up. I'm in my element.
Salute. ATP was good. Was good. Clap it up one more game. Let's gab at it. Come on. Yeah. Let's gab at it. Sunday fun day, man. This is that end of the week wrap-up show. You guys already know how we carrying it. Shout out to everybody in the building. A lot of boxing to talk about today, man. I don't want to waste too much time. You know what I mean? We do have to get into a lot of different topics. We do have a special guest that will be in the building a little bit later today. You guys know maybe as Major Jalil Hackett, the Zufa fans, and this new season in his career, El Negro Mexicano. Jalil Major Hackett will be in the building a little bit later today to talk to us and make an official announcement of his fight he has coming up that will be in New York. I mean, I won't get too deep into it. I'll let him, when he gets on the show, speak on the opponent, the magnitude of the fight. This will be Zufa's debut in Madison Square Garden. Big card, right? We already know what it's going to be. Towards the end of July, we'll have Richardson Hitchens in there. Edgar Berlanga will be co-headliners on this card, as well as a great undercard. We'll talk more about that as he gets into the building. We've got news that's continuing to develop in the space of Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, of course, that we will be talking about as well. Shakur Stevenson just did an interview, a great interview, to be honest with you. Shout out to I can't remember who's the name of the Daily Mail Boxing. We'll be going over that interview a little bit, listening to Shakur Stevenson basically, speak on his position as far as how he sees the negotiations going and what boxes need to be checked, what's going to make sense for him to make that fight with Devin Haney. Of course, his little brother, you want to call him, or just brother, Keyshawn Davis, is involved in this as well. Bill Haney been on a media campaign for the past, 3 weeks to a month, pushing this fight here, trying to make this fight happen. And step by step, right? It's been mostly a Twitter war, but it looks like it's finally hitting an actual negotiation level behind the scenes, right? And we'll talk about that as well, of course. We're also going to be diving into other topics, such as the events that happened on Friday night. We saw Ashton H2O Silva fight against Jojo Diaz. We'll talk about that fight and what do we think about Ashton Silva at the end of that fight. You know, this is a fight that was supposed to catapult him up into a high contender category in the 140-pound division. Did that fight deliver that type of energy? Did Ashton Silva show that type of performance? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about up-and-comer 160-pounder Amir Anderson, who also fought on that card as well. 160, a division that's slowly developing and becoming an interesting division. We saw a few weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago, Amari with the A, Amari Jones, show improve, and look like he's going to be the future of the division. And obviously, rumors of Carlos Adames moving up to 168 to make some moves up there. So the 160 division is going to open wide up, right? I mean, obviously, also with the suspension of Janibek, his belts look like they're going to be separated and send their own direction. So there'll be title opportunities up there. You're looking at a young prospect still in Amir Anderson, who got some real formidable opposition Friday night. We'll talk about his fight as well. We'll talk about Golden Boy right now, Oscar De La Hoya. We got to talk about that as well. Looks like they're in the midst of potentially negotiating this fight for Ryan Garcia. Will it be Conor Benn in Zuffa Boxing? Oscar spoke on it last night at his event. You know, he didn't say no to it, right? But he did obviously make it clear that it's a complicated negotiation, putting the onus of the difficulties behind Zuffa Boxing. And Zuffa Boxing has somewhat, you know, Zuffa Boxing coming into this traditional space, although they've made their statements and claims on how they're not going to be acknowledging the traditional side of the space as far as the alphabet belts, you know, the sanctioning bodies, WBA, WBC, WBO, IBF, et cetera, they still seem to be in those conversations. And obviously Conor Benn trying to fight for that WBC title that Ryan Garcia has seems like it has made it a little complicated, right? So the Zuffa Boxing coming in hot, doing their own thing, but also sort of complicating the game now on the back end of seeing all of these promotional companies show up on DAZN, right? You got Golden Boy there, Boxers over there now, Queensberry, Matchroom, Top Rank. I mean, just a list of MF Pro, you know, the Misfits Pro League is over there. So everybody seems to be on the same side of the street. And obviously Zuffa Boxing doing their own thing over there with Paramount Boxing. Looks like they're bringing back some of the old days when the across the street, quote unquote, politics were getting in way in some of the biggest fights happening. So we got to see how they transition into this space and not make so much waves to the point to where fights aren't being made, right? And right now, it seems like DAZN has everybody on the same page. Seems like Dana is on the outside looking in a little bit. That being said, we will segue obviously into Turki Al-Alshikh also coming out with news about his health and what that could mean about his involvement in the boxing space in the coming years. We'll talk about how that may also influence Saudi Arabia's presence in the game in the coming years. If Turki Al-Alshikh is not there to headline, right, and move forward, push forward boxing with the Saudi Arabia, will that money somehow disappear in the space, or is it going to be managed by somebody else? Will somebody else step into Turki Al-Alshikh's shoes to take his position and control financing some of the biggest fights that could be made in boxing, right? Turki put out a statement recently speaking on Dana White's and Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren and wanting to bring them all to the table to make sure that he can make peace. He doesn't want to get in the way of boxing. He wants to be there to elevate boxing, right? To be a catapult for boxing, a platform to push boxing further up to make it bigger. He doesn't want the across the street politics. So we'll see how that also develops. We'll speak on that, of course, as well, right? News coming out on top of that there was rumors that Oscar De La Hoya and Eric Gomez specifically were trying to coordinate a fight between Ryan Garcia and Virgil Ortiz Jr. and at 154. So that right there was another curveball. Oscar De La Hoya also speaks about that last night after the event, about how legitimate that was, what the idea was behind that. We'll talk about that as well, because that would be interesting to kind of see, you know, Ryan Garcia have 2 fights in the welterweight division, collect a WBC title on his second fight, lose his first fight at 147, then all of a sudden roll into 154 to fight against Virgil Ortiz Jr. I'm sure that would be convenient for Oscar De La Hoya as far as an in-house mega event that he could put together. But is that really what Ryan Garcia wants? Ryan Garcia came on Jimmy Fallon about a month ago announcing in September he'd be fighting against Conor Benn, right? So we're not in the dark about the confusion that sometimes comes out between Oscar De La Hoya's fighters and Oscar De La Hoya himself on what he delivers as far as the message, as far as what's going to be happening, right? But Oscar De La Hoya speaks on that as well. And also news that Oscar De La Hoya and Virgil Ortiz may be figuring things out, right, ladies and gentlemen? We've been wanting to see Virgil Ortiz in the space. 154 is moving along. We're getting ready to see a super fight, possibly a fight of the year candidate in Jaron Ennis and Xander Zayas. And maybe there's some arguments there that, you know, Virgil should have been involved in this conversation. He was in the middle of this conversation. He was once in the conversation of fighting with Xander Zayas. And of course, we know about the history between him and Jaron Ennis, but this whole entire Oscar De La Hoya, Virgil Ortiz inside war, right, indifference going on has stopped Virgil Ortiz and shelved him for the past month or two, maybe 3-4 months. I don't know how long it's been since we've heard from Virgil Ortiz. So in some way, good news, right? Good news that there is news out there about Virgil Ortiz potentially finding his way in the game right now, and that seems like his Rich Meridian, his manager, and Oscar De La Hoya and Eric Gomez seem to be getting at the same table, taking ownership of the parts they played in the confusion. And maybe when it's all said and done and the smoke is clear, we might see Virgil Ortiz sooner rather than later. What else we got to talk about? The heavyweight division. We also got to talk a little bit about the heavyweight division. So announcements have been made. A date has been set. Moses Atama will be fighting Philip Ergovich. So we'll talk about that and how that affects the heavyweight division, how we look at the division on the back end of that announcement. Moses Atama finally gets a top 10 opponent to put on his resume. He fought Dillian White, but he was, you know, aged out. He wasn't in his prime, right? This fight right here, Philip Ergovich, a young fighter who shared the ring with the Daniel Dubois, who's been in there with Zhele Zhang, right? He's been in there with Joe Joyce, and has been in the conversation of becoming an IBF champion on the back end of losing, obviously, to Daniel Dubois. That changed him up a little bit, but just coming off of a great performance against Dave Allen in the UK, we saw Philip Ergovich pretty much get that momentum going again, right? And also stopping David Adelaide, right, in that fight he had previously. So this will be a real big test for Moses Atama. I'm myself somebody who's been pushing for Moses Atama. You've heard me if you're watching the channel. I've celebrated Moses Atama. I think he is the future of the heavyweight division. But this is boxing, right? I can only talk up a fighter, but so much. He's gonna have to show improvement in the ring. We'll talk about him going against Philip Ergovich, what that means for the heavyweight division, right? I mean, there's so many things going on in the division, even though it's really almost a UK based division. I'm not going to say almost, it pretty much is, right? But still, the heavyweight division becoming very interesting. So we'll be watching that. We'll talk a little bit about the fights from last night as well, right? I didn't get a chance to watch the whole card, but I did get to see Josh Edwards last night. You know, he had an opponent. It is what it is, right? I mean, I didn't get a chance to see Oscar Callazo. I know it was a last-minute replacement in that. It is what it is. And, of course, when we're all said and done and we finish dropping all this stuff and we talking about all this stuff, of course, we'll also be opening up the panel, right, for you guys to get in the building. Let me go ahead and say what's up to the people in the building. Mr. Big Play Bray in the building says this is going to get heated because both sides will not let go of the rope. It's a lot to unpack. Yeah, man. And, you know, and I'm assuming, Mr. Big Play Bray, you're speaking specifically about the Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney situation. And, yeah, I have to agree with you. There's definitely – and I appreciate that there are platforms out there where a Shakur Stevenson, you know, an Errol Spence, you know, these fighters that we want to know what's going on with them have a platform, a safe space for them to really communicate with us. Unfortunately, these fighters don't trust this current space, right? In an ideal situation, in the near future, this space right here will be a safe space for fighters to show up on as well, where we can have real good conversations and they can be open, right? We can have intimate conversations about their careers, about what's going on in their personal lives. But unfortunately, right now, the space is kind of toxic, right? We're watching it in real time right now as opinions are spreading all over the space as far as pundits and content creators across the space speaking about what they feel. And, you know, obviously, I can tell you from my position, and I will say from the outside looking in, even though I'm on the inside as far as a content creator, people are picking sides, right? People are either on Devin Haney's side or they're on Shakur Stevenson's side. So we've been watching Bill Haney on his media campaign, giving his side of everything that's been going on. But with Shakur, we've had to deal with the tweets. And unfortunately, in this space, that ends up with a lot of speculation getting put on what's really going on. So it was a good look to see Shakur Stevenson get an opportunity to really speak his piece. And I thought it was needed, right? We'll be going over that interview, certain parts that I've highlighted that we'll be playing on here and speaking on Shakur Stevenson's position. And we got to talk about what does that mean for the fight, because he does come with some contingencies that need to be in place in order for that fight to happen next. And not to mention, I forgot to mention it on the rollout, we also got to talk about the Gustavo Olivieri interview done by Najee on Cigar Talk, right? Very, very, very informative interview about the WBO, how they work, what their position will be as far as on the Devin Haney versus Keyshawn Davis situation, how they want their belt to be represented, and what decisions Devin Haney probably has to make in the upcoming future if he is going to be entertaining fighting Shakur Stevenson next. He needs to make a decision about what he's going to do with that WBO title. Great interview by Najee from Cigar Talk, and really informative, real transparent information coming from Gustavo Lemos. And we'll talk Gustavo Olivieri, and we'll talk about that as well. Winston McFarland in the building. What's good with you, man? Says, where you at? I'm at my house. Where you at, Winston? Daryl, Bigger Galloway, 5274 said, peace. Sam from Jersey, my God, says, let's get it. Claymore Rain for sure, man. Eastside Easy says, 8TP, salute the good guy. Claymore Rain, happy Father's Day to you and all great men in the chat. And for sure, man, thanks for reminding me. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers in the building. I hope you with your family, spending quality time with your children, with your loved ones, man. This is your day. You've been doing a great job all year. It's not easy being a father in this world. So many distractions. We working so much. It's not like back in the day. And I'm talking about maybe before my time, right? Even where fathers just seem to be a little bit more present. Now everybody's working. We got so many distractions, social media. The school is trying to raise your children to not listen to you, go against you. The system is been compromised in multiple different ways. And if you're a father out there still being present in your children's life in a impactful way, you deserve to be celebrated. So every day should be Father's Day, right? But today is our special day. So thank you. Eastside Easy for wishing me a happy Father's Day. I'm going to wish the same to you and everybody else in the chat, man. Happy Father's Day, man. Big Boss 5561 in the building said, happy Father's Day to all y'all fathers handling your business. Well, no doubt, man. For real, man. Derek Hill in the building says, happy Father's Day, fellas. Salute, salute, salute. Happy Father's Day. L Star in the building. Queen. What's good? Long time no see. I know you out there doing great things. I follow you on social media. I know you're on your fitness journey, and I call it a journey because until it's all said and done and you go on to the next season in your life, we're all on a journey, and I see you out there doing your thing, man. Wishing you and your family holla at your family, but your husband Caesar, happy Father's Day to him. I know you're spending special time with him and making him wherever he wants to eat and treating him like the king he is. You probably treat him like a king every day, right, Queen? It is what it is. So shout out to you and your family. Thanks for being in the building. Rico from Nat Town in the building said, happy Father's Day to Clay and all the ATP people. Salute, salute. Happy Father's Day, man. Just so sick in the building says, is it his brother or is it his lover? He love him with all his heart, Oh, you talking about Keyshawn. Man, we'll talk about it, man. I happen to resonate with Keyshawn, with Shakur and Keyshawn. I'm gonna be real with you. There's some things that, boxing is a temporary time in our lives, in their lives, right? There's after boxing. And if they've come to the understanding that they can't put hands on each other, I think we were talking about this the other day on my brother Just Dude's channel, just talking about what kind of fight are you going to see from Keyshawn Davis and Shakur Stevenson if they did, let's say, throw out their brotherhood to the side and fought each other. It'd be a sparring match, right? If you can't fight each other, you can't fight each other. I appreciate it. And now they're in two different weight divisions. I don't see it being a big deal. But, man, shout out to those brothers, man, for holding brotherhood higher at a higher standard than everything else, not making everything about money. Everything can't be about money, right? Money's important. We are in America, but everything doesn't have to be about money, man. So shout out to those guys and whatever they've been able to make from their relationship that they've had. You know what I'm saying? Their families are close to each other. I ain't mad at them at all, man. The King Blake in the building, 6393 says, peace to the gods on earth, guidance and blessings. Clay, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to you, Akeem, man. Good to see you in the building, man. Peace and blessings, man. Donnie 956 in the building says that's GPB show last night was embarrassing. Yeah, the Golden Boy. I didn't even watch it this morning. I got up, I threw it on while I was, I was folding clothes and doing laundry, and I was catching some of the fight. I think I caught like 2 or 3 fights, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. I think the biggest thing that I pulled away from that whole event, being that I didn't watch it all, was the interview with Oscar De La Hoya, because he did give some perspective and some things I had questions about. FaZe is great in the building. Salute, FaZe. What's good, man? Hammer Unk in the building comes in and says, Happy Father's Day in chats, dads. Salute, 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 salute. Let's see here. Chadwick Parks in the building says, Turk, best thing to happen with boxing, man. Yeah, man, we got to talk about Turki Al-Alshikh. We will talk about his illness and what that looks like for us in boxing, man. And definitely wishing him, we already knew years ago that he was somebody who was a cancer survivor, right? But it looks like it's coming back. It looks like he's dealing with it. And it might be messing with his head a little bit to the point to where he's saying he might not even remember his name. We'll talk about that. But he did have some things he wants to get off the bucket list before he moves on to that next space. Mac Majestic in the building says, I love that fight. No doubt, Mac Majestic. Let me see. Ryan Virgil's fake news. Yeah, we're going to talk about it, Donnie. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. GG Champ 1568 in the building says, oh my God, what happened to Virgil with the saxophone music, man? Oh man, get the likes up. Ill Will in the building. Salute, salute. My brother Little Zooted with the color in the chat already, man. Little Zooted says Africa in the mother house on they dog ass. What up, Clay? What's good? What's good? What's good? Shout out to you, man. Shout out to, you say on they dog ass. Shout out to Two-Tone, who's doing his thing right now in the space. Two-Tone is just buzzing right now, catching like hot grease, catching fire, man, doing his thing, man. Love to see him winning like that, man, doing his thing. Losing the weight too. Now I gotta make fun of him being skinny and whatnot, not eating, having a fast metabolism, because I'm not skinny and I'm just jealous and envious, and I'm gonna just try to make fun of him, make him feel bad for losing all that damn weight and being in the best shape of his life. The best shot I'm gonna give at it. Try to make him feel bad, man, for leaving me in the dust, man. Akeem Blake said they will respect soon enough, but I know they watch. Yeah. Gerald Freeman says, Clay, they can't handle real conversation. They so hung up on everybody coddling them, they turn soft. Yeah, man, they get upset. 021 Rico in the building, or Rich Ooh in the building says, all Shakur does is stagnate the sport. Oh, here, my God, T Severe in the building, Raider Nation in the building. Says you've chosen a side too, Clay. No, I haven't chosen a side. I've chosen the middle ground. It's just that, it's funny. If I were to just speak like everybody else, we just be a whole bunch of torch token haters sitting on one side of the conversation, right? So I have to defend Shakur. I have to fight for his right to also be a businessman and negotiate his position and move his career. Because if it was up to everybody in the building, I disagree with you guys, right? So where you would say I chose a side, I don't remember last time, T Severe, you was up here defending Shakur. You seem to mostly be here defending Devin. So don't put the mirror in the closet. You can put it to the side for a second, but keep it close. You know what I'm saying? Keep it close, bro. You know what I'm saying? Big accusations. It's human nature to have perspective and opinion on a matter where there's a dichotomy. 100% I agree with you, man. Stock Chase is in the building. Happy Father's Day, Stock Chase. What's good with you, man? Stock Chase says, Clay, tell your man stop ducking, looking crazy out here. I don't think he's ducking. And I'm going to be honest with you. You guys, he better not lose. Your guy better not lose. He better not. It's going to be real nasty out here if he mess around and lose that fight. It's going to be nasty work, because it's going to be real interesting to see the explanations. I say enjoy the sport. I'm enjoying the sport. L Star in the building. Thank you. Salute says thank you. No doubt, Queen, for sure, for sure. Thank you for being up here and being in the building today, man. Hope maybe you might pop up on the panel a little bit later. I don't know. Maybe I might see you there as well. Let me see here. Real 6 SB90 in the building says happy Father's Day, Clay. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate the support, man. And hit that like button as we're in the building. Make sure we're doing that. Please hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Also, thank you for the support, man. Of course, colors also always welcomed in the building. Matter of fact, let me put up the Cash App is right there as well. Feel free to hit the Cash App. To be honest with you, that's probably better if you hit the Cash App, if you care to. It is what it is, right? German Watts 6280 in the building says happy Father's Day. Klaus 4101 says Shakur needs a promoter like Eddie Hearn to speak for him. He doesn't know to speak and move, to show the public who he truly who who two Haneys truly are, strategic ducks. Okay, no doubt, man. The Radio Boxing Show 01. What's good with you, fans? Says Clay, salute to you, man. Mine, yours in the building says salute to the Clay, to Claymore, the Rain Man. No doubt, man. Salute back at you, man. Says shit is sad. Let it play. Nobody know exactly what's going on. We not in those rooms. Big facts, man. Eden B1P in the building says Shakur is Keith Thurman on steroids. Okay. Listen, man. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at your opinions, man. It's perspective. The most important thing that I watch closely is the fight getting made, right? It's one thing to have an opinion on what you think the fight is going to be or who you think is going to win or what's going on, but I hope, and I'm betting on them ironing out whatever the details need to be ironed out. I think some real decisions are going to have to be made here for Team Haney specifically. I think Shakur is in a position to where he's kind of like got, he can move in multiple different directions, but it looks like the WBO may be giving Haney an ultimatum sooner rather than later, and we'll see what Haney decides to do on the back end of that ultimatum, right? Let me see here. Let me see what C. Severe said. I definitely chosen the side, but the behavior and using big words, man. I don't know what the hell that word is, bro. I don't know what the hell that damn word is. Okay. But the behavior and blah, blah, blah of one individual has pushed me to that side. Still think it's 50-50 fight at 144 or 147. No doubt, man. No doubt. Coming in here with those damn big ass words, bro. John Wick 90111 says, I thought y'all said they was lying. I don't know yet. I don't know. Okay, I see. Ain't no decisions to be made. Clay, stop it. I mean, the link will be there sooner rather than later. We'll talk about it. Before we move on, guys, like I said, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. And before I move it any further, man, let me go ahead and bring my guy up here, Angelo, what's good? Boxing, man. What's good?
Happy Father's Day, brother. Happy Father's Day. I'm gonna be honest with you. I watched the daytime when I was talking to you, watching the UK fights. Shout out to Queensberry, that Ryan Gardner, McNessie eliminator fight on top of all the undercards was amazing. And then, man, I was out because I was doing, Father's Day stuff, hanging out with the wifey. You'll like this, Clay. So we're just walking around, he's just walking around Vegas, and absolutely respect this fighter, man. Completely unassuming, not trying to have no security guards, not trying to be nothing. He was just being him. Bro, Diego Lopez ran into Diego Lopez. He was just trying to get himself a nice little burger by himself. No crew, no squad. I mean, keep in mind, this man just fought in front of millions of people on Sunday, and he's just sitting there on a hat. You can tell when people are just trying to be unassuming, so they're not trying to be too bothered, right?
Right.
But he's so respectful, stopped in, chatted with him a little bit, best I can, because the brother speaks, Portuguese and Mexican and Spanish. Right. And I don't do that. But send some hellos. But again, man, you'll be surprised to know that he's actually, even though he weighs 145, from when I've met Canelo, I think Diego Lopez might be bigger, dude, which is crazy to me. Crazy to me that they cut that much weight, bro. It's insane. Insane. So, anyways, that's a fun little story for you there. I don't know. I heard you doing some kind of laundry or folding for Father's Day. Yeah, I assume you're gonna do something though, right? You're gonna do something.
I mean, first of all, Islam, what I'm saying, we don't do the celebration of these holidays and things of that nature. So it's not a big deal to us, you know what I'm saying? But I salute all the fathers in the building, and I receive the salute. But yeah, we don't make it. It's not, I can't lie to you. It's not.
Right. Every day is a holiday.
Yeah, pretty much. We love on each other as much as we can, but we don't sit here and put this on our calendar per se. I didn't even know. Who was it that told me Happy Father's Day and caught me off guard with it? My daughter definitely told me Happy Father's Day. She was on the phone to you, but somebody else. Oh, I think it was my boy Joe. Shout out to my guy Joe in Jersey. He don't even watch the show. He don't watch boxing, but he hit me. Happy Father's Day, bro. And I was like, what the? And I was like, oh my God, it is Father's Day. It is what it is.
Right. Right. Well, I'm excited. One of the best fathers I know out there, and we're gonna get a chance to talk to his son today. Happy Father's Day to Coach Bernard Hackett.
Sure.
My guy's been so excited for over a month now, man. We've known about this happening, but finally the dude decided to sign on the dotted line. And you know what surprised me? And I'm actually going to ask Jalil this question, but I want to ask you first. FanDuel, bro. FanDuel has Jalil as a 2-1 favorite. Favorite, bro.
The hard work is not getting it's not getting, and this is gonna be at 160, right? This is gonna be an official
160.
Yeah. I mean, there's reasons. I think that's a fair. I don't think that's so crazy. I'll be honest with you, and we'll talk about it.
Minus 200 is not too crazy, Clay.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but I do see Jalil's as a real favorite in this fight. This guy's been campaigning at 168 for the past, his last 3-4 fights. He's coming down to 160. He's long in the tooth. Jalil just looks like a beast at 160 right now. He really looks like a terror. So, they don't want to get robbed. They don't want to get hit over the head, because if they made it too close, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to sit there. They want to. Those
super underdog cards have been killing them, bro.
Exactly.
Like every week.
They're kind of learning and realizing the developments happen, and they're starting to catch up. They're giving us a lot of freebies, a lot of good money, and they're like, yeah, we're not playing that game with you guys this time around. We're going to call. Anyway, he is in the building, though, so I don't want to hold him up there. He's been waiting there in the background. We got a lot to talk about, man. You guys know what it is, man. This is how we carry it, man. Shout out to this middleweight. And it's refreshing to call him a middleweight, because I've personally just watched him move through certain weight divisions, and I just felt so bad watching him in these divisions. So to see him in his best form at 160 and get an opportunity to do what I know he could always do, always understood this about him, is refreshing. But guys, salute to the one and only Jalil Hackett in the building. Jalil, what's good? I'm gonna double it up. Hold on, one more game. This one's a big one, man. We got a lot to talk about. So clap it up again, Jalil Hackett, because this is a big announcement that's been made, and I'm so happy you came up on the show and decided to have this conversation with us here, man. Zufa Boxing. First of all, foremost, congratulations on the announcement. You've got a big opportunity ahead of you against Sergey Derevchenko. I will ask you, what was your initial reaction when your team was presented with the fight to you, and what for you right now at this point in your career, what excites you most about this challenge right now that you have in front of you? You have a real guy who's been in there with, Danny Jacobs. He's been in there with Jaime Munguia. He's been in there with, a lot of big fighters, man. And you get an opportunity here and opening up on the main card and in Madison Square Garden in New York. I mean, this is a whole different conversation. And I saw you on the WWE show the other day, by the way. So yeah, man, a lot for you to process. How are you dealing with it? What's going on with you?
It's an honor, honestly, for them to call with that name, it's definitely an honor. First off, I would like to, thank Zufa, thank Sergey, thank everybody involved in making this fight happen. Like I said, it's an honor. I grew up, I seen Sergey in a lot of big fights, seen him in a lot of fights with some guys who I thought he beat, and he got snubbed out of. People don't even know. My third pro fight, Sergey and I fought on the same card.
Wow.
Yeah, Sergey and I fought on the same card. He fought, if I'm not mistaken, he fought Carlos Adames. He fought him in LA on Tank's undercard. So I grew up watching this guy, so be an honor to share the ring with him.
Right. So when the name came across, though, right, when they brought the name across, did a light bulb go in your head? Were you like, what? Like, did you expect the step up to be like this and on this type of stage, or were you kind of just ready to, even if they would have given you an Apex fight against just the next guy up, would that have been it, or did you kind of expect and see something like this coming? Like, this next one's going to be big.
I always preach. If you're gonna do this, do it at the highest level. Don't be halfway doing it, or don't try and ease your way into it. If you're gonna do it at the highest level. If you could start off on a 10, start off at a 10. That's how I look at it. Most people don't think of it like that, but that's how I look. Because you start off at a 10 and it don't work out, go do something else. Eventually you're gonna find something that you can do at a 10. So yeah,
Oh, no doubt, man. No doubt, man. I let Angelo, because I know Angelo ready. He ready. He been waiting on
Yeah,
this.
hey,
Angelo been holding this in for
yeah.
like 30 days now, so it's time. It's time, Angelo.
No, I mean, you know, that's one of the things, as you know, champ, that you know, you could always trust the channel, and we won't say anything, and people tell us stuff all the time. As you know, I've known about it since you've known about it. When the call came in. So very excited. Happy Father's Day to your dad, obviously, and all the fathers around you. I know you're not a father yet, but you are sort of, kind of, in some ways, to your little nephew Cairo, who you took to the WWE. The young man was on TV. I saw him hanging out in the back with, I think, LA and also Oba. Can you talk about the WWE experience from Monday Night Raw and how you felt about it? How Zuffa treat you in that manner?
It was nice, man. It was really nice. Like I told you when we talked about it, my inner 5-year-old came out. You know, I was really chilling for the most part there, but then Rey Mysterio made an unexpected entrance, and I almost lost it. I probably would have lost my spot with Zuffa if I would have acted like my 5-year-old self, because I almost hopped over the rail. And I seen Ray, man. But yeah, no, it was definitely a hell of an experience. I really enjoyed it. I appreciate, you know, Zuffa and the WWE staff, you know, for treating me like family the whole time I was there. You know, I even got to take my nephew in the back to meet some of the guys, like you said. So yeah, he really enjoyed himself. I enjoyed myself. You know, it made me very, very, very excited about, you know, my fight coming up in July.
And that's awesome, because that's actually how the public found out that you were fighting. Big fight opener, Madison Square Garden, July 26th. They put it out there, man, on Netflix, on WWE, promoting you. So you know, I'm setting the table for you, Jalil, because it was just a year ago that I know you were feeling a certain way about your life, right? And then I saw you on the Underdog series here in Vegas as a part of the Terrence Crawford undercards and fight week. And then seeing those tears flow, bro, seeing you crying about how, man, they thought I was going to be working at Walmart. And, you know, but look at you now, brother. Madison Square Garden open. You know that New York's going to be watching that one because it's early enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be 9 p.m. Eastern by the time you start fighting. So how do you feel about this full circle moment, man? From sparring to you're about to be, you know, I'm going to say it, Clay. This is Zuffa's biggest star at the middleweight division, bro. It's kind of like what you always say, Clay, that as long people aren't seeing it yet, but when they finally do see it, you know, there's a reason why FanDuel's picking you as a 2-1 favorite, bro. So talk to us about that.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
It's definitely a full circle moment. I actually was talking to my brother about this yesterday, and we just laughed. You know, we just laughed really, because I have an older brother, and my dad always says, you know, he crawled so I could walk. My older brother, growing up, I have a brother that's 7 years older than me, and growing up, you know, he was like the blueprint. You know, he played football. He was the top 10 receiver in the country coming out of high school. You know, he played D1 ball in college, played at Oklahoma, played at Kansas. But you know, things just didn't work out. So, you know, now he's an everyday guy. You know, he got nice government job. He just recently became a father last month. And today is this is his first Father's Day as a dad. So yeah, he and I were just talking, just thinking back on life. And he was like, man, shit, a year ago, you know, I didn't know where you was gonna be at. And I was like, yeah, I know, man. A year ago, I don't know. I just was just looking back, just looking at old stuff. I was like, man, I just had a lot going on. Just had a whole lot going on. I had some people tell me, like, if they didn't know any better, they would not have known I was a boxer, especially the way I was living, the way I was doing things. And then to think that some fucking sparring would change my life. Some sparring. And now that we're a year past it, when I was told about this, I was like, bro, I'm not going to New York to fucking spar. I could spar at home. and I was told, like, no, it's gonna be
playing with me. They sending me somewhere to go spar, bro. I'm a damn champion boxer, bro. I'm a contender. What the hell?
Yeah, it was like it's gonna be a lot of faces there. You know, Turki Al-Alshikh and Ring Magazine are hosting it. I say, all right, bet. Word. That's what kind of got me. I was like, all right, you know,
Saudi Turkey.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So I said, oh yeah, I'm gonna go up there, and we get up there, and I'm seeing a lot of guys I know, a lot of big names, and I'm just trying to spar the biggest name. I'm like, I need somebody with a name to get in there with me, because if I cook you, it's gonna make me look good. I can't just get in there with a scrub, because a lot of guys was getting in there with scrubs, and they was looking good, but it was like you did that against Joe Nobody, you know. But I ended up working with Rashidi Ellis, a dog. Huge shout out to Rashidi. We got great rounds. And you know, obviously Turki and the guys like what they seen, because, you know, I ended up fighting on the fight week, the Bud and Canelo fight week in September. And that from there, everything just like started to slowly but surely turn around. Flash forward to now, shit. Now, you know, we about to fight at the Garden, and it's crazy. The Knicks just won. New York gonna go crazy.
And think about it, they go crazy. They got a big event coming up next week as well in Brooklyn, with Xander and Boots. So yeah, New York is ready. New York is gonna be primed for you guys. They're gonna be ready for good boxing. You know what I'm saying? I want to go into this Sergey fight a little bit more, right? Because this is a big step up, man. So, you know, some real questions are going to get answered in this fight here for you. This is really potentially going to transition your career into that next space, right? There's no looking down from here. It's only, like, you know what I mean? Well, I guess looking down to a degree, because you ain't going to be able to do the stuff you did back in the day anymore after a dominant performance here. So when fans look at Sergey Derevyanchenko's resume, they see a fighter who's shared the ring with world champions, elite level competition throughout his career. He's earned tremendous respect across the sport, right? So with that in mind, what would a truly dominant performance over a fighter of Sergey's caliber, we'll say, mean for your career? And do you believe that's the type, you know, do you think that's the type of statement that elevates you from being viewed as a prospect? And I don't even want to insult you, because I'm not saying you're a prospect, but I mean, let's just be honest. This is a signature fight for your resume, to being viewed as a legitimate contender in the middleweight division. What do you think about that?
Yes, I definitely think a win in this fight in July definitely makes it where, like, all right, keep an eye on this guy, because he's gonna make a splash sooner than later. You know, like I said before, Sergey, you know, he's hell of a fighter, hell of a career. You know, he's been there with some tough guys. You know, he's caught some tough breaks when it comes to some decisions. You know, so it's like I'm gonna have a full night's work cut out for me. You know, but we've been working hard. You know, we putting together a hell of a game plan. You know, I'm sure, you know, those guys over there, Coach Dre. You know, I've been knowing Coach Dre, his coach, since I was a kid. You know, I know they definitely putting together some, you know, to figure me out, because they're not taking me lightly the same way I'm not taking him lightly. You know, but, you know, I plan to go out there and make this like a coming out party for me.
One more follow. There's one more. And I'm just going to say, is this one of those fights where winning isn't enough? You know what I mean? Do you feel like this is a fight where you need to show some separation from the other fighters? Because he's had other fighters he's been in the ring with, right? So separating yourself from the other fighters who's faced Sergey by not just beating him, but beating him in a way that leaves no doubt where Jalil Hackett belongs in this sport.
Absolutely. I need to go out there, and I feel like I need to dominate. You know, if I just go out there and do just enough to win, it doesn't look good. You know, winning is good, but it's always about how you win. You know, so I think this is a fight where I have to go out there and be very dominant.
No doubt.
Hey, Jalil, so I remember when this, even before you were with Zuffa, I would, you know, when I was talking to your dad, who, you know, as you know, become extremely great friends with your dad, I always would tell him, like, man, you know, the way you move Jalil, and the way Jalil, it's this weird thing where I feel like, and I can say this, that in the non-visual space where people don't know the things in the background, you're kind of like the low key, like Jai Apataya. Like you've sparred everybody. You literally just sparred somebody. I don't want to say no names, but who's about to fight, right? And all of them, bro, all of them respect you. All of them sit there and go, this kid's the real deal, right? So that's on the background. You're finally going to get a chance in a big stage to show this, right? But a lot of the hardcore space even will say things like, I don't know, man, Zuffa's trying to get their young prospects killed, bro. You know, they putting them in tough all the time. And here you are, 23 years old, 12 wins, 9 knockouts. You only got the 1 loss, which was controversial, right? And right off the bat, bro, you go from those guys to world level. This guy was a World Series of Boxing legend. I don't know if you guys in the hardcore space remember World Series of Boxing back when it was like a pro-am series, but Derevchenko was killing everybody over there at World Series of Boxing. So he really, whatever his record says right now, add an extra 23 pro fights to that because he's really that much experience. And
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think he was like 22-1 in the World Series.
Yeah. And on top of that, Jalil, you're talking about a world level medalist in the amateur games. I mean, we're talking tons of experience, bro. This is damn near like right underneath the world championship shot. How do you feel at 23 going into your 14th fight, right? And they throwing this at you. They're like, that's how Zuffa treats fighters. They're like, hey, man, you know, put up or shut up. This is like the UFC. You either ready or you not ready, right? How do you feel about that? And how do you feel about that across the board for everybody in the roster?
Cool as a cucumber, man. You know, I just feel like in this sport, people like overhype like the tension or whatever you want to call it of the sport. I just look at it like in my everyday life, I've been through things that are a million times worse than a boxing match. You know, the worst thing that can happen in the ring is, you know, you lose a fight or people, you know, it's guys that, you know, have died in the ring. So I say the worst thing that can happen is you die. And it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad, you know. So I just look at life. I look at life like straightforward and more or less like you only get one of these. So, you know, if I was to die doing something that I love, then shit, it is what it is, you know. So I don't really look at like, you know, big fights or anything like that as pressure because it's like shit. It's a lot more things that you can consider pressure that people kind of overlook. You know, it's Father's Day. It's people that's gonna wake up today and they gotta go see their father in the ground. You know, they don't really get to see him. They gotta remember him. You know, it's people that today they're gonna wake up. It's Father's Day. They got kids and they locked up. You know, that's real pressure. You know, so it's like a boxing match is a fight. You know, I'm gonna go out there, we're gonna fight, I'm gonna do my thing, and you know, we're just gonna chalk it up as, you know, another day in the office.
No doubt, no doubt. You know, Jalil, another interesting aspect of this fight, because I'm dialed in for this fight, man. This is a huge opportunity, you know what I mean? And I honestly didn't know if it was going to come this soon for you. You know, another interesting aspect of this matchup is that several Sergey's recent fights have taken place at the super middleweight division, right? And as you and your team prepare for this particular challenge, how much consideration have you guys given to that fact that you're facing a fighter who's recently been competing in a heavier division? And I'm saying that on the back end of noticing that you've been coming into these fights like 156, 156 and a half. This guy's coming down to meet you at 160, but he may be the bigger, stronger guy in the ring, right? Or, you know, you let me know how you guys have been kind of peeping back.
I've really been, you know, I've been focusing on being my best self, you know, leading up to this fight. He hasn't fought at 160 in a few years. Fun fact, I have not fought at 160 at all. So it's like, you know, this division is new to both of us, technically. You know,
Right.
so this will be a situation where, you know, it'll be game plan versus game plan, fighter versus fighter, and the person who is the best fighter and the team with the best game plan is going to win.
Yeah. Even though the fight is taking place at middleweight, I mean, do you anticipate feeling any physical advantages that come from Sergey having spent all that time at 168, or do you believe your youth, your speed, your athleticism is ultimately going to probably be the deciding factor, right? Because there's pluses and pros that come for Sergey coming in at being the bigger guy, but he's cutting the weight, so he's coming down. He has to deal with his own issues, right? But you also going up in weight. Will you plan on coming in on 160, or are you comfortable enough at 156 and change to where you're just going to let that speed and that athleticism be the defining factor in this fight?
The way the camp's going right now might come in a little light, but at the end of the day, you know, as long as he comes in below the 160 limit, and as long as, you know, I'm above 154 but below 160, then the fight is going to happen, and it's going to be a hell of a night. That's as much as I can say. It's going to be a hell of a night.
El Negro Mexicano,
Yeah,
night, or you know what I'm saying, or is it going to be? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, which version of it are we all going to stay consistent with the momentum you've been carrying in Zuffa right now, or are you guys going to get a little bit more cerebral in this one?
July 26th, y'all can tune in live on Paramount Plus.
That's
If
it.
you're in the tri-state area, go ahead and get your tickets. You know, I'm gonna make sure I throw the ticket link up again today.
Yes, sir.
But you know, if you're not in the tri-state area, or if you're not able to make it out, tune in on Paramount Plus July 26th.
No doubt, no doubt. I love the answer, by the way. I love it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, Jalil, now you know what's crazy is, and and the minute they made your announcement, right? It's in the hardcore space of boxing, it's undermining the co-main event and the main event, right? Because the main event is Edgar Berlanga, who, as we all know, is a big ticket seller, right? He was the headliner when Shakur was his co-main event. He's fighting Stephen Butler, and then you got Richardson Hitchens fighting Ricardo Salas, and Ricardo Salas had a great performance in Zuffa 4 against Sriracha. And yet, brother, in the hardcore space, man, the minute this announcement got made, they're like, this is the best fight. This one is a 50-50. This one's going to be a banger. This isn't a setup. This isn't A side versus B side. So I know that to you, it's no big deal, man. It's no pressure. But is some of the reality of you knowing that this could actually be the fight of the night? Like, now, I'm not talking about the performance. I'm talking about what people are looking forward to. Because you and I both know that place is going to be sold out. Between your fans, and I already know how your dad's moving right now with everybody buying tickets for you, and then Berlanga and Hitchens, there's no question that's going to be a sold out Madison Square Garden for you. But you being the opener, Jalil, on Paramount Plus, brother, I mean, CBS might even show this. And I'm not trying to put all that on you. I'm just saying, is the reality really setting in, or are you still kind of in the, hey, man, you know, I'm just going to get ready?
Like I said before, it's like, yeah, I understand the magnitude of the fight. I understand the magnitude of the situation and everything like that. But I just have to reiterate it. You know, you guys aren't familiar with the DC area, and you guys aren't familiar with my upbringing, because at the end of the day, it's my life. But it's like, I've just been through a lot more that was like really, really, really real pressure, where it's like, damn, like this is hypothetically life or death, but it's been situations that literally were life or death. So it's like, this is nothing. This is like, damn, you know, you get to do what you love on TV in front of a lot of people. Like that's fun. Like, you know, Angelo, we talk often, and you know, I tell people this, and I've told you this. Most people think, you know, leading up to these fights, you know, they think about, you know, the nervousness of fighting and stuff like that. I think about the little things, and maybe it's me being on the spectrum. I think about the ring walk. What if I trip over a loose cord and fall? Like, now I don't want to fight. Or what if I trip going up the steps? That ruins the whole night for me. You know, stuff like that. in between rounds, I'm just focused on, you know, calming myself down, talking to myself, listening to my corner, you know, how'd you do that round? And realistically, once the final bell rings, you know, even while I'm getting my gloves taken off, the first thing on my mind is like, where we about to eat at? You know, what's the move after the fight? You know, I wonder when I get home, is anybody gonna still be on the game? Maybe we could run some games at 2K or something. Like that's the stuff that goes through my mind. You know,
Yeah.
and not disregarding the fight at all, because every fight to me is a big fight. But I just take the load off of my brain mentally, you know, by focusing on other things, you know. So I feel like that's what makes me the best version of myself.
Now the follow-up to that is when you're saying, well, you know, I just want to focus on the things. A lot of you guys don't know this, but we got a 2-sport star in front of our hands, man. Y'all don't know that Jalil Hackett's bowling skills, man. It's on another level.
World level.
I mean, I'm telling you, my guy hitting the 200s when it comes to bowling. You know, and
decent,
you guys
man.
do know, man, that's pro level. So talk to us about that part of your life. And is pro bowling in your world, Jalil? You know, how you feeling about the bowling nowadays?
Maybe, I don't know. It kind of, the bowling thing kind of grew ahead of its own, because it started off as just something to do, but now, you know, I just think about it like when I go bowling, I got a whole setup. Like I got my own bowling shoes. I bowl with a glove. I got about 8 balls now, or about 6, at least 6 balls. You know, I tell people,
what do you can't say no. You can't say no to a bowling ball, bro. You just got to buy a bowling ball. What's going on?
Look, Clay. All balls do different shit. You know.
Okay.
A ball that you throw good at one bowling alley, you might not be able to throw good at in a different bowling alley. You know, some of the old patterns might not accept the ball that you like, so you gotta switch it up.
So you go to a bowling alley and you're like, oh, I'm going to this alley. You're familiar with the alley, and you bring a ball for that alley because of the feel in that alley.
Some bowling alleys, you know, the oil patterns, you know, may call for a different type of ball, you know. So it's like, and I'm at the point where it's like I can't go in there if I'm at certain bowling alleys and they know like I come to bowl on the regular. They don't know Jalil Hackett, the boxer. They know that's Jalil that be coming in here with his little nephew and they be bowling. Like I can't go in there and bowl a 120. They're gonna be like, oh, he must be having an off day. He must, yeah. Like it has to be like 150, 160 or better, because it's like, all right, you know, even at like a 150, it's like, you know, he might be just warming up. So it's like I don't really go into the bowling alley for fun anymore.
Oh man,
right? It's not something.
I mean, is that a good thing? Because it sounds like it's becoming like you can mess around and come home a little frustrated from the bowling alley.
Yeah, it's been days. It's definitely been days. Like last time I went bowling, I didn't bowl yesterday, but I did bowl Friday. And I didn't bowl yesterday because of what happened Friday. Friday I played 3 games. I played 3 games Friday. So basically I bowled the whole set. And my first game was amazing. I bowled like a 220. Hell of a game. You know, I was feeling it. And then I proceeded to throw like a 119, and then I threw like a 125. And I said, yeah, let's get the fuck out of here.
Now, pack it up. Let's go. Pack it up.
Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Like I was like, oh my goodness.
Wow.
And, yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I'm right there bowling, and there was a couple that was in the lane next to me, and they was like, "Man, you so good." Mind you, they didn't see the 200 game.
Right. They're looking at them like
they seen the 119 and the 126, and I'm like,
right.
Please leave me alone.
We're just trying to celebrate Jalil, and Jalil out there like, bro.
I'm like, man, this is bullshit. Yeah, no, but
let me ask you about this WWE experience real quick, just diving into that a little bit more, because not too long ago, Angelo brought it up, right? You were involved in the program, and it gave fans an opportunity to see you outside of the traditional boxing environment, right? But I'm going to ask you, what was that experience like for you, and what did it teach you about the entertainment side of combat sports? Did you get a chance to see, because you're looking at, obviously you're a fan. You said you saw Rey Mysterio, you reacted to that as well, but you're also a big sport. You're on the verge of trying to become a big sports star, and you're watching sports entertainment maybe at the highest level with all the production, the lights, and everything like that. Did that put any perspective on what Zuffa can potentially be offering you, being that you're affiliated with TKO, with the guys who are putting all this together? Did any of that cross your mind as you was watching that from that position in your career right now?
No, absolutely. First off, those guys are tremendous athletes. You know, some of the stuff that I've seen, and I grew up watching wrestling, so I always, seen it. But like to see it in person, those guys are tremendous athletes. You know, the things that I was seeing them do is like unreal, because it takes an insane amount of body control. You know, I don't know if any youngsters watch the show, but youngsters cover your ears. But it takes an insane amount of body control to act out some of the moves that they act out. You know, just to see, like, I'm seeing guys get put through tables. I'm seeing guys get thrown 10, 20 feet. And it's like, you have to know how to throw somebody safely. And then you have to know how to land safely. And that takes an unreal amount of athleticism and body control. So, I take my hat off to those guys. And as far as production, the production is unreal. Watching it from, the outside looking in, you think one thing. But then when I was taking my nephew to the back to meet some of the guys, as they're putting stuff together, they're also taking stuff down. And, they're like a rap group that's on tour. They were telling me their next stop is Atlantic City, and then they're going to Saudi Arabia, and then they're going this place, then they're going this place. It's like they never stop. They never stop, So I definitely take my hat off to those guys. And as far as like Zuffa and the WWE being connected, it really makes me excited. Really makes me anxious. Like, we talk about being excited for a fight. Yeah, I'm excited for my fight, but I just think about the future. Jalil becomes Zuffa's superstar, and next thing you know, you never know. Me and one of the Usos is tag team partners for a day.
That's crazy that you saying that
Monday Night Raw or something.
I was literally saying that to myself, not to cut you off, but that was kind of like, I'm just going to roll out into my second question. My follow-up was did you see something for yourself outside of boxing for a moment there? Did you know what I'm saying? For a moment there, did you have a moment of like, after boxing, some possibilities? Like, are you I'm trying to say, like, seeing all that energy and everybody embracing all those wrestlers and you're looking around. I mean, you're an athlete. You know what I mean? You're a combat sport athlete. Did the imagination wander at all? Did imagination go off a little bit for you where you had to maybe even bring yourself back? Like, hold up, bro.
The imagination always wonders. While at the event, I did have my videographer with me. Eli, he's a longtime friend. And he and I talk about it all the time. We always say, like, in a perfect world, you quit your job, I retire, and we could be like the Deli Boys. We always say this, but it's like, dreamers could dream, right? Dreamers could dream.
Awesome.
We definitely was enjoying it. I think at times we might have been enjoying it a little bit more than my 6-year-old nephew. But
he had to calm y'all down. I need y'all to act like y'all been raised by somebody. I need you to sit down.
Yeah, I got a video. I'll send it to Angelo. Man, it was like a real reaction when Rey Mysterio came out.
Oh.
We almost kicked my nephew's ass. I said, "Boy, you're not as excited as me."
They're too much. They've been desensitized, Jalil. This generation has been totally desensitized, bro. With the iPad.
No, he was excited to be there, like for the guys that he knew, the guys that he watches. Okay. Like, he's seeing Roman Reigns, And he seen the Usos, and he was super excited. And then he got to meet Oba Femi. I know the next morning after he met Oba, he called me. He's like, "Yeah, when the next time we're going to a wrestling match?"
That's what's up. That's
I'm
awesome.
like,
Man.
bro, you don't just go to these every week.
Right. Yeah. You're like, Uncle Jalil got a big fight first. We talk about it after. We talk about it after.
And is your nephew kind of like seeing you in a different way a little bit, like that you have this access and he's, you're facilitating a way for him to get in front of these fighters? You took him backstage. Are you kind of like big superstar? You know what I'm saying? Now, are you the plug now? You know what I mean? Are you getting looked at differently, or you still need to?
If anybody knows Cairo,
yeah,
they know Cairo is the most nonchalant 6-year-old you'll ever meet. He just looks at everything as like it's just normal.
Okay.
Like he tells people all the time, like when he was a little kid, him and Tank were best friends. And like they would talk every once in a while, so it's like in his mind, in his little 3 or 4-year-old mind, they really were best friends because they would talk sometimes.
Right.
And in his brain he says, well, you can't call him on the phone, but I can. So that does make him my friend.
Wow.
And so, like, yeah, he is. When it comes to him, he's very nonchalant about things. Like,
No doubt.
even all the way down to when I pick him up every day from school, and some of his friends' parents, or maybe some of his friends, they are surprised, and I'm like, that's really your uncle? He'd be like, yeah, that's just my Uncle Jalil. And 9 times out of 10, he does not call me Uncle Jalil. I'm just Jalil.
Damn.
So it's
the homie.
So it's like, yeah, Cairo is he's the most nonchalant little 6-year-old you'll ever meet.
Man, the future right there. Well, Jalil, it's Father's Day, and of course, I got to bring this up. Your dad, Bernard, had his birthday a few days ago, right?
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Saw some of the clip. You guys got him with the cupcake. I thought that was pretty funny. And, it was kind of neat to see that there were no breaks. I mean, it's your dad's birthday. Y'all are at the gym. When it was Cairo's 6th birthday, you guys are training at the gym. Like, there are no breaks. And since it's Father's Day, can you just talk about that relationship between you and your dad, and how in every conversation I've had with your dad, I tell him this, and you've heard me say this. I'm like, you honestly don't give yourself enough credit, Bernard, and how well not only have you been a father to your son, but how well you've done in terms of your son's career. So, but let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Father's Day, man. Talk about that dynamic of you and your dad.
Yeah, I feel like my dad doesn't get enough credit at all, really. I just think about how I was raised. Growing up as a kid, my dad coached youth football. And I have so many friends, a few of them are now in the NFL. They always praise my dad, about how much of a great job he did at, not just making good football players or making a good boxer or anything like that, but raising young men. There's a lot of my friends that have children, but those friends that I have don't have fathers in their lives. Their kids look at my dad as their grandfather. And those guys look at my dad as their dad. I've had friends that live with me, when they live in a situation at home wasn't right. And my dad never asked them for a damn thing. The only thing he asked them, and he asked all his kids for, is, y'all finish high school and y'all do something productive with y'all life. That's the only thing he ever asked us to do, man. So, I think I got one of the coolest dads in the world, and my whole hood can attest. My neighborhood can attest. They definitely know my dad. Dad, stand-up guy, always been a stand-up guy. And he ain't raised nothing but stand-up kids, man. So I'm super appreciative of my dad.
No doubt. The time is tightening up, and I don't want to hold you all day for sure, but I definitely want to ask you 2 final questions, right? One of them being, when you visualize fight night, at this point, what do you think excites you more? Is it the challenge of Sergey Derevchenko, or the opportunity to potentially make a statement in front of a Madison Square Garden crowd that may be seeing you for the very first time, right? Like, this is an opportunity to make a statement. what excites you more about this opportunity coming up here?
I'm superstitious, so
Okay.
the thing that excites me more is like, oh, Jalil, you're fighting in July again. You remember last time you fought in July, you know? So it's like, yeah, that's how I look at it. That's how I look at it. I look at that, and another thing is we're fighting at the Madison Square Garden Theater. You know, at the theater they got the little light thingy.
Right.
Yeah, I really like the way those lights look. Yeah, so that's my main focus, really. You know, of course we got to fight. This is the big fight. This is the toughest fighter we've ever fought in my pro career.
Right.
So, you know, we're not looking past him at all. But I'm definitely excited. You know, I'm definitely gonna live in the moment. Really, I'm definitely gonna live in the moment and kind of could laugh a little bit because rest in peace his soul. My grandfather, Gary Russell Sr., he told me when I was 13, he said, yeah, boy, he said, you're probably gonna be about 160, 168 by the time you turn pro. And I always used to tell him, like, nah, you know, I'll probably max out at 140. I've never fought a pro fight at 140.
Ever.
Yeah.
Well, I can't even picture it. I'm like 140. Wow, you felt like but you had that. I remember the story of you growing up and you not know, because I remember you said if you knew you'd been like this, you probably went for the NFL or something.
Yeah, realistically, if I would have known, people who don't know me, I graduated. I skipped a grade. I skipped the 11th grade. Graduated high school a year early. If I would have known I was going to hit my growth spurt the year I was supposed to graduate, which was 2021, I would have played football throughout high school because knowing that I'm going to hit that growth spurt in the last year of school, that would have sent me to college. You know, I would have went to college, would have played ball. 2026 now, so I would have been just finishing school. I'd probably be in the league. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I was pretty nice on that field, so probably would have been in the league.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, Zufa Boxing 9, the opening card of Madison Square Garden on Paramount Plus, opening up. Great night of fights. But I can't let you go, brother, because you tried to give me tips on Zuffa Boxing 6, where I went to it live, right? And I done messed up, Jalil. I should have bet on the people that you told me to bet on. Right? So Zuffa Boxing 7's coming up. Zuffa Boxing 7's coming up. And I'm just wondering, man, if there's any other great little picks you can give us, because I'm looking at this card. A lot of already two-time Zuffa fighters, meaning that they're already getting their second, possibly their third fights already. We got the 147 guys, Damati Kato Kane versus Vernon Brown. We got Showtime Floyd Diaz versus Tehran. JP Benito from Wild Cards fighting Tony Hirsch from Oakland. That's a banger. Brady Ochoa, Adrian Serrano. I was there live for their first fight on Zuffa Boxing 4, and that was a banger. So now they're fighting that rematch right off the grip. And then Kane Sandoval versus Brandon Lee. I think that's going to be pretty fun. Omar Trinidad versus my Filipino brother, Jerwin Ancajas. And then Edwin De Los Santos versus Jose Valenzuela. Can you help us out? Help us out. Who should we be picking? Is there any like big undercards like you told us last time? Angelo, man, bet on Alexis Alvarado. I'm going to tell you guys, my dumbass did not do what Jalil says. Alexis Alvarado that day was plus 650. I could have made a grip, but I didn't listen to Jalil because I didn't believe him. So now I got to believe you, brother. Anybody on Zuffa Boxing 7 we should watch out for?
I think it's a pretty stacked card. I don't think it's any huge underdogs. You know, based on the names, all the fights seem pretty even. I'd be surprised if anybody's a huge underdog. Realistically, any of the huge underdogs, I would tell you, no. A small wager wouldn't hurt.
Because this is one of those ones where you really feel like the matchmaking of Zuffa's, and I think and Clay mentioned it in the beginning of the show. I think that the odds makers are starting to figure it out. Like, hey, man, We can't be making no plus 650s anymore because these are 50-50.
Because realistically, all the matches are good. You know, every fight has been matched like realistically, like fair. You know, I just think about my first fight with Zuffa. I fought a guy with the same exact record as me, and the fight before he fought me, he was fighting for a belt. You know,
Yeah.
Against the guy who just won, by the way, against Andres
he fought Katarakis.
Yeah.
And Katarakis and Misael Rodriguez are two very good fighters. You know, Katarakis world rated at 154, moved up to 160 for Zuffa, and he was fighting Misael Rodriguez, you know, a former Olympian, you know, a guy who's a hell of a fighter. And in his first fight with Zuffa, he got a stoppage. You know, so yeah, Zuffa has been matching everything pretty fair. You know, everything's been pretty even, and it's no really A side, B side. It's just this fighter versus this fighter. You know, and the best fighter will win. We haven't seen any robberies. We haven't seen, you know, anything like that. And you know me, Angelo. I don't believe in robberies in boxing. I believe in real life robberies, not boxing robberies.
Physical. You taking something out of my pockets. Big fight week this week. Yeah, I know you're a boxing fan, you know what I mean? And yeah, you definitely made that pick between what was it? Was it Boachuk and Shane Mosley? You kind of called that out and seen, you know, read all those intangibles, and it played out very close, pretty much exactly the way you said it was going to be. So this one right here, he's got the boxing says split up, right? We're getting ready to see Xander Zayas versus Jaron Boots Ennis. You know, a lot of people obviously picking Jaron Boots Ennis for the obvious reasons. But you know, here we've been covering it and saying like Xander just brings these intangibles that make it to where the fight will be competitive, at worst case scenario. But at the same time, maybe even a victory. At this point, have you been assessing and looking at this fight? Are you excited about this fight coming up? And are you leaning on one side more than the other side at this point? And anything you could share, any perspective that you could share with the space on what to look for in this fight, what you're looking for?
It'll be one of those fights where after the fight, we have a whole completely different respect level for Xander Zayas. I know I have a completely different respect level for him already because, you know, I've known him since the amateurs and I've watched him come up as a pro. So I understand the level of fighter he is, but I also understand the level of fighter that Boots is. So it's like, you know, I think that Boots is going to win. You know, I think Xander's one of those type fighters that a tough night out is not going to make him check in early. So his toughness may even get him stopped. But you know, I think I think Boots is gonna win. But after this fight, a lot of the boxing world will have a completely different respect for Xander because, you know, he's gonna show why he was a world champion at 22. And why he's on the big stage.
Can I throw you in some drama? Can I throw you in the middle of some drama? You let me know you got the media train. I'm gonna throw you in some drama, man. You know what I mean?
Talk to me.
Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson. We've seen this playing out all over the media space right now. Twitter wars. You know, Bill's on his job. He's on a media campaign. Shakur just did a recent interview. Just overall, Shakur Stevenson's position in this is, listen, I campaign 135, 140. I'm willing to make a catchweight fight and maybe significant fights that I think I have some leverage in at the higher weight classes, and speaking specifically about a Conor Ben. And of course, Devin Haney's position is he wants to make the super fight for the big money. He's conceded that he's willing to do the catchweight fight at 144. Do you have any opinions on what you're looking at here as far as whether this fight is the right time for it to happen now, or should this fight marinate a little bit and wait for Shakur to naturally make his way up to 147 and make this fight happen in a way to where there's no asterisks or any kind, you know what I mean, next to the fight? Where are you at this point watching it from the outside looking in?
I think that, don't shoot me. I think that Devin should just fight Keyshawn because Keyshawn's already up there. And I don't think it's in the cards for Shakur and Devin to fight due to the fact that every time Shakur goes up, Devin goes up. It's because they're both growing. You know, they're both big. You know, if we look at Bill Haney's a big dude. Yeah. So Devin, more than likely, just based on how genetics work, he might end up just being a bigger guy. He might end his career like 160. So, you know, I just don't think it's in the cards for Devin and Shakur to fight, really. I can realistically see Keyshawn and Devin, but not Shakur and Devin.
Right. Do you drink from the cup of, like, do you resonate with Shakur's position as far as, like, do you look at him and say, nah, he's telling the truth? He's a 135, 140 pounder. Devin's way bigger than him. Or do you feel like Shakur is like close to the same size as Devin and should just throw some caution to the wind and go up?
I think Shakur has been his best self recently at the weight that he's comfortable at. And I wouldn't force it and go up there and fight him, because if he goes up there, let's say they fight at a catch weight of 44 and he beats him, they'll say, well, you only beat him because they fought at a catch weight. Or if he goes up there at 44 and he loses, now all of a sudden Shakur some shit. Like, come on now. Like, he not ass. He just went up there, he dared to be great, and he lost. Like, it's a part of the game.
Right. No doubt. Yeah, I think it's an interesting situation. We're obviously going to be talking a lot about that on today's show, but I wanted to get a professional fighter's perspective, as somebody who's dealt with weight cuts and dealt with all those different scenarios. And you hear these arguments that are being made from Shakur Stevenson side of the conversation as far as how serious it is. And obviously in the beginning, Devin Haney's side didn't want to cut the weight, right? And those 3 pounds, those 2-3 pounds can be significant, but only a fighter who's truly been in those positions.
Yeah, it's a huge difference. You know, I've seen, you know, guys who couldn't make fights over 2 pounds. You know, it might be one guy that fights 140 and one guy that fights 147, and they're saying, oh, let's meet at the 140 guy saying let's meet at 143. The 147 guy saying let's meet at 144 and a half. You know, and the fight ended up not happening because they can't meet in the middle. You know, so it's all, you know, it's about those little things. And before I get off here, I'm gonna tell y'all too.
Talk to me.
When it comes to betting, if you're a boxer, I feel like you bet on boxing because you know the sport. If you're a basketball player, you bet on basketball because you know the sport. And if you're a football player, you bet on football because you know the sport.
I like it, man. Let them do with it what they want to do it, right? Take that for what you want to take it for.
Yeah, you know, you just go with what you know. Just go with what you know, man.
No doubt.
Well, last one for me, Jalil. And guys, please, we're with El Negro Mexicano Jalil Major Hackett, as he was known prior to Zuffa. But now that he's in Zuffa, you know, a lot of the WWE star quality about the young man is coming. Madison Square Garden, July 26th. My final question for you, Jalil, before you go is, Zufa Boxing has certainly created a great space for the sport, right? Here we are in 2026. We're halfway through the year, and there's so much buzz and talk about all the future plans of what's happening in Zufa. Feels like they're really invested in 2 divisions. The cruiserweight division, they seem to be picking up a lot of different stars and a lot of up-and-coming people. So I feel like they're trying to make that how they made in the UFC the John Jones division, right? In the UFC, it was the 205. Feels like they're putting a lot of weight behind that. The other one, though, and that roster almost looks complete, but that middleweight division globally, the 160, I feel like they're making that the glamour division, which kind of reminds me of how in the UFC, the 170 division, you know, the George St. Pierre's, right? Like like that's the glamour division. So
and all those
you in the glamour division. You're in the glamour division. 23 years old, already had a great performance on your first Zufa Boxing 2 earlier in January. You're rolling out already, man, within 5-6 months of your last fight. Looks like you might fight twice this year. In that 160 roster, in your heart of hearts, where's the star trajectory for you? Like trajectory for you? Where do you project yourself into the future of Zufa?
The man.
I like it.
I just look at the roster. You know, there's a bunch of cold ass fighters on the roster. You know, and the most important part is there's a bunch of cold ass fighters that come to show you how cold they are. You know, if they hurt you, they trying to finish you. You know, they not pussyfooting around. You know, and I ain't pussyfooting around. So it just leads to a whole bunch of good fights that I just think I'm gonna come out on top.
Yeah, Jalil, the development is happening at 160. Iron sharpens iron, and just adding to what Angelo said, I feel like I'm almost ready to say that the 160 division in Zuffa is a more competitive division than the 160 division on a traditional side. So do you feel like the best 160 pounder in the world will probably come out of this crew of 160 pounders over there in comparison to on the other side? Shout out to Amari Jones. Shout out to, we just watched Amir Anderson do his thing over there. But it seems like you guys are going to produce the 160 guy. And
for sure. For sure.
Be you?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, when you in there with good fighters, when you fight a good fight and you come out on top, you learn from that. You definitely learn from that. You take some things from it and you grow from it. I feel like more often than not, if you're climbing the ladder and on your way up the ladder, you're really seeing the same thing over and over again, and you're going out there and you're dominating lesser competition, you're not getting worse, but you are staying stagnant. And if you're staying stagnant and people who are technically below you are getting better, it's not too long until they pass you. Amir over at Misfits, hell of a fighter. I watched his fight. He did his thing in his fight. I seen Amari Jones. If I'm not mistaken, he headlined not too long ago.
Right.
He did his thing. And those are guys that realistically, I'm not trying to recruit them, but they'll show their ass over at motherfucking Zuffa.
Yeah.
They'll show their ass over at Zuffa and they get paid for it. And but I just feel like over at Zuffa, like is very good fighter versus very good fighter every time. And that's what's gonna make guys who win those fights, they're gonna grow from it. Even if you lose and you take the loss as a grain of salt and you more or less look at it as like, all right, what can I improve on? Those guys are gonna grow also. So you're only going to see good fights from here.
No doubt. Yeah, I like it, man. Certain divisions, the same thing with the cruiserweight division. I think they're developing. I think, iron sharpens iron. You know what I mean? There's certain divisions on the traditional side that I'll say there's more development happening there because of the competition you can fight against. And it feels like 160 is Zuffa's. It looks like a division that Zuffa is going to take. And I can't honestly wait until the crossovers start happening, until the big cards start being made to where you guys will be, the best of you guys will be competing with the best of that side, of the conversation and what that looks like on a ring card or something like that. Because I think those are potentially going to be some of the biggest fights that could be made in boxing in the coming years. It is what it is.
No, definitely. It definitely will be. I'm excited for it. I'm just, thankful and grateful to be a part of it. Like we said earlier in the show, man. Yeah. A year ago, if you would have told me now that I would be co-headlining at the Garden, I would say, boy, take this blunt I just hit, because you tripping. It's like, what the hell?
No doubt,
what the hell? Like, you done lost your mind. So, I definitely, I thank God. I thank my team. I thank my family. I thank my dad, because he never gave up on me. Even when he seen me spiraling out of control, he just, he always made sure he was there to pick up the pieces. So definitely appreciate him for that.
Salute to him, especially on this Father's Day, man. On this Father's Day.
Jalil, we thank you for spending an hour of your time with us on Father's Day. I know you got.
Hey, man, I ain't even gonna lie. I thank y'all. Because I feel like y'all really calmed me down this morning, because like I gotta go bowl today. I haven't bowled since Friday, and I'm just like I was anxious this morning, but I'm a little bit more relaxed. I'm a little bit more relaxed now, so I'm gonna just I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna treat it like a fight. Just try and stay locked in for 10 frames. And, just go out there and put the best foot forward, man. Put the best foot forward.
And have a good time, man. Try to have a good time, man.
I'm going to manifest the 200 game for you today. A 200 game.
Definitely, man. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
No doubt,
All
man.
right.
Jalil Hackett, ladies and gentlemen, man. We're looking forward to see him August 20. No, not
July
sorry.
26th.
July
July
26th.
26th.
Yeah.
Zuffa Boxing 9, Madison Square Garden. Get your tickets now. The pre-ticket code, if you guys want to get a little discount, is Zufa Boxing on capital letters. I saw some people getting tickets for $75 to get in there. So you better get your tickets in. It's hot before it all sells out. And I'm telling you guys, Edgar Berlanga, Richardson Hitchens, Jalil Hackett, Sergey Derevchenko, who he's fighting, is there from Brooklyn. This show is going to sell out for sure. Buy your tickets now.
For sure, for sure. Salute to you, Jalil, man. Good to see you in the building, man. Till the next one.
Man, thank you, man.
Yeah, buddy. That was a good one, man. That was a good one, man. I'm glad to see. He looks like he's in the right mental space. He really does look like he's in there, man. It's a big moment for Jalil, man. This one right here is a big deal. Madison Square Garden. He's the opening up the main card. He's just moving up, and his career is definitely getting some traction to it in comparison to where it was, a year to 2 years ago. He just couldn't get that push, even though, shout out to Eddie Hearn and shout out to the money team and Floyd Mayweather and those guys over there who, maybe they just weren't equipped to do it. But ever since he's hit Zuffa, man, he's active. This is going to be his first real 160-pound division fight. He's been doing this catchweight thing, this 156 thing here. You got Sergey Derevchenko coming down from 168. Last 4 fights was at 168 pounds. He'll be coming down to 160. This is going to do great things for his resume, especially if he can put that performance on there, right? Because he can make that separation. Because Sergey's really never really been handled like that. You know what I'm saying? To have somebody go in there and handle him that way, it would put his name in a different category for sure. Different conversation.
Yeah. I mean, definitely resume-wise, because the one thing we are seeing is in the boxing world right now, skill level is seemingly superseding youth, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at who the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world is, and I know the kickboxer gave him a hard time, but at the end of the day,
didn't he though, Angelo? Didn't he?
I didn't think so. I scored it live, guys. I didn't think so, but I don't. What do I know? What do me and the other
guys, go back and play the live, man. Go back.
But Usyk, who's about to be 39,
right?
Baturviev's about to be 41. Anthony Joshua's 37, right? Tyson Fury, like everybody's in the longer in the tooth side. And when you think about a Derevchenko who is 39 going on 40, but I explained all the credentials this guy's had. And the 6 people he's lost to, Clay, are all world champions.
Right.
Most likely all of them, definitely most of them now, but all of them are going to be future Hall of Famers. So for Jalil to be 23 to fight someone of that caliber, you and I talked about this on privately. I don't think there's anywhere going back, because if Jalil does what you were asking him, like, hey man, what happens if you do put this dude away?
Right.
That'd be the first time Derevchenko's ever
100%.
been put away. So where do you go, Clay? I mean, are we talking ring top 10? Jalil needs to fight somebody in the Ring Magazine top 10 now?
Angelo, the division is wide open, man. And that's the whole point of it, right? Janabek's lost his belts because of his performance enhancement drug issues. Carlos Adames is leaving the division, going up to compete at 168. We just watched Amari Jones do his thing. You watch Amir Anderson, who's a prospect, doing his thing. It's open for somebody to come in there and shake things up. And then obviously we know that wave of 154 pounders will probably go up there. Charles Conwell will probably make his way up there. Xander's a growing guy. He's going to make his way up there. Eventually Boots is going to make his way up there. So I really meant that when I said that, Zuffa, the 160-pound division in Zuffa may be the cream of the crop. You know what I mean? When it's all said and done, because of the way they're developing a division that doesn't have a face to it yet, per se, right? In comparison to like a 154 division, which they don't even have fighters in. But, if they were, most of those fighters are going to be over there on the traditional side. There's even the lightweight division, 135. On that side, it's way more developed. There's bigger stars over there. But that 160 division is wide open. And with a Jalil Hackett, with the machine behind him, with all that WWE, UFC energy and all those different things, I think they are primed to produce the world champion who the world will look at as the best 160-pound in the world, may very well come out of that 160-pound stable over at Zuffa Boxing, right?
Yeah, and Claymore, to compound your statement, I think they're doing it the right way, right? Kind of like how when we look at a UFC champion, right? Mm-hmm. We just saw in UFC White House, Ilya Tapura, even me, I was like, man, Ilya's pound for pound number 2 for sure. He might even be pound for pound number 1. He's 29 years old. He's undefeated. He's beaten everyone. And a 37-year-old Justin Gaethje, bro, can come out the gate and just beat your ass as a 6-1 underdog.
This thing right here is powerful.
Yeah, and now it upsets the apple cart. And I say that to say what you were talking about. I think Zuffa's doing it the right way. They're not artificially building a 160, feeding you 23 easy wins to make you somehow sell you and make you believe that this is the next great 160-pounder. The way Zuffa's doing it is, you want to be the great next 160-pounder? Then you go prove it. You go fight people. And look what we've already seen so far, Claymore, in every Zufa Boxing event. We thought Boachuk, well, we didn't think so, but Boachuk was a major favorite to Shane Mosley Jr., right? Shane Mosley Jr. upset that apple cart, right? And when you look at the Ring Magazine top 10 right now, the ranked number 5 Ring Magazine guy in Etanisi Oliha is fighting the ranked number 6 Ring Magazine guy in Aaron McKenna for the World Middleweight Championship, Zufa Boxing 10, August 8th. So like you said, they have the foothold. They have the foothold on who could be the man. But yeah, man, are we going to be saying Jalil Hackett top 10 by January 1st, 2027? We just might, brother.
Yeah, look, time tells the story better than we can ever tell it, right? But it's definitely an intriguing situation to be from the outside looking in as pundits in the space. It's an exciting time to be a boxing fan, man. I mean, all over across the whole entire landscape of things, whether it's Zufa Boxing and how they're stirring the pot, whether it's a traditional side of boxing right now. And we're going to get into the traditional side of boxing a little bit as well right now. I want to segue into something low and build it up, because the real big story is this Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney situation. It's developing, it's becoming, it's catching fire. And if you're a boxing fan, you're on the edge of your seat with this one. What's going to happen? Is Devin going to stay at 147, fight Keyshawn Davis? Is he going to come down to that catch weight? Shakur, but on the back end of him coming down to 144, what's the real ultimate consequence for Devin Haney, right? We got to talk about all those things. But I want to just slow it down a little bit. Shout out to everybody in the building, 116 plus people in the building. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Let's talk a little bit about the main event on Friday night. Ashton H2O Silva fights against Jojo Diaz. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see that fight. This is what I'm going to say, right? And people in the chat, feel free to participate in the conversation and engage in the chat. But this was supposed to be a needle mover for Ashton, right? Ashton coming off of a knockout of the year candidate, being on the wrong side of that knockout of the year candidate against Lucas Body. He was right there on a breakout level. He was one fight away from a breakout level. If you remember around that time period, the big fight was going to be between him and Floyd Schofield Jr., right? That was what the whole story was going to be. Schofield Jr., I don't know if he was dealing with injuries or whatever it was. He couldn't be in the fight. Lucas Body replaces Schofield Jr., and this was supposed to be another fight for Ashton Silva, who didn't get his fight against Floyd Schofield Jr., right? A lot of people looked past Lucas Body, like, oh, he's a filling guy, the same way Oscar Callazo last night had his filling guy. That's how people were looking at Lucas Body. But knockout of the year, the punch you don't see coming, puts you out, and it pushes Ashton Silva a couple of steps back, right? He ends up on Misfits. It just looked crazy from the outside looking. He was an MVP superstar. He was arguably one of Jake Paul's biggest assets that he had at MVP, and all of a sudden he's on Misfits cards. He builds himself back up. Friday night he gets an opportunity to really break out again against Jojo Diaz. He does get the victory. Shout out to him, but the fight, he just seemed to be either dealing with PTSD. He was on his bicycle all night long. He had little moments where he decided to exchange with Jojo Diaz, but we know Jojo Diaz is really a 135, 130-pound guy. He's not a 140 guy. And Jojo, just like he did with Regis Prograis, put on one of his best performances to a certain degree when you take it all into consideration, took the loss. but got a moral victory and left me as a boxing fan still looking at Ashton Silva and saying, well, what is this guy going to do? And what do we expect from him at this point? Because this performance wasn't the one. It wasn't the performance. And where does he go from here? Is he, to me, I'll be honest with you, he's still a prospect / contender, man. He just did not transition to the next space. And I don't know what makes more sense for him on his next step, what makes more sense to him. And then also on that same card, Ernesto Tito Mercado fights a nobody, steamrolls him, just signed over to DMG Promotions. And also, we're going to play a little video on him speaking to the space saying he's still a free agent. That's what he said. He said this was just a one-off.
So he's not signed to DMG.
Said, well, is he or isn't he? I don't understand what that dynamic, but I mean, I'm gonna play the clip, but we're gonna talk about Ashton, and you let me know. I could be reading it wrong, right? But 100% what came out of his lips was, I'm still a free agent. This was a one-off. It threw me all the way off. I'm like, hold the hell up. So what's going on with Tito? But let's stay over here with Ashton a little bit. What's going on with Ashton? You didn't watch the fight, but I'm telling you right now.
I talked to you about it. I watched some of the highlights. I've seen some of the comments of what people are saying that they felt like, they expected more, right? They expected more from Ashton, especially given the fact that, like what you said, JoJo just fought a Regis Prograis. We just watched Regis Prograis retire after fighting Conor Ben, bro.
Right.
So they expected more from Ashton Silva. And honestly, from the way you even sounded, you were kind of like, yeah, I had it 7-3, but JoJo made it competitive. And when you were saying it, I could tell on your voice, you were disappointed. You were disappointed that it was even competitive, because I think you expected Ashton to show his worth, right? But
100%.
My question back to you now, brother, is, are we getting to a point where not, because the casual fans, combat sports fan face, they're getting a chance to learn and watch combat sports in a very even keel fashion, because they're not studying it, right? But the hardcore fans, Clay, are they starting to see that maybe what Dana is doing in terms of, hey, you put people in tough, and we're not going to punish someone like a Justin Gaethje who has 5 losses, or a Derek Lewis who's got 13 losses, because if you come to fight, people, the fans, are going to know your worth. You're a fan. I'm a fan. It feels like you don't like the worth of Ashton Silva at this point. Like, you felt like he was worth more, and now it's kind of devalued in your hands. Like if I were to ask you straight up, hey, Clay, who would win between Ashton Silva and even Floyd Schofield if he was to move
definitely
up?
Floyd Schofield.
See what I'm saying, though?
You know,
right? See?
He had an opportunity Friday night. It's not even about Dana's approach or anybody's approach. It's about the fighter. They put him in there with JoJo Diaz. That was an opportunity for him to show the separation and have that type of a performance that would have spoken for him. He wouldn't have to speak for himself. But now he has to sell. He has to sell it, right? He has to, whoever's managing him and has that vested interest in him has to make it make sense. On the same card with a Tito Mercado, I'll be honest with you, I don't know how they're looking at it, but I'm like, between the both of them, maybe Tito should get Ashton Silva next. Maybe force Ashton Silva into a situation to where, barbecue or mildew, and Tito Mercado, another fighter who we'll talk about next, needing to be respected and rolled into the top 10 conversation. Without a doubt, he needs a top 10 fighter on his resume. The guy who he fought was just not worth mentioning, and Tito did exactly what he should have done. Credit to Tito, not playing with his food, steamrolled the guy. So that's a good thing, but somewhat of a waste of time to a certain degree. Tito, to me, is supposed to be damn near co-headlining at this point, or the third fight from the co-headline. I think he was like 4 fights down, or like maybe he opened up the main card. I don't know what it was, but I don't know what his plans are with his new promotion and all of that. I don't know what that's going to end up looking like for him, but both fights were just like, he got the stoppage. Ashton Silva against an old JoJo Diaz, who was really a small guy, and he looked small in the ring. Ashton on his bike, running around the perimeter of the ring, JoJo cutting the ring off on him, finally finding him. I thought JoJo was on the midst of like doing something bad to him at some point or another, because he was just getting caught by JoJo left hand. At a certain point, JoJo just found him and just knew where he was, touching that body. And just a lackluster fight. I don't know, man. I mean, Anderson Silva may be he might be a one, you know, what do they call the guys who come out with the album? One hit. He might be a one-hit wonder. He might have had his moment already, and that knockout may have taken more out of him than we thought it did, man. He might not be – he just looked like somebody who didn't want to get knocked out.
Wow. So, I mean, you're saying even – and again, I say this respectfully, Clay, all right, before people in the chat start attacking me. But you're telling me that based on what you saw, H2O Silv gave you some Devin Haney versus Jose Ramirez vibes?
Worse.
Is that what he was giving you?
Yeah, worse to me, because at least Devin Haney was coming off of a real trauma, right? He took a year off. You know what I mean? We saw him redeem himself in the Brian Norman fight. You know what I'm saying? At least that fight, it made sense, where it was like, Anderson Silva's had like 3 fights since that situation. You know what I'm saying? He's done. He should not be in that box anymore. He shouldn't be dealing with the PTSD anymore, but clearly he was. I mean, clearly he was dealing with it, right? Let's go over to Tito Mercado and let him speak on his position right now and where he's at right now. Shout out to Fight Hype. This is Tito Mercado speaking about his present situation.
The way I did, I think it just shows him on another level.
You don't even look touched. Like how easy of a fight was that for you?
It was real easy, man. I think the training camp's been real good too. Obviously, it was kind of a last-second type of fight thing, but man, I felt real good, man. Preparation was great. I felt comfortable in there. I saw everything that he was throwing, and I took care of business, man. I was simple but effective.
Now, you're a free agent, so...
And I think that what I just did right now shows that, you know, this guy's a tough guy, 140 to 147 pounder in the world right now, and I think that what I just did right now shows that, you know, this guy's a tough guy. He was able to stand a lot of punches, but the way I just beat him up easily, the way I did, I think it just shows him on another level.
You don't even look touched. Like how any Mikey Garcia, even Keyshawn Davis, and they didn't stop him, and you did that. Talk to me about the fight and why you were able to do it with some other great fighters weren't able to do.
And I've been telling everybody since the beginning, I'm the best and the most avoided 140 to 147 pounder in the world right now, and I think that what I just did right now shows that, you know, this guy's a tough guy. He was able to stand a lot of punches, but the way I just, you know, beat him up easily, the way I did, I think it just shows him on another level.
You don't even look touched. Like how easy of a fight was that for you?
It was real easy, man. I think the training camp's been real good too. Obviously, it was kind of a last-second type of fight thing, but man, I felt real good, man. Preparation was great. I felt comfortable in there. I saw everything that he was throwing, and
my bad, guys. Give me a second here.
Simple.
That's what it is. My bad, guys.
Oh, is it the wrong interview?
It's the wrong interview. Yeah, it's the Wyatt.
Yeah, because that felt like a rap loop, bro.
No, here it is right here. This is the one. I was trying to find it. I was
Why
lost.
spend weeks and overpay for stone when you can get the same high-end look in just hours with Gen?
There you go, guys. Get some stuff.
From stuff that I'd be saying.
Why spend weeks and overpay for stone when you can get the same
Yeah, Clay,
high-end look
why
in
spend
just
weeks?
hours with Gen?
No damage and everything like that, but now you're getting back into it and everything. He knows his way around the ring.
All right, here we go.
Talk to us about that. As you stated, he's a veteran. You're at a spot where, you know, you had a little promotional damage and everything like that, but now you're getting back into it and everything. Talk to us about you being signed onto the new promoter and what you're looking forward to. Yeah, so right now I'm not signed. You know, Misfits was fortunate to have a spot for me and my brother to throw us on a last-minute card. So I'm, you know, super excited and grateful for that, man, because I was able to fight in front of my hometown. But as of right now, I'm a free agent, and man, I'm just happy, man, and just know the opportunities that could present themselves with any of these fighters, man. I want, you know, anybody in the top 10, Frank Martin, Duarte, all those guys, man. I want all those guys. So I think we can make something happen. There was a video out a little while.
Okay. So that was it, pretty much. Him basically confirming
that's clear as day, brother. Right. That's clear as day. That
what did you get from
whatever he signed a DMG or whatever that was is it's confusing. It's confusing, but he's made it clear that maybe the signing didn't go through, or maybe it was some weird one-off. He thanked Misfits, not DMG. So he said, "Hey, we were fortunate that Misfits had a space for me and my brother." So at the end of the day, my message to Tito Mercado is make it clear, man. Maybe figure out a good rep, because you're either gonna be on the DAZN space and signing up to Sauerland, who's working with Misfits, or, you know, Top Rank maybe or I mean, Clay's gonna hate I say Golden Boy, but that type of fight you just did last night was kind of Golden Boyish. So maybe Golden Boy. But if you want the smoke, brother, then come. You can always. Well, actually, you know what? I can't even say that, Clay, because they don't have a 140 division. So I don't know where Tito.
Well, I think that's the difference for him, right? I think that's where the line got drawn for him when it comes to as far as the Zuffa conversation is concerned. I think he wants to campaign at 140. He doesn't want to go to 147. So he wants to stay in the conversation with the Shakurs and the Gary Antoine Russells and the Frank Martins, and he even mentioned sidebar Oscar Duarte, which I think would be a great fight for him to get into. He's ranked number 5 right now in the WBO rankings. Obviously that's where Shakur is at, but Shakur's kind of in a complete different conversation. He's not really caring about mandatories or anything like that. They need to do something with Tito Mercado. Obviously, I don't know. Once again, that's why I had to play the clip just to see what you read from it, if I read too deep into it. But I think he was pretty much straightforward, right? I'm a free agent. Right? That's what I got from it. And it's just like, okay, well, I mean, where are you going then? What are you looking for? And even me, I thought about the whole entire Zuffa thing, but I'm like, he doesn't, the way he was talking, no, I don't think Zuffa is where it's at for him. I wonder where he does end up. Parts of me kind of feel like you shouldn't even have left Matchroom if you're going to do that. If you're going to go from Matchroom to that Misfits card against a nobody, and then you're still a free agent, I don't know, man. It kind of feels like you're spinning your wheels in mud a little bit, right? Am I tripping?
Yeah, no, you're not bugging at all. And again, as fans, outside looking in, we can do our own projections. We do this for every other sport. We do it for the NFL. We do it for Major League Baseball. We do it for NBA. So in your opinion, Clay, Tito Mercado, who is a quote unquote free agent, what's his worth, brother? Like, who is the promoter that you believe will be willing to take him on? And even if they do, what's his worth? Because is being Ring Magazine ranked number 5 coming off the performance he had last night against someone who, for lack of a better phrase, you probably could have beaten that guy, Clay. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Like, is it one of these things? Like, where do you see Tito? What's his worth? Like, how much is he
Tito
worth?
I agree with everything Tito said. I think he's one of the top 140 pounders in the game without a belt, right? One of those guys. He's like if he fought against Oscar Duarte, I think he gets Oscar Duarte out of here. He fights Lindolfo Delgado. I think he gets at him. Shout out to Carlos Bernardo in the building, says Adam Azim, no one talks about his last win. Put him together 100%. But Adam Azim looks like Ben Shalom and those guys want to put him on the IBF path, and they want to see if he can get involved in that conversation. But Adam Azim is right there in the top 5 of the WBO rankings as well. So he's literally somebody who it could make sense on paper to see Tito against, but Tito has to get with the right promoter, obviously, who can facilitate it. That's what it comes down to. And unfortunately, when you're on that traditional side of the conversation, you have to play the politics. You have to get involved in the politics and position yourself correctly to get those opportunities, right? You can't just be a free agent dude out there without, if you're Devin Haney, sure. If you're Shakur, you're David Benavidez, you're Gervonta Tank Davis, you could play the independent game and still people will want you and get you in the fights. But if you're Tito Mercado, bro, you ain't nothing but a damn risk. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You ain't nothing. I'm going to send you over here to fight my guy. You're going to probably beat him and then go on to the next guy. Take all the accolades that I done worked on building with this guy and go somewhere else with it. So he's definitely got to go find a home as far as promotion is concerned for him to get in those conversations. I just hope. I'm just confused at the whole free agent thing, man. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know what happened.
Even that, I hope, like you said, I hope we can get him on, because it is confusing that Ray Davis is talking about, well, Matchroom needs a 140 guy. He needs to go there. He was there.
He was just there.
He was there. Like, why did he leave? Like, what? Like, what made him leave? And again, man, Clay, I got fighters, managers, coaches, fathers, parents calling me, and as you know, me living with the liver transplant life right now, the best thing I can do for them when they call me is give my free unsolicited advice based on all the knowledge that I've acquired and all the people that I know. And I oftentimes tell them, when it comes to negotiating, I will say this exact thing: before you ask for more, you better know that somebody out there is already willing to give you that amount. Right. Because if no one else is willing to give you that amount, then humble yourself, man. Humble yourself to just say, are you being treated like I think a lot of times, Clay, the A side, B side world, I want to call it maybe the Floyd Mayweather era, has made certain boxers feel like they're worth more than they actually are. And in order for you to know what your worth is, you have to know the market. And if the market isn't like clamoring for you, to your point, Gervonta Tank Davis is having legal issues, brother. Legal issues. Are you wanting to tell me that even Zuffa wouldn't give him a contract right now? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's willing to give him a contract because he knows the worth of it, right? So he can play this long game. So back to you, sir, Tito Mercado. I know you love him. I know you do. I know you believe.
That's my guy. I want to see Tito in the right position, but Friday night threw me off.
Angelo's looking at you and asking you, what is his worth, bro? Where does he go? He already burned the bridge with Mushroom. You know, they don't like
hopefully he didn't burn the bridge. Hopefully he didn't burn the bridge.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Right.
Cross my fingers that he didn't, but that was amicable and that, whatever, because we thought Diego Pacheco might have burned the bridge and he's right back in the grace of Eddie Hearn. Right.
True.
So maybe he just went out there and Eddie let him go test the waters. The promoters will do that in a second. If you think you work that, bro, I'll let you go. See what you can get. Maybe you can get something, but if I don't believe it, I don't believe it. You know what I mean? And maybe Tito's having to face that inconvenient truth, right? But it is what it is, man. Continue to move it on because we got to open the panel up a little bit later, and we got a couple of topics to talk about. I'm gonna go right into the heavyweight division and talk about Moses Atama. Filip Hrgović gets announced, right? I'm not gonna lie to you, Angelo. I was a little weary. I didn't think it was gonna happen. I thought Hrgović was trying to find a way out the back door. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie. But I'm glad to see Frank Warren was able to come full circle with him, make it happen. I think you explained to me there was some contingencies. If he loses, he gets like 2 or 3 more fights. So they made it worth his while. He's going to go in there. Moses Atama, a heavyweight who I put a lot of belief in. You know what I mean? Eye test. I just think the kid is talented, but he hasn't had an opportunity to get in the ring with somebody who can really test him. And we know the story of Moses Atama is he ain't getting the rounds. How can we really know who he is when he's making such short work of everybody he gets in the ring with? Even though the Jermaine Franklin fight he had, I thought was a telling fight. I thought Jermaine Franklin fought Anthony Joshua, went the full distance. He came off of a victory. I don't think, he melted Jermaine Franklin in front of the world, and nobody's ever done that. I thought that was telling within itself, but still, he does still need that signature fight. Filip Hrgović looks like he's going to check the box here as a fighter coming off of a blowout victory over Dave Allen, right? He's been in the ring with the Zele Zangs. He's been in there with the Daniel Dubois. He beat Zele Zhang, took the L against Daniel Dubois, put away David Adelaide. This guy's a real deal top 10 heavyweight. What do you feel about this fight, man? Talk to me.
Yeah, no, I know, and everybody who watches ATP Combat Media knows Moses Itama is Claymore's Mike Tyson. I know you love this kid. I know that this is your guy. Like, you're rocking with him no matter what, right? And I hear you on the eye test. I want to give credit to Moses when you bring up Jermaine Franklin. I do believe he doesn't get enough credit for that knockout because this is the same Jermaine Franklin who I watched live at Allegiant Stadium beat Ivan Ditchko. Ivan Ditchko, bro, at the time was undefeated. He was a 2-time bronze medalist. Like, he wasn't fighting a sucky person. He beat that guy, right? And then he goes in to give rounds to Moses. And he did take Moses deep enough for us to see Moses taking deep breaths. Can I say that, Clay?
That was definitely, go ahead. That's a legitimate observation. And I was like, damn, you kind of tired, bro. I thought you was an athlete, but go ahead for sure.
Right. So now, and I'm going to say this because I want to be respectful to Filip Hrgović. Filip Hrgović had an option to go to Zuffa, and Zuffa was going to pay him very well, and he was going to have a great time. I honestly believe Filip believes he could beat Moses. I think he took the deal gambling on himself. I think that he saw that deep breath. He saw Moses kind of breathing on Jermaine Franklin, and he said to himself, yeah, you can punch, but I've never been put down. Daniel Dubois punched on me, but they had to stop the fight, right? Like when I take people the distance, that's what I do, right? And Filip Hrgović, and I say this respectfully about Jarrell Miller, But Jarrell Miller, he takes you deep, right? And we say that's what he does. He takes you deep. And even if he loses every round, he takes you deep. Brother, you know Philip Hrgović was putting it on Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois needed the stoppage in order for him to get that IBF belt, right? So now that same Philip Hrgović coming off of putting a beating on David Allen, bro. Right. Everybody's yelling, cheering for Dave Allen like he won the fight when he really got beat on.
Even after he lost, they were like, I'm like, damn, boy, this crowd, boy, the UK boxing space, man, unmatched, man, unmatched.
Right. It's just crazy. So Philip Hrgović, bronze medalist from the Rio Olympics, definite pedigree. We can even call that when we can even say this when the IBF was vacant because of what Usyk did, letting it go. He was at one point the interim IBF world champion. So we're looking at the first. Can I say he's the first world championship level opponent that Moses is going to have in his career? Is that fair to say?
That's a major point right there. And everything you said makes this fight that much more significant, because if Moses Atama makes waste of him, let's say, inside of 6th or even 7th, 8th round, now he answers the questions, right? He goes into damn near the championship rounds. He puts away a fighter that Daniel Dubois couldn't put away. I mean, he did stop him ultimately. The doctor stopped it, right? Because he was leaking. But, Zeli Zane couldn't stop him. You know what I'm saying? David Adelaide couldn't stop him. He was a guy who was supposed to be in the conversation to be fighting Anthony Joshua for that IBF title that he was an interim title holder of. And ultimately, if Moses is able to bring that full circle, stop this guy, yeah, he's arrived, man. He announces himself to the whole world as potentially the best heavyweight uncrowned fighter in the world, right? Like you're gonna have to look at him like, this guy doesn't have a belt. He's the best guy without a belt. I mean, the G Cabiel has a belt. You know what I'm saying? All these other guys have belts. He doesn't have a belt, but he legitimately can beat any one of these guys on any given Sunday, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, the future definitely is looking bright because he's 21. He won't be, I think he'll be 22 maybe it's near December that he's going to be 22. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to look up the exact date of when he turns 22, but he's 21 years old right now. He's fighting someone who I think Philip Hrgović, I'll have to look it up, is in the ring top 10. So yeah, man, if he beats Philip Hrgović, and more importantly, if he beats Philip Hrgović convincingly, like, hey, this guy's nothing to me, where does he go? Because there's no going back now, right? You and I both know that Usyk is in the retirement tour, so I don't think he'll get a chance to fight Usyk. But who would we want him to see? Who would it be, Clay? Would AJ give him a chance if AJ beats?
No, man. This is gonna be Frank Warren, who's gonna work his magic. He's probably gonna have to activate one of those mandatories. He's number 1 in 2 of the sanctioning bodies, top 5 in the other 2. He's gonna have to go collect a belt, and whatever's the easiest route to getting a belt around his waist is gonna be what Frank Warren does. And at that point, once he has a belt, now he becomes one of 4 belts. And if you're talking about undisputed unifications, and we are talking about the UK boxing scene where they value that, you know what I'm saying, then I would see him being involved in big fights as far as unifications are concerned. But Frank Warren's first mission, if he knocks out Philip Hrgović, the next position is going to be somebody's going to get a mandatory activator on their ass. You know what I mean? Somebody's going to get you got to fight him or vacate your belt type of situation on the back end of that. That's what I would think, at least.
Wow. Well, the two is one, and this would be interesting.
I know with Fabio and Daniel, WBO. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. So Daniel Dubois, right? Because Daniel and Fabio got to get it together, right? Mm-hmm. Which would be really interesting if Fabio gets him the second time. I know you don't believe it. I'm just saying it would be interesting if he gets him the second time. Moses is number 1 there. The other one, though, is Murat Gasayev is fighting Tony Yoka.
Right.
So are you saying the winner of the French gold medalist?
That's why that's the direction I think that's the direction more than likely he'll go into. You know what I mean? I think Frank would save Daniel Dubois for last. You know what I mean? He doesn't want those two of his biggest heavyweight stars outside of Tyson Fury, who's gone now, and all these other guys. Daniel Dubois arguably is the biggest star with the belt on the roster for Frank Warren. And then, obviously building up Fabio Warley and all those guys, you know, he's going to move very strategic. I think that's the direction. I think it'll be a WBA or IBF or the IBF. Right. And how's the IBF looking right now?
Well, on the IBF right now, I can tell you he is currently ranked number 3, but number 2 is vacant. And as you know, Frank Sanchez just beat the brakes off of Richard Torres. So he's really the man. So are you saying Frank Sanchez versus Moses Itama?
Very possible.
Low key. IBF?
Low key. I'm thinking that's the direction that they're going to go with him. That's it. So that's because I think, yeah, I have a feeling, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening there, right? We'll see what ends up happening. Let's segue real quick. An announcement was made this weekend, and, you know, I know you weren't that impressed with it, neither was I all the way, but DAZN responding to the activity, responding to the fact that the prospects in the newborn contenders aren't getting the TV time. They ain't getting the activity. DAZN wants to point towards activity. So this weekend, what we saw happen on Saturday was a launch, right? DAZN made a pretty significant move here. They've officially launched Saturday Fight Night, a new weekly boxing series that aims to give fans live boxing on DAZN virtually every Saturday through the year. The debut show was yesterday, headlined by Ryan Garner and Michael Magnesi in the UK, and for the interim WBC lightweight title. And of course, what we saw last night with Oscar Callazo on that card. And they're saying that they're going to consistently be doing this, I guess, with purpose, right? Because we watch DAZN give boxing every Saturday, but this is their new thing. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, shout out to DAZN for continuing to try to educate the casual sports fan base. FIFA, you know, the World Cup's going on right now. DAZN obviously is a big FIFA channel with La Liga and the whole bit. So that's great. To me, I felt like it's advertising, but that's also like saying, hey, everybody, you know, the UFC's on Paramount Plus now. Like, we've been, as far as I've known you, Clay, we've been covering Saturday night fights as a watch party on DAZN every Saturday.
Right.
So nothing's changed other than y'all are putting out a campaign, which is great.
Right.
Good. Good news is the UK will never let you down, because I'm telling you, man, if you watched it that afternoon, Magnesi versus Garner, Brad Pauls versus Goldsmith, which was a great fight. I texted you about it. I was like, oh my God. Remember how I think it was Toledo Treese that was so high on Shaq Thompson. Shaq Thompson got his ass knocked out by Brad Pauls. Well, Brad Pauls got his ass beat bad by Goldsmith. So it just kind of tells you like how deep that 160 pool is, right? But even the heavyweight, you got the Black Irish kid do his thing, right? The first fight with oh man, I'm forgetting his name right now. And then Lewis Edmondson versus Lyndon Arthur was actually a great match too. So up and down, congratulations, Frank Warren. Queensberry, you guys put on a hell of a match on a soccer stadium. That was amazing. And then, man, you come to America, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can, Clay.
Listen, let's leave it right here and just say this, right? Keep on going, man. You keep on going, develop, get better. You know,
yes,
what I mean?
Get better.
For me, DAZN making the announcement was it was refreshing for me, man, because DAZN has been making a lot of moves in 2026. I mean, they've really been doing a lot. Right, like shout out to Zufa Boxing for shaking up and stirring up the pot, but DAZN has responded in the most productive way. You know, not clap back Thursdays, not a bunch of social media nonsense. They've done it with action, right? They're acting. They pulled in all the promoters. They got in their asses and said, "Listen, this is how it's going to be. We're not playing this game." They put together Xander versus Jerome Butenis. They got involved with a lot of big fights happening this year, and now this is just another move in response to the activity. They're hearing the people talk and they're responding, right? And they're saying, you know what? The UFC has Friday night fight nights or whatever they're doing. We're going to have Saturday fight night. We're going to give you boxing every Saturday. We're going to have all the promotional companies involved in it. You're going to see Golden Boy guys fighting Matchroom guys. You're going to see top ranked guys fighting boxer guys, or Queensberry guys fighting Matchroom guys. We're going to give, and this is going to be probably mostly contenders, prospects, and guys who are going to be looking to get, they're giving these fighters we're going to get viewership on you. You combine that You combine that with the TNT move, you know what I'm saying, and all these other different moves they've done. They're shaking it up, man. You got to give them
the TNT move is a great move. I'm looking forward to that July 4th, because now you're actually pushing boxing into a space of just the casual sports fan, right? Cable TV, TNT Sports in America. That's great. That's a great move. Xander Zayas, Boots Ennis. I hope that, again, I would like to think that many bars and many different spots all over the United States is going to show Xander Zayas versus Boots Ennis, because you got the Pride of Puerto Rico versus the Pride of Philadelphia. Great card, by the way. That whole undercard. I mean, I don't feel like there's mismatches in that, right? Like my guy Ben Whitaker, who you guys like to kill all the time, he's in a tough fight. Like it or not, Popeye Rivera is a very tough fight. And if Ben Whitaker puts belt to ass on him, I'd like to see Ben either fight Zach Chelly or somebody in the top 10 of Ring Magazine next, and then on his way to a world title. There's so many good layers. Yuri Cedeno fighting Jahai Tucker. That's a hell of a banger. Like if you're really deep into boxing, Jahai Tucker is one of the most talented fighters out there today. And Yuri Cedeno, if you don't know about this powerhouse yet, man, that is a very scary. If Jahai Tucker is with Matchroom, that might be a top rank versus Matchroom on the undercard. So great fight. That's a great fight. So I'm gonna say this, Clay. The official launch in my head of the zone Saturday night won't happen until the Xander Boots thing, because the Oscar Collazo last minute replacement, we're going to give you another belt to move up to 112. The whole, it was just bad, man. I'm sorry, Clay. The Golden Boy Promotions card was not, it felt lower quality in terms of A side, B side than, if Pro Box prides themselves on putting on competitive fights. Can you tell me which was the competitive fight last night, Clay? Which was the competitive fight last night? Oh, you're on mute, by the way, brother. You're on.
I didn't watch it. I watched Josh Edwards fight. I watched the first two fights this morning. I didn't watch it last night. I went to sleep, man. I've been working so hard, burning the candle on both ends, bro. I said I'm getting me an 8. I haven't had 8 hours of sleep in a while, bro. I've been on that 5 hour, 4.5, 6 hour shit. I was like, I'm going. I did 8.5 hours last night. Woke up this morning, and like I said, I got the folding shit, and I turned it on in the background. And I didn't see nothing.
Okay, well, I'll spare you. Just watch the highlights, bro, because there's a bunch of knockouts. It's A side versus D side. It was terrible. But the most interesting, compelling thing about that DAZN broadcast is the interview with good old Oscar De La Hoya. You want me to send it to you and pull it up? Or?
Send it to me. Are you crazy? You talking to the guy? I got it already ready to go. So Oscar,
that's the most compelling thing. That was fun.
This was the interesting conversation. Oscar De La Hoya being confronted with what's going on with Ryan Garcia, what's going on with Virgil Ortiz, what's going on. By the way, we're still looking for Bernard Hopkins. If anybody's seen Bernard Hopkins, let them know that we are looking for him. But that being said, Oscar De La Hoya speaks on the Ryan Garcia situation, and here's what we hear.
He is going to fight soon. It's a matter of Ryan Garcia obviously is going to fight soon. It's a matter of how we can work out this deal. Is it going to be with Zufa because they have Conor banned, or is it not? But one thing is for sure, he will fight on DAZN.
I hear Ryan and Virgil. I mean, I heard that rumor from...
we can squash that.
Okay.
That's just a misunderstanding. Okay. Rumor, misunderstanding. Virgil has his career. Ryan has his career. Different paths.
And so what is the latest with Virgil? I know you said you guys are kind of making up.
Things are happening. We're getting close. And like I said before, look, I like Virgil. He's a good kid. He's a hard worker. He deserves to be world champion many times over. We want to be there with him along the way, paving the way to make sure that he gets there. So I feel that we're very close. He will fight this year.
Schofield and...
Okay. So at the end of the day, Oscar speaks on And there's more. There's more, even on the Floyd Schofield Jr. side, right? Matter of fact, I'll just let's let him finish talking about Floyd.
All right. Is that what's happening?
Look, Schofield wants to fight Tank. There's no ifs or buts. And Schofield is ready. He's the hardest worker in boxing today. I believe he will be world champion, but Tank Davis does have some issues he has to resolve. The WBA must do the right thing and make Gervonta Davis champion in recess, so the next available contender can fight Schofield for the world title, for the full world title. I believe that's what's going to happen next.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So, I mean, Oscar De La Hoya has been somebody who's been he doesn't surprise me ever. He never surprises me. I completely 100% expected him to backpedal on a lot of stuff, and he's going to try to make it work out with Virgil Ortiz. Obviously, you've seen him speak on the Virgil Ortiz situation, which was a rumor put out there with Eric Gomez, who's an executive over there at Golden Boy, and they tried to, let's be honest about it, they tried to take this fight away from Zuffa. They tried to take the Conor Benn thing off the table and offer Ryan Garcia something at 154. Ryan Garcia being the vigilante revolutionary that he is, you can be mad at Ryan Garcia for a lot of different things, but one thing's for sure, two things for certain, he don't care about the politics. He doesn't care. He is not, you're not going to tell him what to do. You're not going to move him around. You're not going to do him like you did Virgil. So clearly Ryan Garcia got in their ass and told them, I don't know why you're telling people I'm fighting Virgil at 154, but I'm a 147-pound champion, and the bag is over there with Conor. You guys need to break bread and figure it out. So Oscar De La Hoya speaks in this interview there, and he says, listen, we got to work it out with Zuffa. He's, he puts the blame on them. You know what I mean? He's going with the posturing and the filibustering and putting it on the back of Zuffa, saying that they're the F-ups, but that's not what it is. At the end of the day, Oscar, you need to get in line. And right there, I think that's what we saw. We saw Oscar getting checked not only by Ryan Garcia, but even Virgil, seems like, who said, he had that was a miscommunication. What miscommunication? What miscommunication was there for Ryan Garcia to fight Virgil Ortiz? Get out of here, bro. It wasn't no miscommunication. You try to steer the narrative, and you got checked for it. And now you're humble pie again, ready to do business with Dana.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Clay. I mean, again, I can only speak from experience, and Eric Gomez is great. He's honestly one of the best parts of Golden Boy Promotions. Extremely easy to work with, very straightforward, super. I've never had any issues in the past when I was dealing with Eric Gomez. So I'm glad Eric Gomez got in the whole Rick Meridian conversation, and he's in the middle of fixing the Virgil Ortiz thing. I mean, I think Eric right now, shout out to Eric, he's like navigating through all of the, whoa, here's another bullet I got to dodge. Whoa. So this Ryan Garcia one, what did Oscar expect, man? I mean, Ryan went into the Tonight Show, bro, which is a naturally,
there was no taking it back. And shout out to Ryan for doing that, right? Because that's what that was all about. I'm going to make this so big, because not only did he do that, he went on the Stephen A. Smith the show.
Right.
He announced it. It was officially announced. There's no backpedaling off this. Now, Oscar, you're just going to be somebody in the way of another fight, or you're going to get your ass in line and play ball. That's it.
Right. And I'll throw one more thing at you, because we've talked about how DAZN's even checked Oscar. Like, hey, stop it. This is DAZN's telling him this is what's going to happen. Stop. Right. 100%. So, I think Oscar even mentioning the whole DAZN thing, like, well, Ryan has to fight in DAZN. I don't know, man. I think that's him kind of just trying to kiss ass a little bit to DAZN, because at the end of the day, we know that the powers that be that fund this is Turki, right? 100%. If Turki wants it done, it's going to get done. And it's not about Zuffa and Paramount or Golden Boy and DAZN. This is a Netflix event. This is going to be a Netflix type of a card. And and I guess there's validity to the whole, it's got to be on DAZN. If Netflix doesn't want it, then now we could talk about whether it's a Paramount Plus Zuffa or a DAZN card, right? But until that happens, Clay, and again, I can only speak from what we've seen. But have you seen a Ring magazine happen yet that's on Paramount Plus? Have you named one Ring magazine that's happened on Paramount Plus?
No.
Okay.
Then
what the hell are we talking about? Like if Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn were to happen, and Ring Magazine wanted to put it together, and it's a turkey bag, it probably will end up on DAZN. Just like the Egypt card ended up on DAZN, just like, so I don't know what Oscar's talking about. I think that Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn really has to do more with the, hey, we're putting this together, and then the network will either be Netflix or we'll figure it out after. But I'm certain that Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn is going to happen. So something weird is going to have to be involved for September 12th, T-Mobile Arena, Garcia versus Benn to not happen. That's at least my opinion, bro. That's me. That's how I feel about it. Where it'll be, Clay, I don't know yet.
Yeah, man. And speaking on Turki Al-Alshikh, segueing into that part of the conversation, let me go ahead and pull this up real quick here. Boom, boom, boom. Right. So this is what we're dealing with right now with Turki Al-Alshikh, right? May not remember his name by 2029. PIF funds renew in 2030. Ooh. Turki Al-Alshikh may have finally answered the question of how long he expects to remain at the center of boxing Saudi revolution. The question no longer feels theoretical after Al-Alshikh placed a deeply personal deadline on his attempt to fix the sport. The Saudi power broker has plowed millions into the sport through Riyadh season, backed events, Ring Magazine, Zufa Boxing, major fight projects, made a striking admission while discussing his plan to bring boxing's biggest power plays together. He says, I'll do my best to do a meeting soon between my brothers Dana White, Nick Khan, Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, and my partners and friends at DAZN to make peace and revolution for boxing. I hope to succeed, and boxing fans will see the white smoke rise from the chimney. This is his position on the situation right now. So, I mean, when you see a statement like that, a lot of questions come to surface. First of all, prayers out to Turki Al-Alshikh, dealing with something very serious as far as having a tumor anywhere near your brain. Prayers out to Turki Al-Alshikh, period. His impact on the sport has been more than impactful, right? I mean, just more than significant, should I say, on the sport with the big fights he was able to put together. But also on the back end of that statement saying that the PIF fund will renew on 2030. So if he's talking about, pretty much dealing with medical problems 2028, 2029, how does Saudi Arabia's presence look into the space after Turkey's been removed? And I mean, at the end of the day, he says he's going to try to bring Dana and the traditional side of boxing, which is DAZN. He wants to build this bridge. How are you processing all this information?
I knew about. So if you guys really look back from 2.5, 3 years ago, this theme called Project 2030, that was the whole PIF thing. That was the whole the Project 2030 was to bring Riyadh season, Saudi Arabia, an image, a look, tourism, the whole bit, right? So we knew about the date. Project 2030 was an actual statement, Clay. So that didn't surprise me at all. So when he mentions PIF's renewing, I'm more concerned about his health because I know what that's like, Clay. I know what it's like to not know what's going to be your next move because you got to worry about what's going on with you right now. You got to. I mean, I just done told you, man. I missed a couple of shows this week. I was in a hospital. They're doing a ton of tests. I'm sure. I mean, Turkey's got the best of the best working with him. So 2030. I'm not even thinking about that for Turkey, bro. I'm thinking, man, are you going to be okay in 2027? Are you going to make it to the end of 2026?
It's definitely a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. So I'm processing it more again. That prayers to Turki Al-Alshikh and thank you for all you've done in boxing. Thank you for boxing wouldn't be where it's at right now with these glorious events in Madison Square Garden. Times Square and Egypt and all the infusion of power. And I say this to say that you and I are heavily in agreement that Dana White and Zufa Boxing coming into 2026 has changed the landscape. It made 100%. Everyone try harder. It made everyone fight more. It actually put every other promoter on DAZN finally, so that DAZN can actually call themselves the global.
Yeah, they stirred the pot. They stirred the pot,
right? Dana White last night on the press conference when he was asked about this, what he said is the only reason why I even got into boxing is because of Turki Al-Alshikh. Because I met with him, I liked him a lot. And Dana White goes, Turki Al-Alshikh has done a lot of big things in boxing. But this whole trying to put us together in a room and coming together.
He spoke to it?
Yes, he said that will be the biggest thing Turki has ever done if he can put it together. And Dana wasn't disrespectful about it. He wasn't saying I'm not willing to sit down.
All right, he's just saying yeah.
You know, you better tell your boys to calm that ego down because I'm good. I'm good with my 100 million coming from Paramount.
I think ultimately, though, Turki will succeed, and I think that's the ultimate game will be that these guys will get on the same page. I want to read this article right here. Turki Deadline here. It says, Al-Alshikh is not really talking about another fight card, another payday, or another major announcement. He's talking about time and health. For 2 years, boxing has operated as if the Saudi era could continue indefinitely. Fighters have earned purses. Promoters openly admit would have been impossible without the public investment funds' deep pockets. While major fights have been made because the money was there to overcome obstacles that would normally derail negotiations. Turki publicly fears he may no longer be able to play the same role by 2028 or 2029. Yet, the PIF's current strategic cycle runs through 2030. That leaves a question few in boxing were asking a year ago. What happens if the man driving many of the sport's biggest changes step away before Saudi Arabia reaches its next major decision point? Yeah, man. Listen, man, if you're watching the boxing game move and you're realizing the significance of that, you're doing one of two things. Like you're celebrating him for what he's done, or you're celebrating that he's going to be gone. Because obviously, since day one, the big thing was what you going to do when Turki leaves. I think some people who've made those arguments act like they're not watching the same boxing we're watching. So we can ask them the same question. Well, what the fuck are you going to do when Turki leaves? Because we're out here trying to watch the same boxing matches you're trying to watch. So I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to mean. Like, you know what I mean? Like all of a sudden my building's coming tumbling down and you're not living in the same building I'm living. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? I think sometimes people cut their nose off despite their own face and they think they're doing something. It's like, bro, you're not talking about anything. But still it remains. We got to see how it plays out. Turki seems to want to bring everybody on the same page. Zuffa seems solid and locked in. They have a solid machine behind them. Turki already put it together. Nick Khan, TKO. This is a solid, very liquid machine that's behind Zufa Boxing and their ability to do whatever they've been doing. They're going to continue to do it. Certain fighters, I think, need to get it while the getting is good. Make the big fights. Don't be so indifferent. You know what I mean? Ryan Garcia put out a tweet. He felt it immediately. Hey, man, thank you, Turki, for doing all these things. It is what it is. But I guess we'll just watch it develop, right? We'll watch it develop.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think that the Ryan Garcia tweet was a very real reaction. That was a very real, oh my gosh, thank you, sir.
Yes.
You know, like, please don't get sick.
Yeah.
Like it was very real. Shout out to Shakur Stevenson doing his interview with the Daily Mail. She's always a great interviewer too, because she asked some good
did a great job,
right? Yeah, she's amazing. But yeah, man, shout out to Shakur and Shakur doing the fuck them belts campaign. You know, like he's like, I'm done with them. I'm done with these. So welcome to Zuffa. Shakur is what everybody should be saying. That announcement will come soon.
We're going to watch it too, because a lot of people are moving around saying that, you know, Shakur said he's not signing with Zuffa, or I don't know how people. I think people just be wishing. I don't know how people process certain things.
I don't know how you can process that interview. And
we're going to watch pieces of it right now. We're literally about to rotate into it and watch the same clip they were watching and try to figure out how they pulled what they pulled from it. And we're going to give you what we pulled from it, right? It is. What it is.
I was actually gonna tell you, Clay, because we're 2.5 hours in. I know you're gonna do the open panel. Honestly, brother, I gotta go too because I have an appointment. But definitely play the clip. I'm gonna stay on for a little bit longer and watch it with you. But please throw out the link so that people can start joining you in this great parade of and stop. By the way, before I go, stop messing with Claymore on oh man, Shakur's your guy. Claymore is down the middle, all right?
I really am. It's about down the middle as you can get. I don't know what people want from you.
Like everybody keeps messing with you like you're rocking with Shakur no matter what. if Shakur does something wrong, we hold him accountable. If Devin does something wrong, we hold him accountable. So stop, guys. Stop. Like, Shakur is not Claymore's guy. Boxing is Claymore's guy. Stop,
it is what it is, man. I've learned to listen. There'll be a point where I'm on another part of the conversation and they'll say I sold out Shakur. Oh, look at you. Now you're over here. It is what it is, right? I can't make none of it. First clip I do want to share though right now. Shout out to Cigar Talk.
Okay.
Shout out to Cigar Talk with Najee.
This is Gustavo, right? Gustavo Oliveri. Okay.
Very important conversation. And shout out to Najee for really getting right to the most important probably part of this whole conversation, which doesn't get spoken about enough, which is the WBO's position on the conversation going on here, because Devin Haney is a current WBO welterweight champion of the world. And news has come out that Keyshawn Davis, right, is the number one guy and that he's been given a mandatory position. Now, they haven't activated the mandatory and sent it out formally in letter, but listen, I'm gonna let Gustavo talk about it here. Hold on, let me find the minute mark here that I want to put here. Hold on 1 second here. 1 second. Let's let Gustavo speak on mandatories and exactly how that's going to work.
Something that we don't get a lot. Now, let me ask you this, Mr. Gustavo. When is it exactly that you guys, as the WBO, will actually order the fight now that Keyshawn's number one? Keyshawn versus Devin Haney. When will that be ordered?
Probably by the end of this month or early July. We have to issue that negotiation letter for the mandatory.
Okay.
It's a matter of timing, but it's a done deal in the sense that Keyshawn is the mandatory for Haney, and Haney's camp has been advised in writing by the championship committee, because you got to notify them in advance. Hey, champion, you got your mandatory coming up. Once the committee makes a decision, the committee will issue that negotiation letter with the timeline.
So we got a few weeks before we're going to know what happens, right?
Sure. Once that negotiation letter is notified, is published, and the committee can grant the parties either no less than 10 days to negotiate, or can grant the parties 15 days, 20 days, 30 days. No less than.
All right. So right there, we're seeing that that Gustavo Oliveri has confirmed that Keyshawn Davis does have a mandatory position in concern to Devin Haney's WBO title. He's made it clear right there that that's what it is, right? What do you think about that clip so far?
I mean, Gustavo's I've told you before, when it comes to the different presidents, he's the one that took over for Paco. He's a lawyer. His basis from a law, from law, right? So he's gonna be as straight up as he can. There is still a lot of things that the WBO could do better, but they're probably the ones that hold it down the hardest. It sounds to me like Keyshawn is for sure going to get a shot at the title, at least in the traditional or in the sanctioning body path space, Clay. And it sounds like what Shakur said. Haney either got to defend it against Keyshawn or give up the belt and fight him. Like those are Haney's two choices, right?
100%. And let's check it out from here, what he says when he speaks on, as far as, because he still left a gray area there, right? He said basically the mandatory hasn't been activated yet. They have to sending out in a formal way. And there was maybe some opportunities in there for some wiggle room for the Haneys to not, maybe they could petition, maybe they could do something to being that it hasn't been official, right? Let's see what Gustavo says about that.
All right. So we know now, fans, y'all heard him say it. We have a couple of weeks. It might be 2-3 weeks. Just about before we actually get the mandate. Now,
but it's coming. I can confirm to your show it's coming.
Okay. All right. We like that. Now listen to this, Gustavo. There is now another organization that's shaking up boxing that there are rumors, and no one knows if it's confirmed, that Zufa Boxing potentially might have signed Shakur Stevenson, might have signed Devin Haney. No one knows that. But, a couple of pundits have mentioned that. If Zuffa wanted to actually bid on the first bid for the Keyshawn Devin Haney fight, is Zuffa allowed to bid for that?
As of today, they cannot bid because they are not a licensed WBO promoter. In order to bid in a WBO purse bid, you need to file what it's called the WBO promoter licensure form. You need to comply with those requirements. You need to pay a license fee. You need to get basically licensed, like a credential, to become a WBO bona fide promoter. If you comply with those requirements, you can bid. As of today, right now, Zuffa is not a WBO licensed promoter. Therefore, they will not be authorized to bid, because you need to comply with the rules and be certified by the WBO as a.
All right, so that's the position as far as, and I think that's the position as far as Bill Haney as to why he's pushing so hard for the Shakur fight. The reason he's pushing for it is because the money's over there. That's where Zuffa can put something together in a catch weight type of situation and get him the money. But obviously, when it comes to this Keyshawn Davis conversation, it has nothing to do with Zuffa. This is going to be Top Rank putting together, and obviously that means less money for the Haneys as well. I mean, we can get into the competition of as far as the danger of a Keyshawn Davis, but the money at least is not there. Now, there's consequences on the back end, right? That there's obviously decisions that have to be made. We saw Shakur Stevenson's position on, you need to vacate that belt and let my guy get his opportunity. But then there's also the other side of it, which is, well, you can't tell the Haneys what to do, you know, this, that, and the other. And Shakur's trying to throw obstacles in the way of the fight happening. So therefore, Shakur's ducking and doesn't want the smoke. But what you saw right there, what do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's again, man, he's using good words, right? As of today, which means that if Zuffa wanted to play, they could play, because he's just saying as of today, that wouldn't. But does Zuffa even want to deal with the whole Haney versus Keyshawn? Really in the background with the Haney deal going to Zuffa? Are they even really discussing with Haney, like, hey, man, do you want to keep playing this sanctioning body games? Because if you do, I guess we'll put this together for you. You know, like all those different conversations can happen. At the end of the day, when I'm speaking about the fans, this is what's confusing as hell for fans, bro. You don't hear about no fees. You know, like in order to go to the Super Bowl, you got to pay a Super Bowl fee. In order to be a part of the NBA Finals, then the other team got to pay a certain fee. Like, fans don't want to hear about this crap, man. They just want to hear, oh, Devin Haney's the best 147 guy? Cool. Then who's the guy that's supposed to fight him next to prove to us that he's the best? And I'm going to end with this because I really do have to go, Clay. But Dana White said it best last night when he was asked about sanctioning bodies. He said, you guys know me. And he's talking about the fact that on Monday, there's going to be the ranking system in the UFC is going to be AI-based. AI/human-based, right?
Okay.
But he was saying how the rankings are there so that the fans and everybody can just see where it's at, right? And he said, you've never known me to not put the fights together. But at the end of the day, the fights that I put together is the fight the fans choose. So tell me a time that the fans didn't choose a fight, and I didn't care if the guy was ranked number whatever, 6, 4. I put the fight together because that's what you're supposed to do. At the end of the day, he said the sanctioning body is the fans. And I want to repeat that, Clay, and say, Claymore, you're the sanctioning body. You, sir, what fight do you want to see, right? If you want to see Keyshawn versus Haney, awesome. Great. This sounds good to me. Certainly sounds better than calling a smaller guy up to want to fight you so hard. But again, I'm going to get a lot of hate for saying it, Clay. So I'm going to go. I'm going to go.
Stir in the pot, man. Have a good day. Enjoy your Father's Day, man.
Shout out to my colleague, Claymore guy. Happy Father's Day, my friend. Happy Father's Day to everybody out there. And please do not go on the panel and give my guy a hard time. All right? Stop it. All of you, stop. All right, Clay.
Angelo Reyes, guys. For the next one. For the next one. It is what it is, right? It is what it is, man. But listen, you guys ain't going to stop giving me a hard time. I'm used to it. You can please feel free to continue to give me a damn hard time, right? I already know what it is, right? I am going to throw the link out there for anybody who does want to come up. I do have a couple of things still left to talk about and a couple of clips to play. I'll probably play with everybody up here on the panel. I do want to get into this next conversation, which is consequences on the back end of Devin Haney not doing his mandatory, right? Let's say Devin Haney makes the Shakur Stevenson fight first at 144, right? What does that mean, right? What does that mean? Well, let's play it right here and let's see what Gustavo Oliveri has to say about this one.
Ask you this, Mr. Gustavo, because Shakur is the WBO champion at 140 pounds.
Yeah.
And Devin is the champion at 147 pounds.
Yeah.
Is there an exemption or, or a super champion status that can be allowed to make that fight happen? Is there like, if Devin can become a super champion so you can allow that fight without being stripped? Is that possible?
No, at this stage, at this juncture, it cannot be allowed as an exception because there's a mandatory pending. You get me?
So once the mandatory is pending, there's no exemptions allowed after that.
No, because the mandatory has to be discharged, and there has been a ruling.
Wow. Okay. All right.
So let's say for example that Haney discharges the mandatory, and let's say for example he comes out successful, right? After that, if Team Haney wants to file a request for super champion status consideration, that's another scenario.
Right. Oh, so everything for super champion status, it would have to happen after the mandatory stuff is set.
Correct. Yes, because there's a mandatory due, and when there's a mandatory that has to be discharged, the mandatory challenger is also entitled that his rights and interests are duly protected.
Boom. So right there and there, he's letting it be known right there that if Devin Haney fights Shakur Stevenson, that the WBO has an obligation to Keyshawn Davis to protect his right to fight for a title, that Keyshawn Davis will not take the backseat, will be the priority as far as the WBO is concerned. They're not matchmakers. Their priority isn't to sit there and make the biggest fights possible. Their priority is to protect the integrity of the sanctioning body that they represent, and that they protect the fighter who's earned his right as a #1 mandatory to get that fight. So there will be consequences on the back end of Devin Haney choosing to do that, right? And I'll go to one step further, and let's just go into this next area here. Bear with me here, 117. Let's go here. Let's back it up here. And let's see Gustavo Lemos Oliveri add even more context to it.
Okay. So theoretically, there's a possibility that the WBC, or excuse me, I said WBC, WBO can rule and say, you know what, we're not going to strip him. We'll allow that fight to happen. Theoretically, that is possible?
Theoretically possible, but highly unlikely.
Oh, okay. Theoretically possible, highly unlikely.
Because remember, I've been working the BO for 10 years. It's my second year as president, but I've seen how we operate, and we're consistent. We're consistent in our rules, the way we operate, the way we conduct ourselves. And when there's a ruling already rendered, we go forward, because it would be inconsistent.
I understand that. All right. Last couple.
All right. So that just clarifies from Gustavo Oliveri's position as far as Devin Haney and the WBO title is concerned. It's very clear, black and white. There will be a crossroads. Devin Haney and Bill Haney are at a crossroads. Will they keep their WBO title, defend it against Keyshawn Davis, and then pursue whatever opportunities with Shakur Stevenson, or will they vacate or be stripped of their title to make a catchweight fight happen with Shakur Stevenson? Now, if that does happen, how does it look from the boxing community's space as far as if he vacates his title to go fight a catchweight fight? Is he officially ducking Keyshawn Davis, or do we just look at it as Shakur's the bigger fight because of the name, and we allow that to go, that he's vacating his title rather than fighting Keyshawn Davis? Shout out, I am 444. What's good with you, family?
What's good, Clay? I'm not going to disrupt the flow of the show, so I'll be following whatever you want to go, how you want to do it. Just want to comment. I'm here to comment on whatever.
Well, break. If there's something you want to break the ice on, if something we talked about already on the show that you want to kind of visit, we can do that and get right back to it. Because I know there was a lot of show going on. Jalil Hackett was on here. We talked about Moses Atama and Philip Ergovich. We talked about
for sure.
I didn't get a chance to talk about Amir Anderson. I wanted to talk about that as well. But anything on your mind, or you just
just in what you just played with Gustavo's, I thought that was very black and white. There's a lot of speculating and people kind of inflating things and exaggerating. The WBO has spoken. there's nothing more to really speculate on. You know, it's very black and white. It's very clear. I think the number one question is, what is Devin Haney going to do? You know what I mean? That's what we really should be talking about. You know what I mean? What choice will he make? You know what I mean? And I like your question. Do we view it as I mean, if he chooses to vacate, and you know, will that be considered a duck? I don't know as of yet. I don't know as of yet. I would say this though. I as far as boxing, you have the belt, you have the title. You've had one fight at 147. I would expect him to campaign at 147 and to follow through with just that welterweight dominance. You know what I mean? By fighting welterweights. Keyshawn Davis is a welterweight right now. So why not take care of that welterweight? I'm of that mindset.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you, man. I really do feel like this is going to be a situation to where Devin Haney's either going to become a big old prize fighter, or he's going to be the legacy guy who, you know, looks to hold on a second. My bad. This thing is playing. I don't know why this thing is playing. But shout out to Leonard Serling, 5627 from out the UK with the 5 pounds, man. I appreciate you, Leonard Serling. Thank you, brother. Says Dana talks a load of BS. Dana wanted to launch Zufa Boxing for years. That is true. Nearly launched it in December 11, 2019. I don't remember it all the way, but you're probably right. With an all-female card in Vegas, it got canceled. Okay. And another 5 pounds from Leonard Sterling says, my bad, it was December 11, 2020, COVID year. It was Shields versus Dakari, Serrano versus Mahfoud or Mahfoud, and Gabriel's versus Miller. It was going to be Zufa Boxing's first show. Yeah, I know that Dana was trying to do it back in the day, but obviously it takes money. It takes investment, it takes a machine, and he didn't have the same machine behind him. It is what it is. But thank you, Leonard Sterling, for showing love. Shout out to my guy, Good. Look, I took a chance this time around, and I don't know who Good Buddy is. So I really normally would say show your face before anything, but I haven't seen nothing crazy happen while you're on the screen. So salute, Good Buddy. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing great. How you feeling today, bro?
I'm doing good, man. I'm normally like, you know, proofreading everybody before I let them up on the. It's all good. Yeah, it's good. It's good. You don't have to put it on the camera.
I'm black.
Huh?
I'm black.
No doubt. Salute.
Well, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
No. So salute. What's good with you? What's on your mind?
Let me tell you what's on my mind. Is y'all pretty sanctioning body belt building places. Listen to me. Every time they start getting on here, mentioning some malarkey about some of the rules, that we don't ever get the fights that we want to have. I thought Gervonta Tank Davis got stripped a year ago? And then somehow he still got the belt. Now he's trying to fight Floyd Schofield and he's mandatory for it? Like, didn't y'all take that belt away? How'd he get it back? I'm so confused. And now y'all talking about Devin Haney. Devin Haney's supposed to fight one. Hey, he's not about to fight no Keyshawn Davis. Would he? Should he? It'd be a great fight. But who the fuck cares about Devin Haney fighting anybody besides Ryan Garcia? Ryan Garcia beat his ass. Then you took away the fight, and you said it was all because of PEDs, and now you won't fight him? And now the sanctioned body, well, you got to fight Keyshawn Davis. Oh, wait. Now they trying to do this I want to jump weight class thing to fight. You want to go to 142 and 144 to fight Shakur when you just said you had a problem making 144 to fight Shakur? When it's other 147 fighters. Wait, what about Shakur? What about unifying? Why don't he fight somebody like Antoine Gary, the one with the braids? All of them got the same name. You know what I'm talking about? The Russell brothers?
Yeah,
the one with the braids.
Antoine.
The one with the braids. The one with the braids. He won't fight. It's like 2 other champions besides that. And in the 147 division, you still got Rolly Romero. This dude ain't fun. Like, it's about time for you to give up that belt, Rolly. Why is he hiding? It's about that time. We got Mario Barrios let his go. Rolly, it's time for Rolly let that one go too. It's time for you to go fight somebody. Why don't they make him the mandatory for Keyshawn Davis? Because Devin Haney got unfinished business with Ryan. Wait, are you talking to me too?
No.
This chick, listen. If you jump over a frog, it's gonna shit on your finger. That's all I gotta say about it. I'm trying to tell people. They don't understand what I mean.
Official, good buddy. Great take, man. I appreciate you. Let's pull back on the cursing a little bit. We want to try to keep it as clean as possible. But your takes were awesome. Really appreciate the position because, and I think they were all valid, man. I think I could resonate with all of them. My guy, Radio Boxing in the building, man. Radio Boxing, what's good with you, King?
Yo, what's up, Clay? How you doing, brother?
Doing good, man. What's good with you,
Yup.
man? I
I'm
still
just
got some clips to play, you know what I mean, on the Shakur thing, but I definitely want everybody to get their initial, you know what I mean, conversation out
yeah.
before we dive deeper into these conversations.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I'm just here to add to the conversation. Go ahead, man. I'm a big
Okay.
fan of the show. I was over there on Just Do Boxing. I was up there with you the other
Yeah,
day.
you was up there. You
Yeah.
was. I do remember you. What's
Yeah.
good, family?
I'm doing good, man. Just got back from a little run, man. I'm chilling.
Okay. No doubt.
Yes, sir.
What I want to pull up right now is, and what I'm going to pull up is the Shakur Stevenson interview, right? I thought it was refreshing to see Shakur Stevenson get an opportunity to speak his side. We've been dealing with tweets from Shakur Stevenson, and obviously these tweets have been some of the center of 3-hour-long content creators dissecting the tweets and making all kinds of stories behind it and speculating. And in all reality, I hate that, right? They do that with Tank a lot. When Tank puts out a tweet and erases it, that tweet becomes a week worth of content for a creator, right? Who will add all types of context and speculate all types of stories from 4 words with an exclamation mark at the end of it and turn it into content. That drives me crazy. So whenever I see somebody like Shakur Stevenson get an opportunity to speak, I think that's significant. I gotta give hold on a second here, bear with me here. I gotta move around. I gotta give the boxing Daily Mail Boxing their credit on this one, man. I think it's unfortunate that our community is not able to get these interviews unless it's an Andre Ward or something of that nature, because we burn so much credibility. We burn so much credibility with these boxers because we tear them down so easily. It is what it is, right? But hey, shout out to well, hold on a second here. I'm all over the place. Shout out to Daily Mail Boxing. Let's go ahead and give them a 1 second here. Go ahead and pull them up. And let's hear Shakur speak on this here.
Still kind of big fight. I think it's a great fight to have, but we'll see.
Yeah. One of the other fights that is constantly spoken about is Devin Haney. And I saw your Instagram post today where you were on the scales and it was 144. Is that saying something about whether that Devin Haney fight would happen at 144?
I got one challenge for you.
Oh
Try
my
Whisper
goodness,
Flow once. One time. And I promise you'll understand why.
Listen here, I challenge myself. Like, I'm with the challenges. But when I posted that, I'm just showing like how much I weigh. Like, think about it, right? Everybody is like, oh, he's ducking Dev, he's scared of Devin and all of this bullshit that comes with it. But truthfully, like, when me and Devin fight, Devin is going to be 20 pounds bigger, which is why, like, he's so eager to jump in the ring with me. And like, for me, it's like, I'm with the fight, but that's why I said the 144 thing, to where like, okay, you come down in weight somehow, that way we meet in the middle. And I'm down with it. Like, I think Devin is a tremendous fighter. I think that they pussy. Like, I think when it come down to it, like, if you're begging to fight somebody that's way smaller, just like they did with Tank for years, I feel like it's pussy. Like, you ain't just eager to jump up and fight Boots. Like, that ain't really what you're thinking.
Okay. So a lot got said right there, right? There's a lot that got said right there. Now, guys, if you follow the show, you know that my whole thing from the beginning was the eagerness to make this fight happen next. When after Shakur explained that he's campaigned in certain weight divisions, 35 and 40 to be specific to me, I thought raised eyebrows. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? I felt like I didn't really, I really just looked at that a little weird, and I kept it where it was at. But I'll go to you, 444. You're watching that right there. Shakur speaks on the whole entire, he thinks it's pussy thing. How do you feel about this whole entire situation as far as Devin making that fight the priority over fighting his mandatory or a guy who's actually in his weight division? Or even like Shakur said, if you're trying to challenge yourself and make the big fights, why don't you go to 154 and be outside the ring of Xander Zayas versus Jerron Boots Ennis?
Yeah, I think it speaks to one of the issues, to me, in my opinion, in boxing, and to the consumer, to the casual. This is the part of boxing that I think that they do not factor in when they're processing what they're looking at, and it speaks to what people, quote unquote, may call a weight bully. We want to kind of push it to the side and act like it doesn't exist or act like it doesn't have an impact on a fight when it really does. And so we make excuses to rationalize it. We say things like, well, if you can make the weight, it doesn't matter. Well, okay, that may be true to an extent, but it still doesn't ignore another truth. And the other truth is that you do have fighters who are looking for an advantage, okay? The reality is exactly that. This is just Shakur saying, hey, listen, I'm a competitor at spirit. You're not going to make me do something that I don't want to do at a certain time. That's number one. And a lot of people want to take the fact that he is handling his career in the way, I think, very smart and intelligent. We must not forget Shakur started out at 126. Devin Haney started out at 135. I mean, can Devin Haney fight at 130 or 135 or even 140? The answer is no. Okay? Which lets us know that Devin Haney is naturally just a bigger guy. So what Shakur is saying is like, listen, you know, the fact that all of a sudden now this is a focus, because it wasn't a focus some time ago. Okay, I don't care about the 135 drama. I'm saying this has been a recent focus of Devin Haney to go after Shakur at the level that they're going after him. And it does come across like he is targeting the smaller guy. Okay, and that's just the reality. And Shakur posting that is showing the public exactly what it is. Shakur is not a big guy. I don't care about what people are trying to say or speculate or the proof is right there. Okay. So I'll let my plane there. I'll let someone else go and speak on it.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm gonna go down to Toledo. Treese in the building. Treese, what's good, man? I know you just popped in the building, but I always love your takes, and I think this is gonna be interesting to get your perspective on what Shakur said right there. First of all, is there anything factually incorrect about what he said there from your perspective?
Yow.
Yow.
What up, though? Hey, man. First off, Boots is on the list. If we must know, shout out to Bill Haney. Boots is on the list. And for the other thing, my man Devin Haney was definitely talking about going up because he wanted the Xander fight. I can't be mad at Xander for taking the Boots fight. And one more thing with that Xander shit. Guys giving him a lot of credit, even though that we forget the fact that Boots is technically his mandatory. Since everybody like to talk all this mandatory speak with Keyshawn, the man Boots earned the mandatory status when he won the interim belt. You feel me? So it ain't like Xander is doing something like, oh, he didn't have to take the fight, but Devin Haney got to take the fight with Keyshawn, but Xander is getting all this credit. You feel me, for taking the fight with Boots, even though Boots is his mandatory. I just want to throw that out there. And like I say, Boots is on the list. That's something that Devin and Bill said that they would do. They would go for the Boots fight or they would go for the Xander fight. You feel me? So they talking about going up to 154 while Shakur is spilling that nonsense about man not wanting to go up. And it sounds like he wanting to come down for you, champ. So what's up with the fight? But the man is saying, he sent what they say. They say everything, but let's fight.
Let's fight.
It sounded a little spooky. It sounded a little spooky, but shout out to Shakur, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Radio Boxing 01. What'd you think about what Shakur said? Was it factually just incorrect? A lot of people feel like it's a bad look for Shakur. They feel like Shakur is making excuses, even though I want to double down and say that Shakur says he wants to fight and he is going to do the fight. If we watch the interview, I'll play those parts as we continue the conversation and show you where Shakur says, I want that fight. Since you're asking for it, I'm going to give it to you. But I think Shakur more so anything is just acknowledging the elephant in the room. There's a reason why he's pushing for me right now. He thinks he has an advantage. He thinks this is the right time to get me. He knows I'm not a 147-pounder right now, and he wants to take advantage of an opportunity he sees in front of him that has to do with weight. And I think it's also significant based off of the fact that Devin Haney throughout his career has had a jacket on him for being a weight bully, right? They at 135, they crucified him. They said, this guy puts on 20, 25 pounds. They said when he fought against Regis Prograde that he went in the back, got on a scale and was like, X amount of pounds, 165, whatever, to the point to where they were looking at California Athletic Commission bylaws and everything and trying to see if there was some kind of law he violated. Me personally, just go on record, I don't care either way, but just being fair to the other guy on the other side of the conversation, Shakur Stevenson, who's acknowledging that consistency about him and saying that this is just another repeat of what he's been known for. Radio, what'd you think about what Shakur said? Radio Boxing, you there? Or he might be Okay, he's not available. Good buddy, you in the building? What's good with you, fam?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. What's good, man?
Good. So I'm giving my opinion on Shakur Stevenson talking about the pretty belt. My bad. Hold on. I'm scrambling my mind right now. What I think about it is Shakur Stevenson. My bad, bro. My brain just froze for a second. I was trying to think what I was headed because I had it in my head. Oh, well, now I remember. I remember now. Look, see, my whole problem with this is, I don't think Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson ever ducks anybody. I don't think whether they take the fight or don't take the fight, they are two of the best boxers in boxing right now. So competing with them is like almost suicide for anybody besides them fighting each other, along with Keyshawn Davis. But when you bring up this whole, it's like they got weight classes for a reason, right? So if Shakur is fighting at 144, if you want to go fight with the big boys, just go up there with the big boys and fight at 147. I'm talking about Shakur Stevenson was training with Terrence the Boat Bud Crawford. We going fishing when he was training for Canelo Alvarez. And Terrence the Boat Bud Crawford, we going fishing just fought at 160. Shakur Stevenson been training with him forever. They practice together all the time. Shakur Stevenson, I guarantee you, Shakur Stevenson with the 147, he could. I know he could be. I will bet on him against Rolly. He'll be favored against Rolly Romero. I think he'll get favored probably against Ryan Garcia. Devin Haney might even be a 50-50 if you throw it up there like that. But as for like them doing these whole little trying to meet in the middle, catch weight.
Yeah, I was saying the word catch weight, right?
Yeah, catch weight. It's a bunch of malarkey, man. Ain't nobody trying to. All catch weights does is give people excuses when they lose. Man, I was drained, or he was too big. I don't want to. Just fight where you belong. If you're a 140 fighter, the only person I would accept Shakur fighting at a catchweight right now will be Conor Benn. Since Conor Benn just did that to Banks, I think that'll be okay for him to come down there and do that for Shakur. And that might even look good on Conor Benn's part, because if you can beat a pound for pound, you talk about a sport or a competition where you beat a man, you take his spot. At least that's how I see it. You beat the number 3. Maybe Conor Benn from jumping from 160. Ain't that what pound for pound is? It don't matter what weight class you're in. But why meet in the middle when you can just go to the weight class? I'll let you go to the next guy. That's how I feel about that subject in particular, at least.
Yeah, another good take, man. 100%, man. I agree with you, by the way. I think the fight should happen at 147. And if it can't happen at 147, then it's just not time for the fight. But once again, the point being made by Shakur that there's a reason as to why they're pushing for the fight, because Shakur's already confirmed, I'm not going to 147. I'm not a 147 pounder. So them reaching down to 144 in the catch weight, I think is what Shakur's is speaking to as far as why that is happening right now. Where's this energy coming from? Radio, you back?
Yes, sir, I'm back.
No doubt, man. So anything like from what Shakur said in that clip right there, was he incorrect, inaccurate? Did you feel like it was an excuse, or did you feel like he had a legitimate position as far as analyzing what's driving Devin Haney to make this fight happen right now by any means necessary?
Yeah, I think when the interview dropped, actually was perfect timing based on everything that was happening, all the talk that was happening. So I think he clearly addressed everything, but when you have different sectors like that, people are just hardcore for their guy, they're not gonna really, like, you can tell them that the sky is blue and 100%. They're gonna argue that it's like purple or something. So it's just, to each his own with the information. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100% on that. Now, Shakur's going to speak a little bit on the whole Devin situation and hopefully put some perspective on his position on making the fight, but also maybe speaking towards the contingencies, right? That, this fight is not just going to get made. It has to be made in a certain way. Let's see what Shakur says.
They knew that was almost targeted a little bit at Devin.
I think they pussy. I'm gonna keep saying this. I think that them dudes is pussy. I think because even like in this situation, right? I'm gonna explain it all. Like when we talk about Devin, I feel like I was not even like focused on Devin. Like, with all due respect to Devin, like me and him had our beef at 135 when we was actually the same weight class. Yeah. After that, I beat Tito. Now it's like shit. My campaign mainly is like 140, 135. Yes, I will fight Conor Benn because for me, I think Conor Benn is like, it's just like a big bag to go get. Like, you want to go get a big bag, go to fucking Conor Benn. He's easy. But
They told me neuropathy was permanent. 6 days after
child.
using this foot therapy boot, I was walking my dog.
My thing with them is like, damn, I'm doing my thing. Now y'all just go on every platform. Shakur. Like, god damn, y'all so obsessed with me. Like, leave me alone. I'll just go about my business. But now look, you called on something and y'all just fiending for it. So now let's do it. Let's do it. Now I want to show now, like, I'm home.
Are there
Okay, so and the reason this part is significant, right? Shakur's trying to make the fight. He doesn't care. He's like, since you guys are pushing it, because I think from Shakur's position, he's speaking from the point of, you think you got an advantage over me, and that's why you want to do it. That's cool. But I'm about to make you eat those words because that's not really an advantage. I'm going to do it to you anyway. I'm going to do it to you since you're talking like that. I'm going to do it to you. But 444, what'd you think about the clip?
Spot on once again. The true competitor, also being realistic. In my opinion, it's like this. Just because just because I know that you come in, you're going to pack on 20 pounds minimum. You think that that's going to be enough to beat me. Let's make this very clear. Shakur has been sparring and fighting Devin for years. They know each other. And all of the boxing individuals that have been around them, they all say the same thing. Shakur been beating Devin for the longest. This has come from his father's mouth. This has recently come from Coach Calvin's mouth. This ain't nothing new for Shakur. But Shakur is maturing, and so what he's doing is that he's not trying to be impulsive. He's not trying to do things just because the fans want it. He's making it clear. You know what I mean? It's going to be on these terms, but don't think that that's going to be an advantage. Don't think that you're going to come in here and do something. I'll have to show you, like I've shown you many, many other times. You know what I mean? So I just think he's spot on right there. I didn't have a problem with what he said at all.
Well, because obviously in that same video is the why you come and leave me alone, right? And I saw a lot of people use that comment to be like, you know, I've seen the narratives out there. Oh, Shakur saying leave me alone. But I thought it was important to play what happened after leave me alone, which was let's do it, right? So in the context is important because when he said leave me alone, he's talking about, and it's what I've been saying, right? You're chasing me for this fight. You're chasing and putting pressure on the smaller guy to come up. That's what this has all been about. Now, I know people want to refer to interviews he did when he was confronted with potential scenarios on making a super fight with Devin Haney, and he outlined a space where that could happen. Honestly, the guy's bigger than me, but I guess if we were to do it with him, it would either be a rehydration clause at 147 or he can come down to 144 with no rehydration clause. But just making it clear, like he wasn't on my game plan, on my trajectory of things to do, but that fight can definitely happen. I'm not scared of fighting anybody. So that's what he meant with leave me alone. Why are you chasing me down? And I'll be real with you, with my experience of just watching boxing, I don't remember the last time I saw a bigger guy chasing a smaller guy down like that. Come on, come fight me. I don't remember seeing it like that. I'm sure it's happened
That's a
before,
good point.
but I've never really seen that. You know what I mean? I saw Terrence Crawford apply pressure to Canelo. Like, I'm going to come up there. Come on, bro, fight me. But this whole entire, I'm just trying to imagine Canelo Alvarez screaming out at Virgil Ortiz saying, come on, stop ducking me, stop being pussy, come fight me at 168. Nobody would respect that. Everybody would be like, what the hell is this? But this is what the conversation is now. Shout out to Radio Boxing 01. Go ahead and speak on this one. How did you feel about what he said right there?
Yeah, like I've been seeing the narrative. They're taking the whole leave me alone thing. Again, it's what I said earlier. It's like, it's kind of hard to get through to people, but the proof, like if he wouldn't have done an interview, then we could have been speculating. Mm-hmm. But he addressed everything that we had questions about in the interview. So I don't really, you can't really, unless you want to make up what you want to Dr. Phil the moment and think about what you think he meant. He told us what he was talking about right there, so the people 100%. Just got to, take it from the horse's mouth. But you know how it is.
100%. Freaking Flyer, what's good with your family?
Maki, assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, rahmatullahi barakatuh. What's good with you, man?
Yeah, man, I thought you wasn't gonna let me up because you saw my Tankamaniacs logo
Well,
on.
I
I'm ripping my
hesitated.
shirt off.
I hesitated because I didn't know. You know how they've been doing us on these. So I was like, hold on, that's not frequent. So I automatically got paranoid. Like, hold on, somebody trying to use my guy's name, and all of a sudden something crazy is gonna happen. But then I looked closely and I saw it said Tankamaniac. I'm like, no, that's so frequent. That's frequent. I know where that comes from. What's good with you, man?
Yeah, man, I'm just gonna do like the Tankamaniacs do, rip their shirt off, rip my shirt off, man. I just wanted to say, I think people ain't looking at the bigger picture. It's it's a big name company, behind this that's trying to make that fight. They're trying to be the first to make this fight, and so they're the one who's making them press the issue, because they put a whole lot of money on the table, for this fight because they want that fight for, their organization or whatnot, and I don't think it's more so about, Devin just pressing Shakur just to be pressing him. I don't think he would be doing that, if it wasn't this deal on the table. I think they don't want to pass up that opportunity, and it's not like Bill and Devin are sending him an offer directly. It's a middleman doing that, sending them trying to put the fight together, kind of similar to BLK Prime when he was trying to put together the fight with Jerron Boots Ennis and Bud Crawford. It wasn't like Bud himself and his team was sending an offer to Boots and nothing like that. Is a middleman. So I think that's what it is. We got to keep that in perspective right there.
Right.
And the last thing, as with that weight thing, it's I think Shakur's thinking of it like that because if you remember when Devin Haney was at 135, and Shakur got in the ring with him with Loma and all of that stuff. If I remember correctly, he's in an interview talking about that, and he was saying, that he was all for that because he felt like he was going to be getting a drained Devin Haney, so it seemed like we pick and choose when we want to give the person who's draining himself to get down to the weight class the advantage. One moment he got the advantage because he's going to rehydrate bigger, and then the other moment he's he's at a disadvantage because he's drained now, and his punch resistance might be down and this and that and the third. So I don't know, I didn't want the 144 catch weight, but if that's the only way we gonna get the fight, and when Shakur was talking about it being them going, meeting in the middle or whatnot, that's how he was referring to it. I say, hey, let's have it if they both gonna do it.
Yeah, man, I hear you on that, right? And obviously there's some speculation in the point as far as the reasoning behind Bill and Devin pushing for the fight because of the money that's on the table. The money's on the table there for Shakur as well, right? Obviously, it goes both ways. I don't know that Zufa Boxing's applying as much pressure as people like to paint the picture because it doesn't seem like Shakur's expressing pressure coming from any entity outside of the Haneys, right? The Haneys have been selling and pushing and making this the fight that needs to be made right now because clearly Zufa has offered them money as far as this is what we'd be interested in. But I think there's an interesting dynamic going on between the Haneys right now and this whole Turki Al-Alshikh situation, the Zuffa Boxing situation. Boxing in general, I think the Haneys have, quote unquote, to give it some words, take it for what it is, priced themselves out of the biggest opportunities in the space or price themselves out of them having a regular boxing good career because their price point has become very high based off of money that Turki Al-Alshikh has given them and money they've made in other ways. But without a doubt, there's been a line drawn in the sand between the traditional boxing space and the Haney's business model. Eddie Hearn spoke on it saying, I would give them a fight, but they're just too much money. I'm not going to pay them that much for the fights they want. They went over to the PBC. What happened? Rolly Romero and the PBC came out with a business model that was crazy. Hey, bro, you think you're worth that much money? We got to pay you all this money. Then let's do it this way. Right. A line has been drawn in the sand. And if we go back in time to when Devin Haney came off the Ryan Garcia situation, that was one of Devin Haney's biggest arguments as to why Bill Haney and Devin were suing Ryan Garcia was because of how much they hurt their market value. Because now they were looking to make fights and Eddie Hearn wasn't bidding on the fights some more. Top Rank was underbidding them, offering them $2-3 million and not offering them the money they felt like they deserved. So they ultimately were this close to being on a BLK Prime card for making money. So there's an argument there to say that the Haneys have priced themselves out of the traditional space, and the only place where they can make the most money is by doing business with Turki Al-Alshikh, one way or another, Saudi Arabia, that PIF fund, or Zuffa Boxing, somebody who just gave Conor Ben 15 million. So obviously, if they're shopping, which is what it looks like, around to these different places looking for fights to happen, whether it was at the PBC with Rolly Romero, or whether it's with Top Rank with Keyshawn Davis, or even Top Rank in a Xander Zayas, or whatever have you, or in this case, a Shakur Stevenson or Zuffa Boxing, and Zuffa says, listen, the only fight I could see paying you this crazy amount of money you're asking for with it would be a Shakur Stevenson fight. But I mean, you'd have to figure that out, because Shakur has said he doesn't want to go to 147, and you guys stated that you don't want to come down in weight. So now the onus becomes on Bill Haney to sell this fight, to go around platform to platform to platform, getting into it with Ness, going over to your channel, going to other channels, selling this fight, pushing it, making it a fight, trying to package it in with the Keyshawn Davis fight. Why? Because of the connection with Shakur Stevenson. Keyshawn, do us a favor. You know what I mean? Talk to them, see if they'll package it in, because they know the money they want is over there near Saudi Arabia, near Turki Al-Alshikh, near Zuffa Boxing. But the only fight Zuffa's interested in that they would be willing to pay him that high price point is with Shakur Stevenson. So the pressure all of a sudden becomes Zuffa Boxing is asking for this fight and they want this fight. And I think that could be misconstrued. I think the idea of this whole fight being the fight that Zuffa wants more than anything, and that they're applying this pressure, I don't know if that's necessarily what it is. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that that's necessarily what it is. Treese, what's good with you, family?
What's good?
Chilling. So, I mean, I'm just asking the question right out there and just putting it out there. According to the clip we just watched right there, Shakur is basically speaking to the elephant in the room and saying, listen, man, I wasn't really looking for you like that. I wasn't looking for you. I had a whole nother trajectory. And I think fair play to Shakur Stevenson, who was already speaking before he even fought before he even fought Teofimo Lopez. He already had told the world, I'm going back to 135. There was no Devin Haney fight on the table, nothing like that. He already had exposed to the whole entire world what his game plan was, right? That's what it was. So what do you think about what he did in that little segment? And once again, is he lying, or how do you feel about it?
I feel like he covered a lot of his tracks, man. Cause like, I get what he was saying about we had our beef at 135, and I guess that makes sense. Cause you jumped in the ring after my biggest win. I've never done that to you. You was calling me out. And
Facts.
then it's like, and then the one thing I don't like, cause it's like, Clay, I know you be talking that, oh, well, when he said you can't tell me that you can't fight Devin, but you keep throwing Conor Ben in the mix, bro. I don't like that shit. That shit is weird to me. How is it okay for you to literally go up past me to fight somebody else, but you can't fight me? And then it's
well, we got to remember, Treese, he's saying he's going to fight him.
I mean,
hey, Clay,
Devin.
Yeah. Hey, Clay, could I offer one? Because I think I remember him saying this. Hey, Treese, I think simply because Conor Ben ain't going to blow up as big on that rehydration. I think that's all it is.
What? But he's been fighting at a higher weight class than Devin ever has. I don't like that. Man been fighting at 60 and all this other stuff.
True.
Conor Ben ain't made 147 in what, about 3-4 years? What you mean?
Hey, Treese, I think he explained it though, and that's the problem. You're speculating when you don't have to. We're gonna sit here and act like fighters don't look at other fighters and know what they can do and what they can't do. He understands that the dude does not possess the skill level. That skill level that Conor Ben does
pussy to you. That's not pussy to you.
Okay,
I'll go fight this guy because he's not as good as you. That sounds
out of his mouth. He said it was a bag. He said it was a bag, right?
You get that bag for fighting.
Exactly, and I'm gonna be honest.
But he don't get a bag from fighting Devin.
Wait, hold on, Treese. Hold on. Let's take it one step at a time, right? One step, because I like the where you're going with this, right? But let's speak on it and just take it one step at a time. Shakur is definitely cherry picking Conor Ben, right? And I'm gonna go back to the video, right? And he's gonna explain. He's going to explain it himself. And he even takes the ownership. He goes, I ain't going to lie. He's even saying, I'm wrong, right? He's saying, watch this. Ready? Explain perspective on Devin Haney. Boom, boom, boom. Speaks on Devin. Boom. Let me rewind it. 25:54. I got the timestamp here. Let me just find them. Boop. Let me just make sure I'm right.
That is constantly spoken about is Devin Haney. And
Okay, here it is. All right.
Kind of big fight. I think it's a great fight to have, but we'll see.
Yeah. One of the other fights that is constantly spoken about is Devin Haney. And I saw your Instagram post today where you were on the scales and it was 144. Is that saying something about whether that Devin Haney fight would happen at 144?
Listen here, I challenge myself. Like, I'm with the challenges. But when I posted that, I'm just showing like how much I weigh. Like, think about it, right? Everybody is like, oh, he's ducking Devin, he's scared of Devin and all of this bullshit that comes with it. But truthfully, like, when me and Devin fight, Devin is going to be 20 pounds bigger, which is why, like, he's so eager to jump in the ring with me. And, like, for me, it's like, I'm with the fight, but that's why I said the 144 thing to where, like, okay, you come down in the weight somehow, that way we meet in the middle. And I'm down with it. Like, I think Devin is a tremendous fighter. I think that they pussy. Like, I think when it come down to it, like, if you're begging to fight somebody that's way smaller, just like they did with Tank for years, I feel like it's pussy. Like, you ain't just eager.
Of course, I got the wrong time
They
stamp.
knew
This is the right
that
time
was
stamp.
almost targeted a little bit at Devin.
I think they pussy. I'm gonna keep saying this. I think that them dudes is pussy. I think because even like in this situation, right? I'm gonna explain it all. Like when we talk about Devin, I feel like I was not even like focused on Devin. Like, with all due respect to Devin, like me and him had our beef at 135 when we was actually the same weight class. After that, I beat Tito. Now it's like, shit, my campaign mainly is like 140, 135. Yes, I will fight Conor Ben because for me, I think Conor Ben is like, it's just like a big bag to go get. Like, you want to go get a big bag, go to fucking Conor Ben. He's easy. But my thing with them is like, damn.
All right, we don't need to go any deeper. That was a Conor Ben angle, right? That was just him admitting and saying that, listen, man, Conor Ben he said, I know I said what I said about Conor Ben because he knows that the space is holding him accountable with this Conor Ben thing, right? They keep throwing it in his face, but you said Conor. And he's like, I know I said that, but here's why I said that. Honestly, I did it because he's easy and I'm going to go get some money, right? Do I think that's pussy for him to go after a dude who just fought at 160? No. Do I think he's strategically picking Conor Ben, who's a bigger fighter than him? Of course he is. And he's admitting it, right? But I don't know if that's the bigger point over if we're talking about a Devin Haney and a Shakur Stevenson conversation, that doesn't have anything to do with it. The conversation is going to be, okay, Devin Haney's a high-level fighter. We cannot bring Conor Ben up in this conversation and say, if you can do something for Conor, you can do it for Devin. I think
so
that's
why
just
talking about weight. So why that man talking about 20 pounds heavier? And for the record, Devin Haney made, when he fought Brian Norman, he made the weight with weight to spare. He weighed in at 146 for the record. So it ain't like the man be blowing up and all this other.
We don't know what he did. That's what he weighed in on the scale, but we don't know what he rehydrated to. We don't know.
But he came in he came in under the limit. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so he made the weight comfortable. Fine, but that doesn't mean he didn't rehydrate.
What did he?
Come on, man.
Well, Trees. I got a question for you, Trees. Trees. Since you're speaking points, what did he rehydrate to, Trees? Can you answer that, please?
I don't know what he rehydrated.
Exactly,
and
that's the point. And here's what you need to know, Trees. Shakur and those that know Devin in those circles, they actually know what he rehydrates to.
How do they know? Do he got to fight? Was he operating the scale on fight night?
Let me tell you why they know what he rehydrates to. They've been fighting each other in sparring for years.
Was he operating the scale on fight night for since I answered your question?
No. Yes. Well, my statement is totally I'm making my point to the fact that they know each other. They know each other. Coach Cal knows them. These people have been in close proximity to them. They understand who they are. They know how they weigh. They know their weights. It's not a secret that Devin Haney rehydrates a lot more.
That's all I'm saying.
It is a secret because they don't weigh him in on fight
Wait,
night.
can
Bro.
I say something?
Okay.
Can I say something? Can I
Speculation.
say something real quick? Can I say something? Y'all keep saying Shakur called out Conor. Didn't Conor Ben call out Shakur?
Thank you.
I swear Conor Ben came in the ring and during one of
They went
Shakur
on
fight.
the UFC.
They said, I want you.
It was both of them.
They went on the UFC
so it's not,
show,
y'all
and
keep
they were
talking about, well, I can say pussy. They keep saying pussy, but look, when you look at it like this, if Conor Ben's coming out calling Shakur, it's not just Shakur saying, I want to get an easy bag. It's the easy bag calling out Shakur. Who the hell ain't going to take that? Hell yeah, I'm going to take it. And then y'all bring up this Devin. Listen, Devin Haney isn't worth as much money as Conor Ben right now. And I say that for one reason only. If I'm not mistaken, Devin Haney got a tattoo of his daddy on his leg, right? Am I wrong? Anybody?
Correct.
Ryan Garcia beat the brakes off this man in front of his daddy. He lost all his respect in the boxing world.
Now, look, I just want to be clear, right? This is the last time. This was before the one fight before the last time when he fought George Kambosos, right? This is Devin Haney cutting weight down to make it at 135. Shout out to Devin Haney, by the way, because it takes a certain skill set and discipline to be able to pull this off, right? But this is the weight division that Shakur Stevenson is currently competing in, right? He can go down 135 and he's going to, right there, there's an argument there to say that man has always been a way bigger guy than Shakur Stevenson, period, right? When you look at that picture right there, you see somebody who's hurting himself, okay, to make the weight at the division that Shakur Stevenson is at right now. So how are we saying that these guys are the same size? How are we not understanding what Shakur Stevenson is saying and understanding that these guys have been moving in a certain way since the beginning to the point to where Shakur, just like Devin wants to protect himself from Ryan Garcia with extra performance enhancement drug testing because he knows what Ryan can do, Shakur is also familiar with Devin Haney and he wants to lay down contingencies that protect him from a guy who has a history of blowing up multiple pounds on the night of fighting. How are we going to argue that? That's him at 135, and then I'm going to pull him up real quick here. Let me pull him up where he's at right now, right? Let's look at him. Hold on one second here with Brian Norman Jr. at the weigh-in, right? Let's check him out there real quick. Hold on. Let me find him.
As long as he make the weight, he good, though.
Well, matter of fact, let me show you. It's all good. It's all good, right? No problems. Let me show you what he looks like at 144, not even 147, right?
Wouldn't the best comparison be to show him actually in the ring once he's rehydrated?
No, because he's even bigger. Look at him right here, right?
And what y'all have to understand is I know a lot of Haney fans, in particular one in the chat.
This is him at the weigh-ins. I was there. This was in New York at Times Square. This was at the weigh-ins.
Excessive weight is a form of cheating.
Okay, this is him at the weigh-ins. This is completely two different fighters from what you saw. And he wasn't even at 147 yet. 147, he's ripped. He's even bigger. Now, I don't got no issues one way or the other. My thing is, how can we not resonate with Shakur Stevenson's on-the-ground experience of knowing that how do we not resonate with what
we saw
a nigga who's missed weight before in his career can't talk to me about weight. I've never missed weight in my career, Shakur. You have.
Devin never missed weight, bro.
That's my point. But Shakur has, and nobody act like this shit don't matter.
That's old stuff. Let's be real. I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing.
He's never missed weight in his career, but you have. But you're talking to me about weight. This is
hold on a second. Hold on. Before I start circulating the space, what in the hell would I be comparing PEDs and making weights? I don't even know why you would say that. That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't know if you just came in the room or you caught some at the end. I don't know what you're saying, bro. That was ridiculous.
Putting on excessive weight where you put on 25 to 30 pounds in a 12 to 16 hour period before you step in a ring is a form of cheating. Some say it's actually sometimes worse than having PEDs. It's a form of cheating. And I know people don't like that, but it's a fact.
What advantages do it give you?
Allow it, some commissions don't.
What advantages do it give you?
You're bigger. You're stronger. Why do it? You know what's funny when you said that frequent? Let me tell you something. There was a I'm
not saying it don't give you advantages. I was just interested in the advantages that he was going to run down, and then I was going to ask him about the disadvantages from draining yourself.
Okay, well I can give you two if you want because I actually fight it. I mean, if you're bigger, you can absorb punches. That's one. That's why when you're fighting these smaller guys on your career, Cambosis, Loma, you're able to absorb these shots. So coming in bigger than your opponent, that's a whole nother thing. Then when you have skill on top of that, and you're excessively putting 25, 30 pounds, you have power. That's an excessive form of power. You're coming in 2 weight classes, 3 weight classes over the other fighter that might come in 156, 157. That's cheating.
All right, now give me the
Getting at Ryan.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Now give me that.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, bro. I understand getting at Ryan because that's fair. He's a cheater. Y'all need to run that back. But you can't be a hypocrite and not say that putting on excessive weight is not a form of cheating and an advantage as well.
I'm not saying that, but now answer that. Hold on. Now, since you said you're a fighter, now answer me. What's the disadvantages of draining yourself? Because it's literally the same thing that you just ran off. You know what I'm saying? Punch resistance goes away, right? And your power goes away. So which one is it? Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't say come in heavier.
True.
Hold on,
you can't say
wait. There's a bunch of us up here. I just want to put some perspective, right? There's pros and cons, without a doubt. It's not all pros. It's not all good and nothing bad. If you do it correctly, it's good. If you do it incorrectly, you look like how Devin did against Ryan Garcia, right? So Devin did it correctly against Regis Prograis, cut the weight, came back strong, and almost knocked Regis out. He had a bad weight cut against Ryan Garcia, and his punch resistance went straight through the floor. So there's a risk there, and that's why I give Devin Haney his respect, and I say there's a skill set to doing what they did. Now, rest in peace to Victor Conti. He hasn't been involved with Devin Haney because he's not here anymore, and he's also very sick. He wasn't involved with the whole entire Ryan Garcia fight. He was involved with the Regis Prograis fight, from my understanding, and you can kind of see how it ended up going for him. Now, you're asking about advantages and disadvantages. My question is, if there's no advantage in it, then why do it, right? So if there's no advantage on being down there, being the bigger guy in the ring, then why not just come in and compete? Why didn't Devin Haney come in the boxing and just start off at 140? And why is he not at 160 right now or 154? There's an advantage, and it doesn't even have to be about Devin Haney. We can take him off the table so that people can get out of their feelings about it. We can say any fighter you want to talk about, right? And say that there is an advantage in why fighters, if you're not in the heavyweight division, you're a weight bully is a conversation that goes across the boxing space, right? Because if you're making weight 9 out of 10 times, you're trying to be as big as you can be without giving up anything. By the way, the UFC does the same exact thing. In the UFC, these fighters do the same thing. Conor McGregor did the same thing. Started at the lower weights, cutting crazy weight. I could pull up pictures right now. I'll pull up a picture right now of Conor McGregor to have you thinking that he's a shout out to my Jewish community. No offense, but he looks like he's in a concentration camp. He looks like he's on Schindler's List. It's ridiculous, right? But why is he doing it? He's doing it because there's an advantage on fight night if I can be bigger than the guy that's in front of me.
Yeah.
This is not to crucify nobody, right? What I'm trying to paint the picture of is equal playing field for both fighters to hold their position, and we don't have to jump into ducking and trying to make something, squeeze something into a space it doesn't need to be into. Shakur Stevenson has never said he's not going to fight Devin Haney. This is ridiculous. I'll play the video and I'll do it over and over again. I don't know if that even helps at this point because you guys have heard it. You're just either choosing to hear it or you're not, right? I can't even do nothing about it, but he's made it clear. I'm fighting Devin. We could do that. You're calling me out. Let's do it. But what he's saying is, I'm also acknowledging, Negro, I know why you're doing what you're doing. I know exactly why you're doing what you're doing. But I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to fight you and I'm going to beat your ass. But I want to be clear. The reason this dude is eager and calling me out, trying to pull me up, trying to call me out, and you guys are just letting it slide. You don't care that I'm the smaller guy who's holding a belt at 140. And I could play another video here where Devin Haney speaks about making the move from 140 to 147. Keep in mind on the back end of having a bad weight cut at 140. So he wasn't doing it to challenge himself. He did it until he couldn't do it no more, until he was literally damn near on his deathbed. He still went and fought a catch weight at 144 with Jose Ramirez. Jose Ramirez has been on record saying that he wanted to fight at 147. That's what he said. He said Devin made it happen at 144. So here you go. Devin Haney showing that he's fully aware of how imperative it is and how much those 3-4 pounds cost. and he didn't even want to risk going to 147 because he's like, going from 140 to 147 is a crazy jump. But here you are trying to push the other fighter, Shakur Stevenson, who knows you very well. Shakur knows him, and he understands. He knows very well what he's doing. He understands why he's trying to get me to get 147. He took precaution before he went to 147, and he couldn't even make it at 140. What am I lying about?
So what?
You're lying,
So
Dev.
when you talk about
Shakur didn't say he was going to fight Devin in the video though. He said it, but he kind of double talked. But at the end of the day, he's saying that he's not going to fight. He's saying he's not going to fight. He's saying he's not going to fight Devin because he's saying he's not going to fight Devin because of Keyshawn Davis. He's saying that he don't want to step on his toes. And so ultimately he not going to fight him unless Keyshawn Davis say he can fight him. And Keyshawn Davis is not going to let him fight him. He said he want to fight him. He ain't taking step aside money or none of that. So Shakur is just double talking. He's saying he's not going to fight him by saying that he got to have the blessings of Keyshawn Davis.
Frequency, once again, we're just picking and choosing. Did you hear what the WBO president said? He clearly made it. The WBO clearly made it black and white. Y'all are trying to make it on Keyshawn Davis and Shakur. No, Devin Haney has to first make a decision. Am I going to give up my title and fight Shakur, or am I going to defend my title and fight Keyshawn?
That's the way y'all trying to look at it. But if Shakur accepts the offer right now, it's a no-brainer that he has to drop his belt. But Shakur is trying to get him to drop his belt without agreeing to anything. If he just drop his belt and let Keyshawn Davis fight for the belt, Shakur can still not fight him and do ring around the rosy like he doing now. So I think that's disingenuous to tell him to drop his belt and then you'll fight him or whatever, instead of just signing to fight him and then let him drop the belt. Then other than that, I think Devin should go ahead and fight his mandatory, because Shakur won't sign it.
Semantics and the back and forth between Keyshawn and Shakur, Devin is in the driver's seat. Devin is that guy. Devin has to beat Keyshawn and win to keep the belt. That's the only path. I mean, I don't think he should drop the belt. You just got to fight Keyshawn and win. That's it.
Unless Shakur takes the fight now.
Wait, can I go? Hey, so when I look at this boxing game, we still looking at the sanctioned body boxes, right? So when we look at the because this ain't Zuffa. The best ain't got to fight the best right now. We still looking at the area where they can still fight basically for the money. And when you look at the money levels of boxing, there are levels to who's worth fighting who, right? So they can't just fight. Keyshawn, I don't think is at the money level of Devin Haney. Though they are saying Keyshawn Davis's name, right? It's basically Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, they all like at the same money levels, I think. When y'all talk about like this whole, that's why catchweights is a garbage, right? Catchweights are garbage because both fighters are just looking to give themselves the advantage over the other one. Devin Haney like come up, Shakur like come down. That's the point of the weight classes. Either fight at 147 or fight at 140 or fight somebody else in your own division. There's no point in meeting anybody anywhere else when you can just go to the place you belong. And besides that, don't nobody care about Devin Haney fighting anybody else but Ryan Garcia. That's it. Besides that,
you ripping your shirt off right now, bro.
Who me? I've been ripped it off.
I was the Tanker Maniac up here.
I don't know what a Tanker Maniac is. Tank need to fight Schofield. I wish he'd fight Schofield.
You're a Tanker Bill. You're not a Tanker Maniac. You're a Tanker Bill.
Hey, Treese, you there?
You're a Tanker Bill. I'm here.
Hey, Treese, I wanted to address something you said real quick, though, about Zayas. Number one, Xander Zayas could have avoided Boots. He could have vacated the belt. He could have paid Boots step-aside money, or he could have allowed the fight to go to purse bid. So Xander taking that mandatory and choosing to fight Boots when he's the one with the two titles at 154 absolutely shows his courage and absolutely shows that he's going to the smoke. So you was incorrect in that, Treese. He didn't have to take the mandatory fight. He could have fought lesser competition. He could have figured out ways to work around that. But he stepped up and he said, "Listen, we gonna fight." So give that man his credit, sir.
Yeah, shout out to Xander Zayas, man.
We'll see how much credit he gonna get, man.
Who's about to beat that butt?
Listen, man.
That's a blowout fight.
Like I say, this is nasty work that guys calling one guy a weight bully who's never missed weight before. But one guy who's missed weight before is not a weight bully. It's sickening. And I just gotta say, that excessive weight. I don't like calling things cheating when man not breaking rules. You're a cheater once you break rules. That putting on excessive weight, which I have no proof of, which I feel like nobody has proof of, because they don't do fight night weigh-ins. I don't believe that. So
No,
you're not
do,
breaking any rules. I don't call man cheater for that.
No, I saw Richardson Hitchens and somebody else speak to that weigh-in, you know, that's after the weigh-in for the fight, whatever, and they said it's not really nothing serious. So those fighters be going in there with their boots on and backpacks and all of that stuff, and they just record the weight. So they said, you know, a lot of times it's not even just them stepping on a scale with all of their stuff on. You know, they don't take anything off for those weigh-ins.
Legit. So it's legitimate weigh-in.
Salute to Google. Salute to Deontay Wilder. Don't everybody believe in Google, right? If you just type it in as in professional boxing, excessive weight rehydration is not allowed under certain contractual arrangements. These are called rehydration clauses or dehydration clauses. So therefore, you know, you can, you know, like, so that's kind of.
I don't want to cut everybody, but hold on one second here. I just want. So Sock Chaser said I'm lying, right? Dev didn't ask for the fight 144, right? Okay, cool. There it is. The statement on there. Let's play it.
Yeah, because they when I first heard, I said, you know, as long as it's 147, they came back at 144, but now they reached out to say if they're okay on making the fight at 147. So we have to discuss that as a team. But you know, it could be either one. For me, I know those 4 pounds or 7 pounds will be magnificent. You know?
Okay, so I just want to be clear. No lying. Right? No lying. I'm not into that. This is going to be a hard thing for you to do with me because I'm well researched before I say anything. All right. Cool. So right there, Jose Ramirez said when the fight was first offered to him, they said 147. Devin and them came out and said 144. When Devin started to feel good at 144, he let them know they could do the fight. I'm lying. What am I lying about now, Sock Chasers? I'm lying. Really? I'm lying.
So how the fight end up at 142?
Because they made it at 144 at first. He wanted it at 147. They wanted it at 144 because Devin didn't want to just jump to 147. Once Devin started to see that he was making the weight, he said we can do it at 147. But at the end of the day, Jose Ramirez already cutting weight to make it at 144. So that's why I'm gonna play it again. Let me just play it again. I don't know why I gotta be lying. Why am I lying? For what did I see him lie about? I'm playing it right here.
So we have to discuss that
You might
because they worst case scenario, but it might be a 147.
Oh, so you might
because they when I first heard, I said, you know, as long as it's 147, they came back.
See, he said when they first came, I said as long as it's at 147, they came back at
144. But now they heard, I said, you know, as long as it's 147, they came back at 144. But now they reached out to say if they're okay on making the fight at 147. So we have to discuss that.
What am I lying about? Am I lying? Somebody help me out here. What am I lying about?
If you want
they said it was okay
on the Ariel Helwani show. Devin also said that he could have made that fight at 147. So here's what it is. I don't even know why we
Stock Chasers. If it ain't Devin Haney, it's his team. It's the people. They who? What are you talking about? You saying Turkey wanted to fight at 144? I don't understand. What are we talking about?
I don't know why you even entertained that shit.
Both fighters was coming up from 140, so I don't see what's the big deal though.
There is no big deal. The big deal is that Stock Chasers.
When the official fight happened? Did they officially fight at 144? Didn't they officially fight at 147?
Listen, wait, guys. 143. Wait. Based on what you guys just saw on the panel, if I sit here and I say Devin wanted to fight at 144, am I lying?
No, because he said it.
Are you sure? I mean, I'm just saying.
On Ariel
well, according to that's what whatchamacallit Jose Ramirez said. So I don't think you're lying. You're coming with that perspective from what you saw in that video. So I wouldn't say you're lying.
Show, Devin said that he asked for the fight at 144 because he was moving up and he wanted to grow into the weight. He said he could have made the fight at 147. That was on Ariel Helwani show. Now, if y'all didn't hear that, I don't know why, but he said it himself. So
thank you, Ray.
I don't know, but he's sitting here saying I'm lying. Says Devin, or it says Devin. I'm gonna leave it alone. I just want to be clear. I ain't no liar. You ain't never gonna catch me no lie, bro. I'm thorough about my shit. But you can keep on playing that game, but I promise you, you're never gonna catch me like that. Ask anybody who knows me. I'm not. I promise you ain't gonna catch me.
You gotta
doing
set
that.
the trap for Clay, bro, and it's hard.
It won't even. I'm not even gonna talk on it if I don't know about it. I'm not gonna sit here and just make up. If I said it, fine. If I said a lie, find it. You won't.
Yo, Clay, sir. Hey, sir. Check the private chat. I tried to send a link to the page that's talking about the rehydration clauses in pro boxing, and it specifically lists a section about physically, and then it says tactically. But I just wanted you to read it because it's talking about, for example, a boxer is counting on weight advantage to impose his power, may have to rethink his strategy if he can't make up as much weight after the weigh-in. This is what the people who run the organization, they already know that boxers are trying to have this kind of.
Was Shakur bigger than Tito?
That's why they have the rules in place for each sanctioning body.
Was Shakur bigger than Tito on the fight night?
Absolutely.
Huh?
Absolutely.
Was he taking advantage? Was he
If
taking
they
advantage
can
of
make
that
the weight,
same
it don't matter.
process?
So, and Shakur was coming from 135 too.
If it's in, hey, sir, Ray, if it's in each different sanction body has their own different rehydration
now we're
clause.
switching to
So if
only
it's in
certain
the
sanction
rules,
bodies.
if it's within the rules, oh, okay, never mind.
Hey, so Ray, if did you see Shakur scarfing down that food the night before just to be able to make weight for the TO fight? Okay.
No, I didn't see that, bro.
Did you see the picture I posted yesterday with Shakur he was bigger than Terrence when he was getting Terrence ready for Earl Spence?
Oh, so okay, so we're looking at photos and this automatic. So I guess because Fundora is 6 foot whatever, he so let me ask you a question. So Fundora. So let me ask you a question. So what do you think Fundora's natural weight is?
Probably about 192.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Hey, can I just say a name real quick? This is bothering me.
Real quick, bear me one
David
moment.
Benavidez.
Hold on one moment.
Saying, nah, I gotta move up. You know, you was already gaining fame, and you was like, I've been at 135 too long, man. You know, you was struggling to make that. How does 147 feel?
Well, I haven't experienced it fully yet because my last fight was at 144. So I felt good there. It's like the 140 to 147. It's like a big jump.
Big gap.
So 144 felt like super comfortable for me. I made it fairly easy.
Right.
No, I made it really easy. But I went into training camp like light. So then my nutritionist was like, that this next fight, he wanted me to come in heavier because I was too light.
Okay.
Like he was like having to feed me a lot. So he like, this next training camp, I want you to come in bigger.
So was 140 difficult?
Okay, so once again, just Devin Haney speaking on how difficult the jump is from 140 to 147 and why the fight happened at 144. Bro, this is not, you're never going to be able to do this with me. You're not. But don't take my word for it. Keep going. But I promise you, that's not what's going to happen with Clay Moraine. But let's have at it. We got a long life to live. This channel's going to be here for a minute. Go for yours. This one wasn't it, though. Try again. Go ahead. My bad. Just stop. What?
Hey, Ray.
Yo.
You see Shakur posted his weight, right?
Did he? Did we see him step on the scale in the video?
Oh, okay, cool.
He could have teetered that scale, bro. People.
Okay, say no more. I understand where you're going with it.
I'm just asking. No, I'm just asking, right?
No, I mean, if we're
scale, I'm just asking. People can adjust the scale to make it look a certain way. Am I right? I'm not saying he did it. Hold on, I'm not saying he did it. Let's be clear. But if you got a scale in your house, you can move that little button on the back and make it adjust a little few pounds here or there, right?
I understand. If you're gonna go down that road, then I have nothing to say. I understand. I understand what you're saying. I get it.
Yes, this is a crazy conversation. If y'all think the fighters don't know each other's weights, y'all crazy, bro.
I just want to say this because when Tank asked him to step on the scale the next day, that nigga didn't even take a shot at the numbers, bro.
If you think the fighters don't know the other fighters' official weights, bro, you crazy. That's I mean that's simple. They could probably touch your stomach. No. Bernard Hopkins had an interview with Andre Ward and said he could touch a fighter's stomach and tell how many weeks he got left before, you know what I'm saying, he got a fat camp anywhere. They know how much each other weighs. I can look at somebody, and I'm not a professional fighter, and guess your weight. If you don't know somebody, like how much they're rehydrating to, I mean, if you honestly think they don't know each other, you crazy, bro. It's not that big of a boxing world.
I don't like it.
They know each other.
He was like 5 pounds heavier the next day, though. Not even the next day when he weighed in on the scale.
But guys, right? But we can play the we can play the semantics, right? Listen, guys, we can play the semantics, right? At the end of the day, Shakur Stevenson is a professional fighter. Devin Haney is a professional fighter.
Exactly.
These guys understand the significance of weight cuts. They understand the significance of 3 pounds. We saw Ryan Garcia become the Hulk, 3.5 pounds, beat on the scale, and Devin Haney gets beat over the head every day for taking that fight. We know the significance of weight in boxing. We understand, right? Shakur knows more. Devin knows more than any of us know. Devin sat there and cut weight at 135 for at least a solid 2 years of just like, why is he still there? He went to 140. He stayed there so long. 140 was a difficult weight cut for him. So he went to 140. And I continue to play the video where he says when he got the 140 cutting weight for the Regis program, he said it was just as bad as 135, if not worse. Right? So that means he stayed at 135 so long, he couldn't even fight at 140 no more. He blew out at 140. He was done with 140. So the only reason I bring up these videos is just to show you that Devin Haney is aware of what he's asking Shakur Stevenson to do. He's aware of it. He's communicated how difficult it was for him. And I want you guys to understand he couldn't make the weight no more when he went up to 144, 147. He couldn't do it no more. Shakur's doing it comfortably. Right? He's fighting at 135, 140 without no issues. So it's going to be even more of a weight jump for him. For Devin, there's an argument that he should have been there already, right? That he was at 140, he should have been there. He was 135 and he shouldn't have been there. So they're aware of the strategic play on chasing Shakur down, and Shakur's just not going to act like that's not what it is. On the back end of, I don't even want to pull up the video because clearly you guys just ain't going to hear it. Shakur saying, I'm going to fight him. Right? Shakur's saying it. He's saying, I'm going to fight him. I'm going to do it, but I'm just letting you know.
But
I know.
Wait, Clay, are you saying that it's difficult to go up in weight or down? Because it sounds like you comparing the difficulties that Devin had with cutting weight with Shakur's difficulty with moving up in weight. It seems like you're making a contrast of the two.
Yeah, but you gain fame saying, "Now I got to move up." You know, you was already gaining fame, and you was like, I've been at 135 too long. Man. You know, you were struggling to make that. How does 147 feel?
Well, I haven't experienced it fully yet because my last fight was at 144. So I felt good there. It's like the 140 to 147. It's like a big jump. Big gap. So 144 felt like super comfortable for me. I made it fairly easy. I made it really easy. But I went into training camp like so then my
okay, I don't want to play the whole video, right? What I'm saying is Devin Haney understands the jump is a big jump. He understands that he wanted to take his time with it, that he didn't just want to go up there. It's not that it's difficult to eat a bunch of burgers and put on a bunch of weight and go in there, but it's about everything has to translate. The power has to translate. The speed, the athleticism, the conditioning, everything has to translate. He took his time, is what I'm saying, and he's pushing Shakur to move to. He was pushing for Shakur to go to 140, 147. He knows, he understands what he's asking for, is what I'm saying. He's aware of it. He's not doing
He
it by
said it was
chance.
easy though, Clay. He said it was super easy.
He didn't say it was easy, Fly.
He said he did. He said it was
Oh
easy to
my
make
God.
144. He said super easy. He made the weight
They all
144.
say that, bro. They all say that
better.
shit.
And he said it's nutritionalist.
You might have to play it again. Clay.
No, he don't. He don't got to play it again. He said his nutritionalist said that he came in a little light, so he wanted him to go to 147. But he said he made 144 easy.
Jumping
He
up
said it was
to
super easy.
147, he said
He
it's a
said-
big jump.
He said going from 140 to 147 is a big jump. Come on, Flyer.
Yeah, he did say that, but that was because he was wary because he never got there. But he said he made 144
But do you think
very easy.
It's about how you make it, though. Look, he walks around. Do you agree with that? That Devin Haney walks around way heavier than 147?
Yeah, 163.
He said his
So he's not
nutritionist said he came in light
So
though.
he's
Y'all
not
didn't hear him say
speaking,
that?
He's not
he's
gonna
not
answer the
speaking
question.
about making 147 as if he has to eat a bunch of food to make the weight. He's talking about doing it the right way, conditioning, strength, speed, everything he needs to compete at a high level in the boxing, inside of a boxing ring. He wanted to do it the correct way. So
Yeah, it's less weight you have to cut.
I got something
And you
for him.
gotta
I got
build
something
muscle
for him.
too. Yeah, I
So
understand
Flyer. How long did it take Terrence Crawford? How long did it take Terrence Crawford to acclimate to 168?
1 year.
I mean, that was diabolical though. Look where he came from. He went up 3 weight classes.
It took him a year to do
You
it.
can't compare that to that because he went up 3 weight classes. So you're asking how long it took him to make it from to acclimate from 3 weight classes down to
You also
168.
gotta understand that
what Clay is saying.
gotta
Never mind.
understand that Bomac
let me be
said
clear
that he
when
can't
I
put
say
it
this.
down at that weight class for a
There's
long
no
time.
more than
So you're talking about
6,
someone
7
who's
pounds
naturally a
between the
bigger
two of
guy.
them. Walk around. All this shit y'all thinking and talking about is diabolical.
He's trying to make it seem like Devin gonna be 20 pounds bigger than him in the ring. Like he's not gonna rehydrate too.
I know, but
He
he's
gonna
not
weigh
that much
20 pounds
smaller
more
than
than-
Devin when he walks around. He's not. Keyshawn is smaller than fucking Shakur. I'm sorry, Clay, I didn't mean to cuss. He is smaller. He's just more heart. He wants to get in there and get an opportunity for his bag.
I don't think we know that for a fact, Ray.
We don't know that, Ray. Sorry.
Because the reason I say that also is because Keyshawn's already spoken to it. He's already blown weight. You know what I'm saying? At 135. He's already almost blown weight at 140. You can. The reality is that's all. Because what's going to happen is, let me tell you why that's important, what I'm saying, right? If Keyshawn comes up here right now, you don't know him. You're speculating because he'll come up here right now and be like, bro, no, I couldn't make the weight. It was hard. I'm way bigger than Shakur. You're going to sit here in your little office and be this expert. And this guy who's in the game will have no credibility in the conversation about his own physical abilities. All of a sudden, fans and pundits in the space are speaking on these people in spite of them speaking for themselves.
Okay.
So me as a pundit on my channel, I can't sit here and take y'all word over the guys speaking for themselves. That's a losing business model for me to sit here and take fans talking about fighters when fighters are actually speaking for themselves. It's crazy, right? But I just want to play this one more time and I'm done with it. Jose Ramirez speaking on the conditions of that fight being made.
Because they when I first heard, I said, as long as it's 147.
He said, as long as it's 147, I'm down. They came at me. I said, as long as it's at 147, let's do it.
Came back at 144.
They came back to them with 144. They came back who's they? It's not Devin, right? They is multiple people, right? Jose Ramirez, though, wanted to fight at 147. Can Jose Ramirez, speaking on himself, have credibility on what he wanted? Somebody else wanted another weight. They didn't want somebody else, not Jose Ramirez, wanted to fight at 140. Excuse me. Somebody else, not Jose Ramirez, wanted to fight at 144, not 147, right?
But now they reached out to say if they're okay on making the fight at 147.
So now they've reached out to him and said they're okay with making the fight at 147. So we'll see.
We have to discuss that as a team. But it could be either one. For me, I know those 4 pounds or 7 pounds will be magnificent.
Right. Well, for me, that would be magnificent for that 147. Okay, so now Stock Chase is going to sit there in the chat and say, who is they? They is the same people that DJ Khaled was talking about, was hating on them. They is the executives of boxing who have all vested interest in Devin Haney being healthy and not fighting in a weight class he can in. So they're forcing Devin Haney to fight at 144. It's not Devin. Devin would fight 175-pound light heavyweight champion of the world if they wouldn't stop him from doing it. Whatever, bro, right? Whatever. At the end of the day, somebody sees the significance of the weight. Period.
Correct. I think this clip right here, it also shows that, it varies, amongst the fighters, because Jose Ramirez himself is coming from 140, and he said he wanted to just go straight to 147. He wanted to skip it, but Devin, being unsure of it, wanted to stop at 144. So I think that clip shows both
sides,
arguments.
both angles of it.
But does it also show how much of a jump it is?
I mean, I guess according to Devin Haney, but according to Ramirez, he said that'd have been great for him. And he's coming from 140 himself. He never fought at 147 before.
But it speaks to how important and how much of a decision it is that when people are talking about Shakur should just jump up to 147 and fight Devin Haney, it speaks to how much of a big decision it is. Does it or does it not?
I feel like Bud threw all of that stuff out the window when he went all the way up to 168 with no rehydration clause, no catch weight, and none of that stuff. These dudes crying over 7 pounds, you know what I'm saying, or 4 pounds, and Bud then went all the way up there, man. I think that's why people don't really give credence to it and stuff like that. Then we see him get in the ring with Teofimo Lopez, who was at 140 for a few fights already, and Shakur goes up there his first fight, and he's bigger than Teofimo Lopez, but now all of a sudden he's small like Tank. He's categorizing himself with Tank. He's trying to fight smaller guys, way smaller than him, like me and Tank.
I don't know what to say, man.
You said you're 126 pounder, yo. That's what
at the end of the day, the man makes 135 easy and competes at the highest level. William Zepeda, who's punching all over him, his resistance is on point. He makes the weight easily. He went.
I don't think he can make 135 no more, Clay.
ABS Ghostbusters with the super chat says, if the standard is a fighter in his 4th weight class has to move up again and fight Dev, why aren't they asking Dev to move up to his 4th weight class? Shout out to Atheist Ghostbusters.
We did.
And these conversations.
What you talking about? That's what he wanted.
These conversations end up being so crazy because the reality is I'm a big fan. I'm not like you guys, but I support Devin Haney. I think he's a great boxer, bro. I'm there to defend Devin Haney when he's going through his shit. When they were trying to say Tank couldn't fight him, they were trying to put all those saying he was a weight bully and saying he was putting on 25 pounds. I was like, it don't matter as long as he makes the weight. It does not matter, bro. If he's in your division, he's in your division. I'm all here for it. But I have to be a voice of reason for a reason. For Shakur Stevenson, it don't make no sense that people are sitting here painting this picture and not acknowledging that this man moves strategically in his own career when it comes to weight cutting, and he never moved out of his comfort zone. He always stayed in his space until it blew up in his face. That's when he moved up. He was literally damn near forced up to move up because he stayed in his weight divisions until he was literally putting his life on the line. He never moved up to fight the bigger guys.
Clay.
Well, y'all see my logo. I'm a Tank Maniac, man. I don't know what y'all talking about.
We getting caught up in
semantics
talking about weight
earlier.
Visions, man.
But why are we?
Yeah, this weight class conversation crazy.
Listen,
it is.
If you can make the weight, if you can make 147, that's all that matters. If you make 140, why fight a catch fight? They should just fight at the weight. It's weight classes for a reason.
Right. Why is he crying and telling people he wants these fights at certain weights?
I'm your good buddy, bro. I'm your good buddy.
My bad. Good buddy. You're completely right? My thing is, if Shakur goes up to 147, he understands. That's why he's saying no. He's not going to. He's saying, I'm not going to fight you at 147. And because you're chasing me, right? Like, good buddy, right? You're a boxer, right? And somebody comes at you and they says, you compete at 135. And they come at you and they say, yo, fight. Somebody says, yo, good buddy, why wouldn't you fight Devin Haney? And you're like, yo, I could beat Devin, but I'm not going to go up there to 147. I'm a 135 pounder. And you go, I mean, the only way I can see me fighting him is either a rehydration clause on him at 147, or if he fights, I'll meet him. I'll go up as much as 144. But it's because they're bothering you, right? But you don't want to. You don't want to make it look like you're turning away from the fight, like the guy's better than you. So you're like, I'll fight the guy. I'm challenging myself, but I'm not going to do something dumb. I'm not going to go out the box and do something dumb. I'm going to do it with some contingencies that protect somebody who's naturally smaller than the guy you guys are asking me to fight. Yes or no?
Can I add you don't think he's ready for 147?
Do you
think he can compete at 147?
Do I think Shakur Stevenson could be at 147?
Do you think he can compete at 147?
I think he could compete at 147, but I think Devin Haney is the top of the list. He's the best 140. So
do you think he's not capable of competing with Devin Haney at the top of the list?
No. It's not that. It's not as far as if he's capable or incapable, as if it's more dangerous or not, right? It's like
no.
It's like
hell no. It's combat sports. It's the best.
No, that's
Well,
y'all.
no, well,
Y'all sit on the sideline and don't give a shit. But that man who cares about his health and his family who cares about his health, it does matter. It's not just about going up there and getting punched on for no reason, bro. I don't have to go up there and fight Goliath.
Pillow fisted though.
Could Terrence Crawford fight David Benavidez?
Yes, hell yeah, and he'll win.
But
he'll win.
What did he say?
What's the problem with the rehydration?
Say that again. Terrence the boat bug Crawford.
Hold
We
on,
going
y'all gotta
fishing to
calm
beat
down.
David
Hold on, guys.
Benavidez.
We need some structure, y'all. Y'all can't
Yeah,
be
let me-
hollering
let me
over the
ask
host
one-
and everything, y'all.
Let me
Chill.
ask
My bad, that got me deep.
Hey, Flyer. Let me ask you a question. What's the problem with if Shakur, they both at 147? What's the problem with the rehydration clause?
I just don't like rehydration clauses, man. I think rehydration clauses, when you start talking about rehydration clauses, you're not fighting the fighter. You know, if it was under
Even if
the
it's at
IBF rules,
147?
if it was
Even
at
if it's
the
at 147?
yeah, because now you're putting stipulations on top of the rules. You know, it's no rule already there to say you can't rehydrate and be,
But
healthy
that
and
is a
normal
rule.
to your
A
you just have to
rehydration
be
clause
you
is
just
a
can't
rule.
go you just can't go over you just can't be what they say. There's a rule that you can't be more than
Yeah.
15 pounds apart from each
That's only
other.
one of them. That's only one of them.
Whatever. Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's like
So
different sanctioning
yeah, so
bodies.
it's not because but the point is if Shakur go up there and make 147, it's not like he's not going to rehydrate bigger than 147 as well. He probably let's say he might come up there and weigh like 155 somewhere around there, and then Devin go in there, he's probably going to weigh like 160 or whatnot. But then you want to put a rehydration clause on it to drain him down. I don't know.
Okay. But
You got
the guy
people
who's
who's
pushing for it.
taller and stuff like that. It's different things that go into it. Bones
But
is
that's
heavy
not what a
too, bro.
rehydration clause
Bones is heavy too. Oh my god.
Yeah, height determines
HLD,
height is a determining factor in your weight as well, bro.
Okay, cool. HLD, what's good, family?
What's going on, mi gente, man? Happy Father's Day to those who are fathers, especially those who take care of business.
Same to
What's
you.
going
Thank
on?
you.
Absolutely, guys. Look, man. What did I say about 2 weeks ago about this Devin Haney and
That
Shakur
is a
fight?
trash ass fight.
No, I said that Bill was laying down that trap. He was laying down that trap because they can make the 144 easy for Shakur. But now that he got him on the hook saying that he'll take it, now we're like having the pushback. So I mean, it is what it is. Yes, Devin Haney is gonna be the bigger fighter, and that will be his advantage in this fight versus Shakur. Regardless if it's at 147 or 144, he's still gonna be the bigger dude, and that's why Shakur, on his sense, he's like, I gotta get the best advantage I can out of this because it is his career. I mean, speaking with Zab Judah, he said, I know with who I would move up to 147 and who not to go up to 147 with. Because I ain't gonna fight just anybody. It's gonna be selective.
So pick and play, huh?
It is pick and play. It is pick and play. It is pick and play. Because he could give a lead. Well, like I said in the chat, Conor Banks, come on, man. You're not Devin Haney caliber. I'll fight you. But he's fighting Devin Haney. And he knows it's a different level. And so it's not gonna be the same. So he knows that he has to have as best at that advantage where he could kind of equalize it for himself to try to be at the best for this fight. So I don't blame the guy, but I just blame all the yapping. You know what I mean? You saying this? You already said yes to 144. There should be no hiccups. You know what I mean? Now the WBO president did state what he stated, and it is what it is. This fight has already been ordered to be a mandate. It's going to be mandated here in the next month, and there's nothing way around it except if Keyshawn Davis says, I'm willing to take a step aside right now. That's the only thing that would be that would be the only way that this fight does not happen by the WBO. So I don't know what I mean, I guess that's where they're waiting a month because they know that there's some talking about how they're gonna make this fight.
HLD, my brother. Can I ask you a question?
This fight is going to be on Zuffa though, right?
Hold on.
It doesn't matter. No, it's the zone.
I'm going to ask HLD a question. Did Devin or Bill say they were not going to fight Keyshawn Davis at any cost? They said that.
No, the only stipulation right now that they put out, if they don't get Shakur, that they would fight him next. Now, my only problem with that,
or if it's mandated, or if it's mandated.
No, and that's not how Bill put it in his tweet. I respect the rules, but the people, his tweet is his word. He said, hey, we respect the rules, but the people run blah. So yeah, that means you're not trying to respect the rules. You're trying to see if you can get the Shakur fight. Right. But to get that Shakur fight, I think it would have to at this point take step aside from
Brian Garcia is champion in his class.
From Keyshawn, and if the WBO approves that to happen. That's the only way I see this fight not happening.
If they fight each other, and they get stripped, I think
then if they get stripped, then they get stripped. Right.
They're saying it's bigger than the belt, so they'll still have that fight without the belt.
But we'll see. I don't think they give up the belt. It's too much leverage.
Clay, you on mute?
Guys, wait. Time out. Here's Zab Judah, right? This is a person who knows Devin Haney. He's Devin Haney's godfather, right? Let's see what Zab Judah 4 months ago, when this fight was being brought up. Here's what Zab Judah said, right?
Zab, Shakur and Devin, master boxers. Yeah. What's gonna be the separation there? No bias. I know that's your Godzilla.
But I don't think it's never gonna happen.
How do they separate each other in the ring? They're both pretty much identical in the way they do things.
See, I think weight class is gonna separate that fight. That's 100%.
What weight would it be at then?
I don't know. Devin might not stick around at 47 too long.
He's talking about 154.
Get this one fight and gone. Y'all don't. Devin is a big boy. Big.
He's talking about Sanders Zayas.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I still don't see that fight happening. So that's why I don't be, like commenting or making predictions on that. I know Shakur is a young man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So no.
Okay, I gotta ask you this. You're a businessman too. You're not.
Okay. So here's Zab. Here's Zab communicating 4 months ago saying he don't even see the fight happening. He said there's a weight differences. He says y'all don't know. Devin's a big boy. He said he might do one more fight at 147, and then he's going to 150. He's probably going to 154. 4 months ago. Yeah. So now, Zab's a liar. Am I pushing the narrative now? Am I? What is Zab? Zab's a liar. Somebody talk.
Hey, Clay, can I get in here real quick?
Zab don't know what the heck he's talking about.
Got a belt in weight class.
Zab don't know what he's talking about, bro.
It's a matter
he fought Brian Norman Jr.
One at a time.
He fought Brian Norman. He fought Brian Norman Jr. there, and he looked like he made.
I got it frequent. Go ahead, HLD. Go ahead.
Guys, at this elite level, when you're talking about the top guys, it's a matter of millimeters, the differences of advantages that they can have. We're talking about, you better have a good morning when you wake up that day, because if you didn't have a good night's sleep, that could be all they wrote. All she wrote to get your ass whooped. Because we're talking about the elite versus the elite. You know what I mean? You could I love using race cars, quarter-mile drag racing, bro. Hey, yeah, you running that V12, but if that V12's got 2 cylinders that took a crap, and I got my V8 and all 8 cylinders running, we're gonna smoke you. Boy. You see? So it's just as simple as that. These guys have to be at their optimum best, and it's just a matter of little things that can make a difference, if not physically, mentally. And so it's all of it together. And so I understand Shakur with wanting to make sure he can try to get the best advantage he can to try to compete with Devin. But at the same time, that separates all that yapping. Because you say one thing, then you should honor it. You said 144, they said 144. There should be no more argument.
He's not. But HL, he said he's doing it.
HLD.
He said he's doing it. Hold on. Wait. H-Town. H-Town, man. Go ahead, man. I know you're trying.
Yeah, let me just get in here real quick, Clay. I'll be off. Hey, happy Father's Day to everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat, man. Salute, guys, and continue being good fathers to your children. First and foremost. Second of all, I mean, we all know American fighters. And when I say American, I mean David Benavidez, Ryan Garcia, Earl Spence. You're an American fighter, not your color. An American fighter.
No problem.
They're all known to be weight bullies. Ryan Garcia walks around the ring at 178 pounds. David Benavidez walks around outside the ring at 230 pounds. Bud Crawford walks around outside the ring at 186 pounds. What's the name? They said Devin is at 180, but hey, Ryan said he was bigger than him, bigger than that. So we don't know. I think Ryan might know better than us because they've known each other since they were little kids. You know what I mean? Shakur, he probably walks around like 160. The difference is it's one weight bully versus a bigger weight bully. And the smaller weight bully is not gonna want to be the smaller guy in the ring. They want to meet halfway, because they both know that they're weight bullies. I mean, why do you think that these guys in American boxing, when they're done in their career, they can't talk? Because that's years and years of them taking hits with not enough water in their brain. Why do you think you see these Ukrainian fighters and these Mexican fighters? And when I say Mexican, I mean from Mexico, from the guys from ranches and all that shit that are actually small guys fighting these guys after their career is done. They're all talking fine, nothing's wrong, because they haven't spent their whole career trying to cut 40. Hey, let me finish, brother. I only did one thing and I'm out.
Let them finish.
And they've been doing this their whole career. And that's one of the benefits of being an American. We got more nutrition. We got more benefits to us cutting weight. We got saunas. We got cool down tanks. We got everything to help our fighters to get the biggest advantage. So these are two guys fighting over an advantage that we know that they have amongst a lot of other people. And for Devin Haney to act like he hasn't been the biggest guy in every fight he's been in, it's crazy. He's been the biggest guy in every fight he's been in. He's gonna be the bigger guy against Shakur, And like I said, you're never gonna convince the Haneyacks, because the Haneyacks got an agenda. That's how the new Bud fans, because the old Bud fans knew Bud was a bigger guy. That's why we said Bud was gonna whoop Spencer's ass, But now they'll keep telling you now Bud's a little man. Like I said, when he posted himself weighing 186 pounds, shredded than a motherfucker on the scale, saying I ain't never been little, but they'll tell you now he's small. No, the man's a big man. He's a big boy. It's just these other guys are bigger boys, But we all know Devin's a big guy, man. Make the fight. They agree to 144. I don't know what the argument is about. If the fight's already been agreed to 144, make the fight. There's no disadvantage towards Devin. Devin says he's made 144 easy. They're not asking him to go to 140 or 135. I mean, he's one fight removed from 144. He hasn't been making 147 for 5 years. Like I said, he's been making for 147 for 5 years. I've been like, okay, he's been only getting this weight cut for 5 years. His body's acclimated to it. And, it's going to be hard for him to cut the last 3 pounds. But he hasn't. He hasn't been there for 5 years. So stop being realistic. Stop being a goddamn fanboy. And I'm talking to you, my boy Stock, my brother out there. When when they say they, it's his goddamn team. No, they ain't fucking the who. It's not the Illuminati. It's his team. So stop the bull crap. Make the fight. Your boys didn't get 12-0. Shakur gonna dance on him. Shakur's gonna be on the back foot, jab all night in his face. They ain't gonna let him get the hugging off because Shakur's gonna get protected because he's an American fighter as well. And it is what it is. And I'm out, guys. Salute.
Word.
But you guys said.
Wait. HLD, hold on. Let Ray get it. Ray been waiting. Go ahead.
Well, I do want to say, first of all, Devin is not bigger than Ryan. So that was a diabolical statement that he just said. But anyway, HLD, I had a question about you. You say you drag race, and I'm sorry to get off topic, but you got a Toyota Corona with a rotary engine?
My first car was a Mazda RX-7, man, 12A, full barrel car.
I was on point somewhere. So. You had a FE, right? I mean, an FD.
No, I played with that engine in a first generation car though.
Okay, all right. Still would have smoked you with my Civic, bro. That shit was fast.
Nah, I'm cruising in my 760 Li, man. And if you could smoke me, good for you.
Nah, I don't race anymore, but my shit hit 12. Bro.
I'm in my 4-door sedan with 550 horses, bro.
Oh, he got an electric car. That don't count.
No, man, not an electric car. Anyway, but back to the topic on hand. Bill Haney said he sent the contract over to Shakur. And then Shakur responded saying, "Nah, man, you go fight Keyshawn Davis."
Yeah, so that's my whole thing. So what we talking about? They acting like it's pushback from Devin's side. The pushback is on Shakur's side. Shakur's the one that's acting funny.
Shakur is the one who. That's why I'm saying Shakur's talking all this blah 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 stuff, and he's the one pushing back. Maybe you guys weren't aware of that, but that's where I'm coming from, and that's why I'm like, bro, you're talking a lot of bullshit, bro. Either you're gonna take the fight or don't, but you. Now at this point, you sounding crazy out here, man.
Where did Bill Haney report this at?
That's Twitter.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
Thing with them is like, damn, I'm I'm doing my thing. Now y'all just go on every platform. Shakur. It's like, God damn, y'all so obsessed with me. Like, leave me alone. I'm just going. Now look, you called on something and y'all just fiending for it. So now let's do it. Let's do it now.
Period.
No, let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, don't play the rest of it.
My bad. You're right. Let him
Play the rest.
Oh, no, like, I'm home.
I don't know why.
Are there actual negotiations going on for that fight, or is it just what we're seeing, kind of the back and forth on socials?
It's real negotiations.
How close are we to that fight?
We should be. I don't know. We'll see. Only thing that's like really like is a holdup, and the main thing is
There you go. Here we go.
Keyshawn is number one for his belt. So one thing that I'm not going to do. Keyshawn is my brother. I love him like with all my heart. I'm not going to step on any toes just to get a big bag. Like, it's not like, oh, shit, I need this money. I need to. No, I'm not going to up what I got going on with my brother over. So if Keyshawn is first in line for the fight, Keyshawn will get the fight first unless they vacate that belt and let Keyshawn fight for that belt. And if they do that, then let's get on.
Boom.
So he just said he
not. Let Ray speak on it. Go ahead.
He said he not for the money, but said Conor Ben is the money fight. He just said.
Oh
that,
my God, that's not even.
Yes, he did. He earlier said Conor Ben was that money fight.
What are we doing right now, bro?
What are we doing?
Talk about the video, bro. Don't do that, bro. That's ridiculous, bro. So what you're trying to bring up Conor Ben? I'm not doing this conversation about. We already spoke on Conor Ben was a.
Let him go.
This is ridiculous.
Let him dig a hole. Let him dig a hole.
I thought he was
Let Ray
actually
dig a
gonna say
hole.
something. This dude went into some Conor Ben nonsense. I'm talking about the video.
You wanted him to talk, Ray. Clay, you gotta let him finish.
Let him go, Clay.
I got emotional. My bad, Ray. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I'm
all right, cool. Nope. All right, cool. So at the end of the day,
well, can I speak on it then?
Go ahead, Flyer. Go ahead.
Okay, so what we saw here was Shakur double back and say that he's not going to take the fight unless Devin Haney drops his belt, which he knows Devin Haney's not going to just drop his belt and just and wait for him to sign a contract. And that's what I was saying here. I was saying that why would he drop the belt before you even sign a contract? No, sign the contract if you're going to fight him or not. Needs to be settled before he drops the belt. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't choose to take the fight before they mandate the fight, then Keyshawn Davis is the fight then. Keyshawn Davis is the fight.
Well, we all know that already, but I'm going to pull up another video right now to address that.
I agree. I agree with that part with Flyer. I mean, and right here in the tweet right here that I put up here for you guys to see, he's trying to get his boy in line to be able to fight for a vacant belt if Devin Haney vacates it, right? So I mean, there's gamemanship in the business side right here by Shakur and what they're doing, and Jay Prince and all of them, because that's what they all doing. And yeah, the Haney's ain't that dumb. They're gonna vacate the belt like Flyer is saying. So
real quick. Let me ask
you a
question real quick. Was Keyshawn in line to fight Teofimo for his belt?
Thank you.
Wasn't he the number one contender for Tio's belt? If y'all mind,
he was never a mandatory.
Oh,
yes, he was the mandatory.
He was not. No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
No, he was not.
He was in the mandatory position, the same place. He was in the same position
right now. He was not.
That's another man.
Another narrative.
It wasn't. The fight wasn't mandated, but this fight not mandated either.
No, this fight, the president already said so. That this fight is already. It's the only thing is not. It's just officially mandated, but it is already in a mandated position already.
That's what Tito was at. He was in the mandatory position.
No,
the fight wasn't mandated.
Bro, he just wasn't, man. Damn.
He wasn't number one.
No, he was number one, but he's not mandated.
And Keyshawn is not mandated either. It's the same situation.
No, it ain't.
No, he's not.
Bro, I know you listen to the WBO president. Let's not act
right here. I'm gonna pull it up. Damn.
The WBO president said he's not mandated yet.
That's
bro.
not what he said at all.
It is what he said. He said the fight is going to be mandated.
Let's go one at a time. Let Clay play the clip for Flyer.
That's it. That's no problem. That's what I'm gonna do, and then we'll see. He's probably gonna say he's lying, but I'm gonna play it anyway. Hold on a second.
He said no, not. He said it's going to be mandated, and then once it gets mandated, he gets 10 days. At least 10 days. That's what Gustavo said.
Yo, that was a great interview by Najee. I give him his props on that.
100%.
I'm always against him on his takes, but his interview with Gustavo, that was great for you knuckleheads out there to learn something.
Yeah, we needed that one for sure.
If the fight was mandated, the fight would be on with Keyshawn right now.
No, it wouldn't.
Real quick. I just talked to my my little cousin who he be around Shakur all the time. He said he about 149.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna play this.
I take it as a man. Hey, I fucked up here, you know?
And we appreciate that. So again, thank you very much for even giving us this insight, because this is something that we don't get a lot. Now, let me ask you this, Mr. Pablo. When is it exactly that you guys, as the WBO, will actually order the fight now that Keyshawn's number one? Keyshawn versus Devin Haney. When will that be ordered?
Probably by the end of this month or early July. We have to issue that negotiation.
There you go. We don't got to hear no more.
Let him talk. Okay.
It's a matter of timing, but it's a done deal in the sense that Keyshawn is the mandatory for Haney, and Haney.
There it is.
There it is.
Bro, he's the man. He's talking. He's saying he's the mandatory, but it has not been ordered. That's the same situation Tito was in, bro.
No, it isn't, because he finishes saying that there's nothing that they can do to get Keyshawn Davis out of it, because he is already called upon to be the mandatory.
He's already been called upon the man. Come on, let's play it.
Haney's camp has been advised in writing by the championship committee, because you got to notify.
Haney's camp's been notified in writing by the committee.
Yeah, but he said it hasn't been ordered though. He said that in the beginning.
Man, how can we do this? Let him play. Hold up.
You got your mandatory coming up. Once the
coming
committee
up,
makes a decision, the committee will issue that negotiation letter with the timeline.
Najee has a backup question.
So we got 2 weeks before we're gonna know what happens, right?
Sure. Once that negotiation letter is notified, is published, and the committee can grant the parties either no less than 10 days to negotiate, or can grant the parties 15 days, 20 days, 30 days, no less than 10 days to reach a deal. And any of the parties during that negotiation stage can request.
Say it one more time. You said no less than 10 days to reach a deal?
Yeah, no. The rules provide, right? The rules require that negotiation.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Gustavo, because Shakur is the WBO champion at 140 pounds.
Yeah.
And Devin is the champion at 147 pounds.
Yeah.
Is there an exemption or, or super champion status that can be allowed to make that fight happen? Is there like, if Devin can become a super champion, so you can allow that fight without being stripped? Is that possible?
No, at this stage, at this juncture, it cannot be allowed as an exception because there's a mandatory pending.
Pending. Different
keyword. Mandatory pending.
Yes, that word is bond. You can't move from it.
So what does mandatory pending mean?
It's not ordered yet. It's not ordered.
I want to help you guys out. So give me your explanation of what mandatory pending means. Go ahead.
Pending just means on the line, bro.
One at a time.
From what he just said, right? The mandatory pending means that Keyshawn is in position of the mandatory, and it's pending based on it being ordered. And he said that, they already made him the mandatory in position. Like, he's number one. He's going to get the mandatory shot when it's announced. So it's pending on the committee to make the
look up the definition. I literally just looked up the definition of pending.
He literally said next month as early as July. So it's pending.
Yo,
that's what he said.
Not yet.
They are a couple who are engaged, ready to get married. And the only thing that we don't have is the official date of this marriage. Okay, so the pending, he said, what he said is that there's nothing you can do to get out of by either Devin or Shakur to try to avoid Keyshawn Davis.
You know why
Davis
though?
is the next guy in line.
You know why though?
Wait. The word pending means awaiting a conclusion, confirmation, or settlement. It typically describes something that has begun but is not yet finalized,
There
or
we
an
go.
event
But
that
he
is about
defined it.
to happen. So listen.
There we
So what
go.
they're saying is,
But Clay, he defined
let me
it.
tell you what pending means. By the way, pending means what they're saying. Pending, what they're saying is there's a fight in the process of being made, and while it's processing, nothing else can happen outside of this.
Nope.
So
Yes.
pending does not mean there's not a mandatory happening. Pending means that it's literally right now. There's a house on my block for sale.
I was gonna
If
use
it
that,
says-
Clay.
If it says pending on the bottom of it, that means you can't buy the house. That means it's paperwork being done, money being exchanged. There's probably money in an escrow, and that house is no longer for sale. Now, if the sale goes to shit and the people aren't able to do what they're supposed to do to buy the house, then later on you'll see the house go for sale. Pending means right now, actively, there is a mandatory right now, actively for Devin Haney. That's what
No,
it is.
not active. He said he specifically said July, bro. He specifically said July on there. And look, hold on. And on top, can I say something real quick? And on top of that, the reason why when you played it a little bit more and they were saying that, you know what, Shakur and Devin can't override that. The reason why is because Shakur is the champion in a lower weight class. Had Devin been about to unify with Rolly or something like that, that would trump Keyshawn Davis.
No,
that
it
can jump in
wouldn't.
front of it.
But
Yes,
stop
it
making
would.
stuff up. Flyer. You're making so much stuff up at the same time, my man.
Bro, unification trump mandatory.
One at a time, please.
Hold on. You can speak after. You can speak after I'm done. You can speak after I'm done. Let me finish.
One at a time. I'm not doing this.
I'm trying to finish and he jumping all over me.
Go ahead. Let freaking finish.
Yeah, and I was saying that had there been a champion in Devin's weight class trying to fight Devin, then that would trump the mandatory because unifications trump the mandatory. But using your WBO super status does not trump the mandatory. You can't come from a lower weight class and jump up and try to challenge the champion up there when there's a mandatory in place. And that's that.
All right.
You cannot trump the mandatory once it's already been pending. If there was nothing pending, that's when the unification can go over everything else.
You can't. Once it's
Right.
ordered, you cannot.
He just said it. It's pending. There's nothing else.
Hold on. Wait. That's not what it is. Hold on. Here, listen.
There's a possibility that the WBC, or excuse me, I said WBC, WBO can rule and say, you know what? We're not going to strip him. We'll allow that fight to happen. Theoretically, that is possible.
Theoretically possible, but highly unlikely.
Oh, okay. Theoretically possible, highly unlikely.
Because remember, I've been working the BO for 10 years. It's my second year as president, but I've seen how we operate and we're consistent. We're consistent in our rules, the way we operate, the way we conduct ourselves. And when there's a ruling already rendered, we go forward because it would be inconsistent.
I understand that. All right. Last couple.
So that's him letting you know that there's already a ruling in place. It's already been initiated.
It's already been
done.
Already started.
We got to get Gustavo on the panel.
And then I'm going to add one more. I'm going to add one more little video just to cap it off, right? Just to cap it off to let you guys know that it's done with. Hold on a second. Let me find it. Let me find the timestamp.
I got something to present too, Clay.
5639. Hold on a second.
What is the highly unlikely part is that if Keyshawn Davis is not willing to take
greater than 90 days, right? Etc. If any of the parties within that time lane of the negotiation stage can request a purse bid at any time. So that's basically the standard procedure.
Okay. Well, now let me ask you this. All right. So we know now, fans, y'all heard him say it. We have a couple of weeks.
No, it's the wrong one. Here it is right here. The right one.
Just about before we actually get the mandate. Now,
but it's coming. I can confirm to your show it's coming.
He said the mandate is coming.
We like that. Now listen to this, Gustavo. There is.
It's coming.
Oh my God!
It's coming.
It's already pending.
Okay.
The mandate is coming.
Okay. Clay gave an example about purchasing a house.
Oh my God.
When you put an offer in on a house, it goes into pending status.
Okay.
Did
he order it yet? Didn't he say he had to order it?
You cannot take more offers once it's pending.
Hold on, HLD. Hold on. He said the order was going to happen within a month, possibly in 10 days. So that means it hasn't been ordered. So
But
it's
the process
10 days.
has already started.
The process for the
process has
purse bid.
started.
The 10 days. Remember the
That
minimum
wasn't
10 days that
saying.
he said that there is?
No,
That's
he
the
said
process that has not happened. That's the only thing that has not happened. Him to say, you guys got a minimum of 10 days to make a negotiation. That part is not done yet.
Yeah, that's the only move they can make is the money or drop the belt.
Hey, look, they said that
Win.
Gustavo said that they're consistent, but they really not consistent. It seemed like they making it up as they go along. If Clay put that little what I presented right there, this is a text, this is a tweet from him, from Gustavo himself, right there that I put in the back. I don't know if Clay can put that up there, but he said in that tweet right there something different.
So
From what they actually did.
So can we all agree that the Tio situation was very different, or we're still kind of confused on that?
No,
We know it's totally
The
different.
situation was
it was the
different.
same situation.
Clay, you see that tweet?
Because
You
if
see
that was
that,
the same as this situation, Shakur would have never fought Tio because a mandatory would have been in place.
Exactly.
Clay, you see that tweet that I put right there? Clay?
No,
not that.
No,
Not that. That's something.
That's the one I put up.
Next
That
Freak's name.
that's the one I'm saying.
Where's
That
Next
Not that one.
we
It's
have a
another one.
contract,
Got you, Clay. I got you.
and Shakur saying to vacate
This
the
one,
belt.
this one right here. This is from Gustavo right here.
I got it. I put it up.
No, that's
I
it
put
right
up.
there. He put it up there. You know, he was responding to Keyshawn Davis. He said, "Hello." He said, "Hello, sir. Mr. Davis is currently installed at junior welterweight and therefore unrated at welterweight. Consequently, he cannot fight Haney until a formal ratings request is submitted, considered, and granted. Further, bear in mind that there are other fighters rated at 147 pounds before him, meaning that you can't just come from a lower weight class and just be skipped in the front, right?" And he said, but he said they consistent, but right here he told him
how old is this text?
That's old.
Jesus Christ, bro. Oh,
So
he said they're consistent. I'm just pointing out the fact that they're not consistent.
What is the date of that?
Bro, it gives you a headache, doesn't it, Clay?
One at a time.
That was from
in that same Najee interview.
One at a time.
That is a tweet he put up there while Keyshawn Davis was at 140 still.
And he just got the 147. What are you talking about?
In the same interview with Najee, in the same interview with Najee, he explains that after Keyshawn Davis fought Albright, he was still undefeated. He had a great sellout show, and then the committee voted to move him up based on his credentials of what he had, and that's how they ranked him at number 1 at 147 after the Albright fight.
This text didn't come. What fight he had after this text right here, bro?
The Albright.
He explained it in the Najee interview. He
explained let me just read this. Hold on, let me read this. Hold on. Let me take this piece by piece. Hold on, HLD. Let me take this piece by piece and help Frequent out. Hello, sir. Mr. Davis is currently installed at junior welterweight. What weight class is junior welterweight?
140.
Okay. And therefore unrated at welterweight. This is clearly before Keyshawn Davis was made number 1 in the welterweight division. Clearly.
Oh yeah, I know that. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying in this. Why I presented this. I presented this to say that when he was saying
after the interview.
Hold on, bro. I think y'all misunderstanding why. I'm not trying to say that Keyshawn Davis is still at 140 or nothing weird like that. What I'm doing is I'm pointing out his inconsistency that he claimed that he had in that video. He said, if things are we're consistent. If we do it one way before, we do it that way, each time. But here, clearly, this was just 2 months ago. This was in April. This tweet is from April 18th.
This is before
if I'm not mistaken.
Before the process started.
Right? Yeah, it was before the process started. But what I'm pointing out here is that he said when he was at junior welterweight, he told him that he needed to get himself in put in the 147-pound division, and he said upon him doing that, he won't be at number 1 because there's other people ahead of him. That's what I'm saying. So he's not
He
being
explained
consistent.
it.
He
He
said there's no way that he can be in front of
Bro,
those
he
other guys
explained
that's in
it,
the weight class,
bro.
and then he
Stop it.
came and
Yeah,
flip
he
flopped it.
Holy shit. You
Yeah,
didn't watch
it
the
was
whole
all board.
you
It
didn't see
was
the whole
all
national.
board job. It was
Yo,
all board
Flyer,
job. What
you
he
did
did.
not watch the interview, bro.
Bro, I
You're
did
telling
watch
us
the.
no, you
I
didn't.
did watch the
No,
interview.
you didn't.
Listen,
No, you
I did.
didn't, bro.
I did. What
no,
I'm
you
saying.
didn't. No, you
Yes,
didn't.
I did. What I'm
Bro, if
saying
you did, you would know what we're talking about.
what I do know what you're talking about. What I'm saying to you is all of that word salad that he spit out in that interview was bull jive, bro. That's what I'm saying. It was whatever Bob. It was what Bob ordered. That's why. It was what Bob
He
ordered.
explained
That's why he got there.
that
I
Keyshawn
don't know what
Davis
the hell he's getting
petitioned.
that from, that
Keyshawn Davis
WBO
petitioned that he wants to move up to 147. When they petitioned that to go to 147, they took everything in consideration. Him being a former champion, him doing his whatever with the sellout, and him just still being undefeated. Now that's one thing I took a clue from Gustavo. That still being undefeated does have an advantage in the ratings.
Here, hold on.
Keyshawn didn't even know he got put there, bro.
Hold up. Wait.
Some objections from the fans and other industry components which could be considered legitimate as to how Keyshawn from 140 being installed number 1 and 147, right? And it's very good that we respond to that question because sometimes the fans are not knowledgeable to the extent of how these determinations come about, right? So per the WBO rules and the Association of Boxing Commission's ratings, guidelines for criteria, when a fighter has satisfied at least or has completed or engaged or participated in either 4 fights scheduled for 10 rounds or 2 fights scheduled for 12 rounds, and that fighter has faced either a rated contender, his level of opposition, activity, his record, he could be considered in a top rating position, right? From 1 to 15. Those are guidelines to reduce the subjectivity in a rating structure, which is subjective in nature. So it's not perfect, right? Those are guidelines to you to take them in consideration for a rating structure, right? So it is important to highlight that per the WBO rules, when you have either a current champion or a former champion, who in this case, Keyshawn, he's undefeated, former world champion in lightweight. Thereafter, he couldn't make the weight. He transitioned to 140. He was installed number 1 in 140 in light of his status as a former world champion undefeated. Per our rules and a policy per the WBO, when you have a champion or a former champion who has been undefeated and has satisfied other criteria, decides to move up or move down, he could be installed number 1 and be the mandatory, right? We had a similar scenario in the past with Crawford. From 154, he jumped to 168, and we were highly criticized. How can Crawford move up to 168? He hasn't fought in that division. Well, the ratings criteria doesn't require that you fight in a higher weight class or in a lower weight class prior to being installed number 1, be the mandatory. It's not required. It's not required textually or explicitly, right? You can have a legitimate argument as to, well, he hasn't fought in that particular weight class before to become the mandatory. Well, that's a valid argument. But you can also say, well, you got under Keyshawn, you got Pacquiao. He was inactive for, I believe, 4 years, and he got a chance to fight for the title against Barrios. That's another thing. We wouldn't allow that, right? But Pacquiao inactive for 4 years, and now he's coming off a draw against Barrios. Underneath, you got Tito, who lost against Shakur in January. Under Tito, you got Barbosa, who lost to Catterall, and now he came back and fought a guy who was rated for a regional title. And under Barbosa, you got Norman.
The problem with this whole thing, Keyshawn was never champion.
Keyshawn wasn't champion.
Keyshawn was a
The
former champion.
problem with the whole thing, Keyshawn was never champion at 140.
Keyshawn was a former champion.
Former
Never
champion.
at 140.
He
Never
didn't say
at
140. He didn't say that.
Say 140.
He said if you're a champion in the weight class below and you
Is 135 below?
you're a
Is
former champion,
135?
he
Is
said if
135
you're a
below?
champion or a former champion and you move up, then
Oh
you
my
can be
God,
put at
bro,
number
bro,
one
bro,
position.
bro.
He
Don't
literally
ever go
gave
to
an
court.
example of
Don't ever go to court to defend
he
yourself.
literally gave an example of Terrence Crawford going up from 154 to 168 and explained why it was legitimate, which goes right into the same bag.
Because he was a champion.
Going from
At
135
160?
He said because he was a
Was
champion,
he a champion at
154.
160?
No,
Was he a champion at
he said
160?
Bud was a champion at 154, moving straight
not
up to 160.
Not 160.
Huh? He didn't fight at 160. What are y'all
Exactly.
talking
That's the point, man. I ain't gonna.
Oh
I'm
my
with,
God.
I'm with you
Bud,
when you're right,
Bud
but
never
brother,
got to 160. He
Oh
said
my God.
168. He said 168. He didn't say
Flyer,
160.
Flyer,
Hold
just
on,
listen.
Flyer.
Just listen. Go ahead, Treese. Jesus.
He didn't say 160. He said 168.
He said, oh my. He said below. 135 is below
Keyshawn was
147.
a champion at
140 is below
135.
147.
He said the lower weight classes.
He said the lower weight classes.
He just said it in the interview.
He said the lower weight classes, but he said he was a champion
Ain't no
though.
bud. It's
He
not
said
no bud
former
after that.
champion or champion.
He
Former
wasn't
or
a champion or former champion
at
at 140.
135. At 135. What was he? Wasn't he a former champion at 135?
Yeah. So you saying
Okay.
he because he moved up to one. So you saying because he was a former champion at 135, then he could move up to 147 and and rank that number one? He said
the same way Terrence Crawford went up from 154. Matter of fact, Terrence Crawford wasn't even a WBO champion at 154. He was like an interim champion. He was a full WBO.
Right.
He was 147 WBO champion, and he went all the way up to 168. Multiple weight classes.
No, the point is that didn't get him the WBO. They capping. They didn't get him up there to that fight with Canelo.
I'll give.
So the WBO got him up there to the fight. No, they both was undisputed.
Oh my God, Treese, can you put some perspective on this? Because it'll sound like, because I know you on his side. So if he hears it from you, he'll know it's coming from another Devin Haney fan, and he'll hear you better. Treese, come on, talk to him. Oh, Treese is gone. Damn.
It ain't got nothing to do with being a Devin Haney fan.
Yo, man. Yo, Flyer be blowing fuses, bro. That's what happens.
No, y'all trying to act like he's saying, okay, he
bro,
was able
he
to
said
fight
what
for
he said.
He didn't just fight for the WBO belt when he fought Canelo, bro.
Bro,
Come
don't
on,
go to court.
y'all falling for the
Flyer,
smoke and mirrors,
Flyer,
man.
do not go to court.
It was
and
whatever
defend
Bob's
yourself.
orders.
You get
That's
that
why
public
he's there.
defender at the minimum.
He's in that position because it's whatever Bob orders, bro. Keyshawn ain't even want to go up there. He didn't know he was there.
We about to wrap it up anyway soon. I just want Treese, go ahead. Please add some context to this.
But what they saying, you know, I'm with you when you're right, brother. But what they saying is that the man was at it. It's not exactly the division below, but it's the division below. He was a WBO representative at one time. He held one of their belts. Is basically what he's saying.
Yep.
So like they giving him deference because he was a WBO representative at one time. It might not have been a division below, but it was a division below.
Now you need to be below, right?
It's like when like they saying Bud Crawford, he wasn't the champion at 160, but he was the champion at 154. He was a representative of our belt. He done fought in our, you feel me, sanctioning before. He won our belt. He held the highest level of creeds that you can hold in our sanctioning. So we gonna let him go up.
Treese, so what changed?
We're gonna let him go up and fight.
Treese, but what changed since he put out that tweet there and what he's talking about now? The point that I'm making is nothing really changed. He's talking about something that happened before this tweet as well. So how could he come to this determination here with all of that still being true and then being inconsistent the next time? That's all I'm saying.
He wasn't inconsistent.
It's inconsistent. Yes, it was, because this was just in April.
No, he wasn't.
This text right here was in April, bro.
Yeah.
The tweet that Clay put on the screen was from April.
Jay Prince.
He wasn't that. He was already past 135 in April.
Hold on, but I'm about to get off of here. But I just want y'all to know that it's one real thing that y'all missing though. It's like one key component. You feel me? Albert Bell about to beat the fuck out of Andy Cruz July 18th, my nigga, in LA. Shout out to my guy, Alberto Campana. You feel me? We gonna be in LA for the Mexicans, my nigga.
He said Campana.
Y'all be cool, man. Y'all be cool, man.
No doubt. Hey, yo, we really are about to wrap it up, though. We've been going on about 5 hours. I want T Severe to get an opportunity to speak. T Severe been cooking me in the chat for the past week, so I want him to get a chance to cook me up here. Go ahead, T Severe. What's good, baby?
Yo, man, I just all the inconsistencies, man. It's just like if people don't see the maneuvering going on, and we'll take the word of one side and they'll move the goalpost and say, well, look, he explained it. I can change rules midstream and make my explanation fit whatever narrative I want it to fit. He can say whatever he wants to now. The fact of the matter is, previously he said something different. And now he's changing the rules midstream to make it fit whatever explanation.
I just want to know who you're talking about. Gustavo? Okay.
Exactly. And y'all, he literally just said the committee hasn't made a decision yet. They will make a decision. And once they make that decision, then they will send out the letter and they will have the minimum of 10 days to negotiate the fight, right? And like my man said, a unification can trump a mandatory if the mandatory hasn't gone to purse bid yet. So if it's not yet ordered, then a unification can't trump it.
What unification?
So if a unification fight, like he was saying before, if Devin was trying to fight somebody for a unification, that would trump the mandatory. That would trump the mandatory.
Only if it's not pending.
If it's not, no. If it has, bro, a pending doesn't mean nothing. Nothing has happened yet. Nothing has happened yet. You guys keep.
Wait.
You guys keep.
Let me give you an example of when this scenario happened and it ended up hurting them. Brian Norman Jr., Jerome Boots Ennis were trying to unify. There was already a pending mandatory with Karen Kukudajian. Boots was not able to get out of that to make that fight with Brian Norman Jr.
After a certain date.
No. Had the mandate been ordered already?
You just listen to the WBO president.
No, bro. No, I don't want to hear about what's going to happen. He's saying what's going to happen.
He said it's already done. They both teams already got paperwork.
No, that's not, bro. He said the decision hasn't been made yet. They were going to make the decision in late this month or early next month.
I'll give you a better example, sir. When in law, when you are served paperwork,
you can't tell me about law, man.
I'm asking. I'm saying when a person is served, right, and that person receives that served, right, what happens? They are ordered to show up at court at a certain date. That's the best example.
Okay,
they've been served. The initiation has already happened.
All right.
That's the reason why.
All right, hold on. Let me just for Severe. Hold on for Severe. Hold on.
Yes.
This is something that we don't get a lot. Now let me ask you this. Pablo, when is it exactly that you guys, as the WBO, will actually order the fight now that Keyshawn's number one? Keyshawn versus Devin Haney. When will that be ordered?
Probably by the end of this month or early July. We have to issue that negotiation letter for the mandatory.
Okay.
It's a matter of timing, but it's a done deal in the sense that Keyshawn is the mandatory for Haney. And Haney's camp has been advised in writing by the championship committee, because you got to notify them in advance. Hey, champion, you got your mandatory coming up. Once the committee makes a decision, the committee will issue that negotiation letter with the timeline.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
So now listen. Now T Severe, right?
Now look.
Wait, no,
pay attention.
Listen, T Severe, right? Yes, the actual negotiation hasn't been ordered yet, right? That hasn't been ordered yet, but they've received writing to let them know that it's coming, right? So
exactly.
So in other words, it's a technical. There's a technicality in there that you guys are playing in, which is the idea that's
not a technicality, Clay. That's not technicality.
Let me tell you why it's a technicality. It's a technicality because right now at this moment, the Haney's hands are tied in making other fights. So already There's enough of an official situation where the Haneys can't move out of it. They're already locked into this situation. There's only a few things that can get them out of it. One of them being Keyshawn, obviously, saying, I don't want the fight. Maybe a unification can jump in front of this. Maybe. But what cannot get him out of this is a fight with Shakur Stevenson. It's not going to get him out of it.
So let me ask you this. To use my man as an example, because I know the law. Let's say you're a lawyer, right? Your lawyer is in communication with the judge, and the judge says, look, we expect your client to show up to court on this day. A subpoena has yet to be issued, but we're going to subpoena him to show up for court that day. So is he obligated to show up for court that day if a subpoena has yet to be issued?
It's not the same relative type of thing.
It's the same.
It ain't.
It's the same.
No,
it's the same. It's the same. What Gustavo said. What Gustavo said is, look. What Gustavo said is that Devin Haney, because usually I think for the WBO it's 6 months, right? He has to fight a mandatory within 6 months. So he's already been ordered to fight a mandatory. They haven't yet said that Keyshawn is the mandatory.
Yes,
so they did say that. They did say that. You're on point. You're on point.
He did not. No, he said they're going to have the vote.
What he's saying is, and I was saying, like he said, it's pending, right? So what he's saying is the committee hasn't gotten together yet to issue the date of the order for negotiations. Yes. And that's what I've been saying the whole time. That's what's pending.
Right.
But I'm going to have to bounce. I had a badass Charlie horse. That shit was crazy. I had to get some water to hydrate.
No, get some electrolytes. That has no minerals, bro.
I know. I got
man, get some salt water.
Yo, I was going to say I'm going to add some salt to this, but yo, that shit was killer.
I think what people are I think what people are missing here, Clay, is this. He said out of his mouth, they have already notified Haney's camp.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we're in writing. And what we're not understanding is that when that was initiated, the in writing, that is what caused the conditions that we're talking about. I think we're thinking that the negotiations have to start in order for things to be implemented. But no, I think the notification to the camp is what also causes. Yes, is what. Go ahead, you got it.
Nah, I mean, I was just echoing what you're saying. It's already been stated. That tweet was before Keyshawn got into this position. And that tweet is actually very transparent in itself, where he's connecting the dots from that to this interview. I don't know what people are wanting to hear or what they're not hearing.
And the other thing that adds on to it is that Devin Haney has to face a mandatory within 9 months after he beat
and that's what it is. 9 months. I say 6 months.
It's 6 months. No, but it's 6 months if it's a vacated a vacant belt. But since he beat an actual champion, it's 9 months. That's given. Yeah. But hey guys, I have not heard anything about the biggest fight of the year.
Which one?
That is Xander Zayas.
No, that's gonna be Tuesday. That's gonna be
Tuesday.
I literally did this because I wanted Tuesday.
All right. Hey, Clay, I need you to watch. I need you to watch Boxing Gems Breakdown. I don't know if you've seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just looked at it last
all
night.
my money is on Xander. We find out.
I'm excited for the fight, man. Without a doubt, I can't wait. It's gonna be a crazy weekend.
It's gonna be a great fight.
I'm going all the way out. I'm trying to plan something real good, like for the show. I'm going hard that weekend. That's a big fight. Hey, Brandon White, I see you in the back. I don't know you, bro. You're gonna have to participate in the chat a little bit more for me to get to know you. I've been getting hit up with some weird shit, all type of ass pictures and weird ass fucking sexual shit. And unfortunately, I'm not being racist, but it's people of your persuasion. So I don't know who you are. I don't even think you're hearing me right now. I'm seeing you looking down at the screen right now, and you look like you might be a bot. So you're not going to get up here, bro. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, that part. I mean, let me help you out, by the way, and just kick you up out of here. Just let you know I'm serious. There you go. You're out of here. So kick it in the chat. And then when I believe you, I believe you. Until I don't, I won't. You heard? Shout out to everybody on the panel, man. I appreciate you guys. Great conversation. There were some great fights on the cards this weekend, man.
Yeah.
As far as Amir, I'm looking at Amir Anderson right now. And I'm very intrigued by a 160-pound prospect. I thought he was challenged in 2 big fights, one in Riyadh and the one on Friday. He had to go. Those 2 fights. He went the full 8, the other one the full 10. A lot of pressure in this last fight he was in. He adjusted, handled it, showed how slick he can be. He's already got 7 consecutive knockouts as far as him starting his prospect career. I like it. I think the 160-pound division is developing slowly but surely with some pieces. Shout out to Jalil Hackett for showing up earlier today and doing the interview. I think he's one of the top up-and-coming prospect contender 160-pounders in the game. I think he's in a perfect system right now at Zufa Boxing to develop and become one of those guys. He has a big fight coming up on July 26th against Sergey Derevchenko. That's going to be amazing for him. What an opportunity. I'm so happy for him. Shout out to Virgil Ortiz. Looks like you're going to get it figured out, brother, one way or the other. We're looking forward to see you inside the ring, man. Can't wait. I don't know what's going on over there, but it sounds like, according to Oscar, we should see before the end of the year. I'm excited. And what else? Yeah, that's about it, man. Shout out to everybody. And guys, I think what we're going to see is Shakur Stevenson. Excuse me. I think we're going to see Devin Haney versus Keyshawn Davis, because I was looking for the video, but I couldn't play it, where Bill Haney said they're not going to vacate that belt. So that means that they're going to be fighting Keyshawn. I think that's the next fight that's going to happen. And then we'll see what happens with the Shakur situation, man. I appreciate all you guys being on the panel, man. HLD, T Severe, my guy 444. Yo, 444, man. Salute to you, man. You're a great conversationalist, man, in the boxing space. I appreciate you. Radio Boxing 01, I appreciate you showing up here. We had a great conversation at Just Do. I love that you popped up over here. 100+ people in the building today. Today was a great day. Hit the like button if you haven't done it. Subscribe to the channel. We go on Tuesdays, Thursdays. I'm going to put a show in on Friday before the fight. We cover the fights on Saturday, and we wrap it all up again on Sunday. So we damn near 5 days a week. I think that's the math, right? We're not on Monday. We're not on Wednesday. Yeah, we're on 5 days a week, guys. That happened. So until the next one, it's at ATP Combat Media, man. It's your boy Ray. It's your boy Claymore Rain. I was going to say my boy Ray Davis. Shout out to Angela Reyes and everybody else involved with the grind, man. Until the next one, at this point, we out.
Like, hello, yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in my element. It's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like pain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, but known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babble if they try to dabble in it, and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You try to aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this, and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155.